to both the Scottish and the UK Government. And to give the Secretary of State credit, he has been taking a keen interest in this proposed deal. As the Secretary of State well knows, this is an ambitious bid to bring horizontal community and business integration together. Therefore, can the Secretary of State give the member for Linlithgow and Falkirk East and I an update on the timeline of the investment zone, the growth deal bid, and can he really give us some assurance where the business case will sit in the new government?
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by commending the honourable gentleman and his colleague for Linlithgow and East Falkirk on their efforts in lobbying for the Falkirk deal. The UK Government is committed to taking forward that deal, and we are, after the very productive meeting with the leader of Falkirk Council earlier this week, we're looking forward to the Council submitting proposals by the end of August and a presentation during September.
Grady.
Speaker, I'm glad to see the Secretary of State seems to think that constitutional perfection has now been reached on these islands. I wonder if that means whether he agrees with his new party leader who told a group of activists that, quote, "We don't need an England-only Parliament, we have an England-only Parliament, it's in Westminster." If he does agree with that, doesn't that make his post, and indeed all of us representing Scotland, a little bit redundant? And if he doesn't agree, why has he been so effusive in welcoming his new leader, and is that perhaps because he himself doesn't want to be made redundant?
Mr. Speaker, if that was a question about a separate English Parliament, then I'm clear, and I think the new leader of the Conservative Party is clear, is that England does not need its own separate Parliament.
Colin Clark. Does the Secretary of State agree that incoming Prime Minister must deliver certainty, confidence and prosperity over the whole of the UK to counter the politics of grievance and defeat?
Yes.
Masterton.
Mr. Speaker, given that 20 years on, less than half of people in Scotland think that devolution has led to better outcomes in education, health or the growth of the Scottish economy, would my right honourable friend agree with me that what Scotland needs is a government who will utilise the full effect of Holyrood's extensive powers, not deflect and delay powers as the SNP have done?
Mr. Speaker, I agree wholehearted with my honourable friend, and it's a message I get back from my own constituents. They want to see the Scottish Parliament focusing on education, on health, on transport, the issues that are important to their daily life, not pursue an obsession with the Constitution.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that one of the frustrations that those of us who cherish devolution feel is the apparent reticence of the SNP to use many of the powers of the Scottish Parliament? For example, what a difference they could make to the lives of the 6,000 WASPI women in my constituency of Edinburgh West if they used the powers they had to alleviate their difficulties rather than use them as another grievance.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by asking the honourable lady to pass on my congratulations to her new UK leader. It's very good to see a Scottish MP in that role. I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment of the honourable lady, and it's well documented that if, having aligned themselves to the WASPI cause, the SNP government really wanted to do something for WASPI women, they have the power and indeed the capacity to raise the resources to do so.
Douglas Ross.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the Secretary of State agree that one of the benefits of devolution is when our two governments work together, such as with the Murray Growth Deal? The £32.5 million from the UK Government was matched by the Scottish Government, and that means it can make a real difference to the whole of Murray. So devolution delivers when our governments work together.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin again by commending my honourable friend for his tireless efforts to pursue the Murray Growth Deal, which I think has been raised at every Scottish questions during his tenure. Yes, working together, the Scottish and UK governments, that's the best way to deliver for the people of Scotland, and let's see more of it.
Ian Murray.
Number 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the UK Government's policy has been to strengthen our Union of Nations. It is at the heart of all that we do and has guided our approach to our exit from the EU.
And Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Secretary of State is to abide by his promises, it will be his last day in office, so I wish him well for his unstinting courtesy in that role. The new Prime Minister's election yesterday means that the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party are now the Scottish Conservative and Brexit Party abandoning unionism. So isn't it the case that the new Prime Minister is as big a threat to the Union, if not a bigger threat to the Union, than any nationalist? And what's the Secretary of State for Scotland going to do about it? That's right.
Mr. Speaker, that's a bit rich coming from the honourable gentleman who I have certainly always respected in my deliberations from the dispatch box. I think he would agree with commentary this week that one of the biggest threats to the continuation of the United Kingdom is the total and utter collapse of the Scottish Labour Party.
Stephen Kerr.
Mr. Speaker, more than 100 powers which are currently held in Brussels are to be transferred to Holyrood after Brexit. So does my right honourable friend agree that far from removing powers from Scotland, leaving the EU will give the Scottish Parliament more power?
It's absolutely correct what my honourable friend says, and we've been subjected again, Mr. Speaker, to many times at this session hearing about a power grab, but it has never been identified a single power that was being grabbed. Instead, what is identified is over 100 powers and responsibilities coming to the Scottish Parliament.
Deep Wisher.
What I'm interested in is the conversations that Right Honourable Gentleman's had with his soon-to-be Prime Minister, because what he said in the past is it would be extremely difficult to stay in a cabinet under the Right Honourable Gentleman for Uxbridge. Will he ever develop anything approaching a backbone or a Ruth Scottish Conservatives, now the exclusive property of the biggest electoral liability?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I always admire the honourable gentleman's consistency. Last week, when I appeared before the Scottish Affairs Select Committee, he said that he hoped I would not resign and that I would be in post for months and years.
David Duquette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree that leaving the EU provides many opportunities for Scotland, the businesses, the communities and the people across Scotland, but not least of which in the fishing communities in places like my constituency in Bantry-Buchan, when we leave the CFP and become an independent coastal state?
I absolutely do, and I always commend my honourable friend for the champion of the fishing industry that he is. I met with the Scottish Fishermen's Federation yesterday, and they remain excited and upbeat about the prospect of Britain leaving the EU and the hated common fisheries policy.
Mr. Speaker, politics is about principles. A few months ago, the Secretary of State told us that the threat to the integrity of the United Kingdom was the principal issue for him. But he also told us, and I quote, "Mr. Johnston and I don't agree on a whole range of issues, and I don't see myself able to serve in that way." So how far will the Secretary of State allow his principles to be stretched in defence of the Union, just so he can keep his job?
Mr. Speaker, well, I'm not going to take any lessons from the Honourable Lady on questions of leadership. Only yesterday she said we need a serious, mature politician who can be relied on to keep his promises to be our Prime Minister. I'm sure she wasn't referring to Richard Leonard or the leader of the Labour Party.
Well, I think we would find more maturity in both of those quarters than we might in the current incumbent to be. However, those were your opinions. You've obviously got some new ones that you've traded in. So let me just ask you this. The Secretary of State wants us to believe that this government are guardians of the Union. Yet, by already pandering to the dog whistle politics of English nationalism, the next Prime Minister has already abandoned the tradition of the Conservative and Unionist Party. The Tory party are now a real and present danger to the integrity of the United Kingdom. So will the Secretary of State now confirm that he will not sell out the people of Scotland and he will not be part of a no-deal cabinet?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable lady has a nerve. Her position has been to sell out to the SNP. She told her colleagues that she would gladly give up her own seat to the SNP so that there could be a Labour-SNP alliance that would inevitably lead to another independence referendum. But to give her credit, she is doing a pretty good job of crashing the Scottish Labour Party in the polls, losing 2 MEPs and finishing 5th in the European elections. Only the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party in Scotland will stand up for our United Kingdom, and I will certainly continue to do so.
Bambos Charalambos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3.
Mr. Speaker, the Government delivered on its commitment to provide objective analysis to Parliament on how exiting the EU may affect the economy of the UK, sectors, nations and regions in the long run.
Bambos Charalambos.
Previous estimates have indicated that a no-deal Brexit could cost Scotland over 100,000 jobs. On that basis, will it confirm for the House that it will never serve in a government whose policy is to leave without a deal?
Mr. Speaker, my position on no deal is quite clear compared to his. On the 3 occasions I had the opportunity to vote for a deal, I did so. He and most of his Labour colleagues did not.
Luke Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, deal or no deal, Scotland faces a £1 billion financial hole, 737 million of which will be bridged by funds from Westminster, funded by other parts of the United Kingdom. Can I ask my right honourable friend what analysis have done of how big this hole or how deep this hole will be if Scotland was actually separated from the rest of the United Kingdom?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's well known that in the event of Scottish independence there would be a multi-billion pound funding gap which could only be dealt with by significant tax rises or cuts in services. And those who propose independence have still not answered the question as to where that money is to be found.
Alistair Carmichael.
Mr. Speaker, a no-deal Brexit will be catastrophic for Scotland's hill farmers, especially those looking to export sheep meat to the European Union. That's not just my view, but the view of the National Farmers Union of Scotland and the NFU across the 4 parts of the United Kingdom. Can the Secretary of State give me and them some assurance that he will not just sit in Cabinet and watch their livelihoods destroyed?
Good question. Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear throughout my time in Cabinet about the importance of agriculture to Scotland and the needs of Scotland's agricultural industry, and I will continue to do so.
Angela Crawley. Alison Hewlett.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the causes of drug misuse are complex and need a range of policy responses. I'm aware that the Home Secretary has offered to meet with the Scottish Government Public Health Minister Joe Fitzpatrick to discuss a broad range of issues around this tragic matter of drug-related deaths in Scotland.
Alison Hewlett.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that the Home Secretary is finally going to meet with the Scottish Government on this. When NHS Secretary Glasgow and Clyde published their proposals for a supervised drug consumption room in 2016, drug-related deaths stood at 257. Last year, it was 394. So I asked the Secretary of State for Scotland how many people would still be alive in the NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde area if the Home Office had not blocked, for ideological reasons, drug consumption rooms in Glasgow.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my initial response, issues around drug misuse are complex and need a range of policy responses. But I welcome that the summit, which my Scottish Parliament colleague Miles Briggs MSP suggested, is going to go ahead, and I can confirm to the honourable lady that UK Government ministers will take part in that, and I'm sure that all the issues will be discussed at that occasion.
Ross Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Scotland's drug death rate is 3 times higher than the rest of the UK. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that in addition to UK-wide action, the Scottish Government should be using its substantial powers over healthcare, education, housing and criminal justice to tackle this?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable friend. Of course, the UK Government wants to work closely with the Scottish Government. These statistics that were released last week are shocking to everyone in Scotland and indeed throughout the United Kingdom. But it shouldn't be suggested that any of the policy issues with the UK Government are the sole answer to this issue. It is complex, and the powers that the Scottish Parliament already has will go a long way to dealing with it.
Tweedy.
2 weeks ago, my constituent Chelsea Bruce died in a drugs-related incident. She was just 16 years old, Mr. Speaker. The time for hand-wringing is over. We know that drug consumption rooms, drop-in testing and even safe clinical prescribing of illicit drugs will save lives. The international body of evidence is unequivocal, but yet the Secretary of State has been sceptical and vague on this. If only he would show some leadership in urgently finding a route through the impasse between the Home Office and the Lord Advocate to help rapidly roll out these facilities in Glasgow and across Scotland. Mr. Speaker, how many more must die before the Secretary of State recognises this public health emergency and acts to save lives?
Mr. Speaker, that sort of politicking is completely unworthy of this serious debate. The Home Office, UK Government, and I respect the Scottish Government, take this issue seriously. We are going to have a summit in early course to discuss all the issues around that, and I sincerely hope, because I have had constituents die as well, that we can move forward.
Martin Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 6.
Mr. Speaker, I have regular meetings with my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who has been unwavering in her passionate support for our union. We have regularly discussed the UK's government's continued commitment to the devolution settlement and to a strong Scotland within a strong United Kingdom.
Martin Whitfield.
Mr. Speaker, if the Secretary of State is in his place later, what will he do to keep Scotland in its place in the UK?
Mr. Speaker, I will continue to do as I have done for the past 4 and a bit years, and that is to relentlessly make the positive case for the benefits of Scotland being in the United Kingdom and to the United Kingdom of having Scotland in it.
David T.C. Davis.
Mr. Speaker, Britain will be leaving the European Union on the 31st of October under our excellent new Prime Minister. And when we do so, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, could he confirm that 100 extra powers will be devolved to the Scottish Parliament, meaning that Conservatives and Brexiteers are the true friends of devolution and a strong Scottish Parliament?
Mr. Speaker, the point that my honourable friend makes is a very pertinent one. This party, this government, has been committed to the devolution settlement and to making it work. There is one party in this Parliament that would destroy devolution, and that is the SNP.
Stuart Hosey.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 7 and 12 together. I've had regular discussions with the Prime Minister on a range of matters related to exiting the EU. It is essential that we respect the result of the 2016 referendum vote to leave the EU.
A no-deal Brexit combined with ending free movement of people, which is the inbound Prime Minister's prospectus, would restrict Scottish business and the public sector from recruiting the staff they need. Yet the Secretary of State has welcomed the appointment of the inbound Prime Minister. Can we conclude then he's prepared to throw business and public services under a bus simply to protect his own career?
Mr. Speaker, what amounts to throwing Scotland under a bus has been the actions of the SNP throughout the Brexit debates in this Parliament, voting against 3 times an agreement which would have allowed Scotland to leave the EU on an orderly basis and largely in accordance with their own document, Scotland's place in Europe.
Douglas Chapman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent weeks, I've read reports that house prices in London are falling and job vacancies are down. 2 classic signs of an economy going into recession. Add into this the mix of potential of a no-deal Boris Brexit Boorer. Given these circumstances, what are the Secretary of State's plan B for the Scottish economy?
Mr. Speaker, the incoming Prime Minister has been very clear that he wants to leave the EU with a deal, and that is the best outcome for Scotland.
Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me read this for fear of misquoting the Secretary of State. He told the last Scottish Conservative Party conference, "Unfortunately, Mr Johnson seems to behave in a way that suggests he is only focused on his own self-interest and not in the interests of our country, and I find that very disappointing." Can I ask the Secretary of State, has he now overcome his disappointment, and will he continue to serve the new Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, just like him and his colleagues, everything I am ever said is on the record. But what I want to make clear is that my priority remains Scotland's place within the United Kingdom, and that, in government or out, will be my continuing priority.
Tommy Shepherd.
Mr Speaker, the House will observe that that is not actually an answer to my question. He sits beside Cabinet colleagues who have demonstrated integrity and conviction in deciding that they will resign over the question of a no-deal Brexit. If he is against a no-deal Brexit, would it not be a better look for Scotland for him to do likewise rather than wait to be sacked or abolished?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the honourable gentleman's position isn't a deal Brexit or a no-deal Brexit. It's no Brexit. That's what he's seeking to bring about. But there is no evidence that the SNP has at any time been serious about getting a deal for Scotland. On each occasion they've had the opportunity to vote for a deal, they have voted against it.
Finally and briefly, Anna Soubry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Secretary of State stays in his position. But apparently, in order to do so, he's going to have to sign the pledge. Because in order to serve in the next government, he's got to agree, like others, that come October the 31st, to leaving the EU, deal or no deal. So could he tell us, yes or no, will he be at the dispatch box again, or are these his last questions?
Mr. Speaker, I fear that the honourable lady's endorsement will have sealed my fate.
Questions to the Prime Minister. Ruth Cadbury.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. Following my duties in this House this afternoon, I shall have an audience of Her Majesty the Queen. I shall then continue with my duties in this House, from the backbenches, where I will continue to be the Member of Parliament for Maidenhead.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I profoundly disagree with many of the decisions the Prime Minister has made and many of the things she says. But I recognise that she does have a respect for public service and for the future of our country. So how does she feel about handing over to a man who, among many things, is happy to demonise Muslims, is prepared to chuck our loyal public servants and diplomats under a bus, and promises to sell our country out to Donald Trump and his friends?
I am pleased to hand over to an incoming leader of the Conservative Party and Prime Minister, who I worked with when he was in my cabinet, who... and who is committed as a Conservative who stood on a Conservative manifesto in 2017 to delivering on the vote of the British people in 2016 and to delivering a bright future for this country.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to not only thank my right honourable friend for her loyal service as Prime Minister over the last 3 years, but also for her 33 years in public service, which is a record to be proud of, but also to thank her for her personal support in helping me get my private member's bill, the Homelessness Reduction Act, onto the statute book. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it is far better to help people and prevent people from becoming homeless, to use the taxation system to combat obesity and to prevent people from smoking in the first place? Does she agree with me that prevention is far better than a cure?
First of all, can I say to my honourable friend, can I thank him for all the work that he did on his Homelessness Reduction Act? Can I also say, crucially, we are actually seeing that Act having an impact, and that is so important for people who are benefiting from the work that he did. He's been doing a lot of work, I know, as part of the Smoking and Health APPG, and I agree that we do need to start viewing health as an asset to protect throughout our lives. That's why we've taken bold action on smoking and on childhood obesity. And I'm proud that we've delivered the biggest ever cash boost in the history of the National Health Service, but also a long-term plan that, as my honourable friend says, will focus on prevention. Prevention also focusing on cancer care and mental health, but making sure that we are trying to ensure that people do not get into the situation where they are in that ill health in the first place. Preventing smoking, preventing obesity are key parts for better lives for people in the future.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the final day in office for the Prime Minister, and I pay tribute to her sense of public duty. Public service should always be recognised. Being an MP, a minister, or indeed a Prime Minister is an honour that brings with it huge responsibility and huge pressures, both personally and, I'm sure, the Prime Minister and probably the whole House would agree, on those very closest to us, who often are not able to answer back for the criticisms made against them. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, that she has a marginally more relaxing time on the backbenches, and perhaps, like the Chancellor, even helping me to oppose the reckless plans of her successor. Mr. Speaker, if I may continue, I'm glad the government party is in such good heart today, Mr. Speaker. For tomorrow they won't be. Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 years, child poverty has gone up. Pensioner poverty has gone up. In-work poverty has gone up. Violent crime has gone up. NHS waiting times have gone up. School class sizes have gone up. Homelessness has gone up. Food bank use has gone up. Does the Prime Minister have any regrets about any of those things I've just said?
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman, it's very good to see the Conservative Party in good heart, which is more than I can say for the Labour Party. But let me just tell the right honourable gentleman, let me just say something to the right honourable gentleman about my record over the last 3 years and how I measure my record over the last 3 years. It's in the opportunity for every child who is now in a better school. It's in the comfort for every person who now has a job for the first time in their life. It's in the hope of every disadvantaged young person now able to go to university. And it's in the joy of every couple who can now move into their own home. Because at its heart, politics isn't about exchanges across these dispatch boxes, nor about eloquent speeches or media headlines. Politics is about the difference we make every day to the lives of people up and down this country. They are our reason for being here, and we should never forget it.
Jeremy Corbyn!
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, politics is about real life. Politics is about what people suffer in their ordinary lives. And I didn't mention that per pupil school funding has gone down. Police numbers are down. GP numbers are falling. In the 2017 Conservative manifesto, the Prime Minister promised that no school would have its budget cut and that they would protect TV licences for the over 75s and halve rough sleeping. Which of these pledges is the Prime Minister most sorry has not been achieved?
Can I just point out to the right honourable gentleman, I'm pleased to hear that he spent some time reading the Conservative Party manifesto in 2017. Had he read it properly, he's not been known always for reading the documents that he stands up and talks about. Had he read it properly, he'd have said we did make a pledge on rough sleeping, to halve rough sleeping by 2022 and to stop rough sleeping by 2027. I'm pleased to say that in the last year we have seen rough sleeping going down, and particularly rough sleeping going down in those areas where this government has been taking action.
Jeremy Corbyn!
I don't quite know where the Prime Minister gets her figures from on rough sleeping. All I know is that I travel around this country just like other members of this House, and I talk to people who've had a disaster in their lives and end up rough sleeping. We are the 5th richest country in the world. It is surely wrong that anyone should end up sleeping on the streets of this country. We can and should do something about it. Mr. Speaker, I've often disagreed with the Prime Minister and have many criticisms of her policies. However, I welcomed the reduction in the stake on fixed odds betting terminals, the adoption of the Children's Funeral Fund and scrapping employment tribunal fees. Which of these policies is the Prime Minister most proud of?
What can I say to the right honourable gentleman? I'm proud of all the policies that we have introduced that have been improving people's lives. I'm proud of the fact that through the balanced management of the economy that we have done, we now see more people in work in this country than ever before. I'm proud of the fact there are more children in good and outstanding schools. I'm proud of the fact that the attainment gap between the disadvantaged and the advantaged has been narrowed under this government. And I'm proud of the fact that we are putting the biggest cash boost in its history into our National Health Service. We are ensuring that the National Health Service, the most beloved institution in this country, will be there for people into the future. This is a Conservative government, my government, delivering on the things that matter to people in their day-to-day lives.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister may have noticed that none of those things that I mentioned were actually in the Conservative Party manifesto in 2017, but every one of them was a Labour pledge in 2017. On Brexit, the Prime Minister's own red lines ruled out any sensible compromise deal. Only after she had missed her own deadline to leave did the Prime Minister even begin to shift her position. But by then, she no longer had the authority to deliver. Her successor has no mandate at all. Does she have confidence that the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge will succeed where she has not?
Can I just say to the right honourable gentleman, I worked tirelessly to get a good deal for the UK, and I also worked hard to get that deal through this Parliament. I voted for the deal. What did the right honourable gentleman do? He voted against a deal. He voted to make no deal more likely. And when there was a prospect of reaching consensus across this House, the right honourable gentleman walked away from the talks. At every stage, his only interest has been playing party politics. And frankly, he should be ashamed of himself.
We've had 3 years of bungled negotiations, and we now have the spectacle of a Prime Minister coming into office with no electoral mandate, looking for a Brexit deal that has been ruled out by the European Union, or in the case of a no deal, ruled out by the majority in this House and by anyone that understands the dangers to the British economy of a no deal. The next Prime Minister thought the Isle of Man was in the European Union and that the European Union made rules about kippers that in fact were made by the government that he was part of. He also said the UK could secure tariff-free trade through Article 24 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, despite the Trade Secretary, Attorney General, Governor of the Bank of England all confirming that is not possible. At the start of 2018, it's coming, don't worry. At the start of 2018, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister herself set up a new unit to counter fake news, charged with combating disinformation. How successful does she think that's been?
I have to say to the right honourable gentleman that I fear that our success hasn't been what we wanted it to be from the amount of fake news and fake information he uses at that dispatch box.
Well, maybe, Mr. Speaker, she can have a word with her successor on the way out. But let me conclude by welcoming some for today. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by welcoming some of the Prime Minister's notable U-turns over the last couple of years. The cruel dementia tax was scrapped. Plans to bring back grammar schools were ditched. The threat to the pensions triple lock was abandoned. Withdrawal of the winter fuel payments was dumped. The pledge to bring back fox hunting was dropped. And they binned their plan to end universal free school meals for 5 to 7-year-olds. The Prime Minister has dumped her own manifesto. Given that her successor has no mandate from the people, no mandate in which to move into office, doesn't she agree the best thing the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge could do later on today, when he takes office, is to call a general election and let the people decide their future?
Answer to the right honourable gentleman is no. And if he wants to talk about people ducking manifesto commitments and commitments made during a general election campaign, can we remember what the Labour Party, the right honourable gentleman, said about student debt? Going to abolish student debt? After the election, no, he rose back on that promise, What did he say during the general election? He was committed to Trident. What does he say after the general election? No, he's not committed to Trident at all. He has broken promise after promise to the people of this country. But I say to the right honourable gentleman, as this is the last time that we will have this exchange across these dispatch boxes, to say that it is the strength of our British democracy that the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition have these exchanges across their dispatch boxes every week at 2 swords' length. No quarter is sought and none is given. And that's as it should be in our adversarial parliamentary democracy. But he and I are very different people, and with very different politicians. I think we approach the issues we face in this country in different ways. I have spent all but one of my years in this House on the front bench trying to implement the policies I believe in. He has spent most of his time on the backbenches campaigning for what he believes in, often against his own party. But what I think we both have in common is a commitment to our constituencies. I saw that after the terrorist attack in Finsbury Park Mosque in his constituency. But perhaps I could just finish my exchange with him by saying this. As a party leader who has accepted when her time was up, perhaps the time is now for him to do the same.
Don't be shy, Mr. Davis. Assert yourself, man. We must hear from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I first met the honourable member from Maidenhead when she came campaigning with me in Bury in the very difficult days, the dark days of the late 1990s. She's been a great friend of Wales ever since then. Yeah. And only recently her government has approved the end of the tolls on the M4 and a number of other great issues for Wales. Can I ask the honourable member, the Prime Minister, the right honourable member, the Prime Minister, to encourage her successor to bring forward a bill to extend the general election franchise to all British citizens living overseas, where there's a wide diaspora of Welsh.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for his remarks? Can I thank him also for highlighting the work that the government has done in Wales? I would add to that there are over 95,000 people in Wales who had a pay rise this year as a result of the national living wage, and we've seen employment in Wales rise by 167,000 since 2010. So we have indeed seen Conservatives delivering for Wales. I know the concern there is about the franchise issues for overseas voters, and I'm sure that is something that my successor will wish to look at. But can I also say to my honourable friend that I discovered a new part of his past recently, which is that I believe he was once the bodyguard to the legendary Hollywood actress Lauren Bacall. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I think his red face tells us all.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, it is fair to say that we have had our differences. It has not often been a shared meeting of minds. However, with the Prime Minister standing down today, the time for holding the Prime Minister to account has passed. Mr. Speaker, the burdens of office are considerable. The loneliness of leadership can be stark. Whilst there are times we have clashed on points of political difference, equally we have stood together when it has been right to do so. Over Salisbury and over the threats to the UK's national security. The Prime Minister has made sure that opposition leaders were informed rightly at key moments in national security. And in particular, her Chief of Staff, Gavin Barwell, has always sought to make sure that I was kept informed of important developments. Prime Minister, I wish you and Philip all the best for the future. As the Prime Minister departs, is she confident that the office of Prime Minister can be upheld by her flagrant successor?
Can I first of all thank the right honourable gentleman for his remarks. He's absolutely right. He and I have a difference of opinion on some key issues, but I've been grateful for the position that the SNP has taken on some of those key issues of national security when it has stood alongside the government as we have faced the actions of our enemy. Can I also say to the right honourable gentleman that I understand the point that he has made about keeping opposition leaders in touch with things that have taken place. And I would also like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to pay tribute to Gavin Barwell, who was a first-class member. He was a first-class member of this House, a first-class minister, and has been an absolutely first-class Chief of Staff. And in answer to the Right Honourable Gentleman's question, yes, I congratulate my Right Honourable friend for winning the Conservative leadership election. He will take over as Prime Minister, and I look forward to a first-class Conservative government under his leadership, delivering for the whole of the United Kingdom.
Ian Blackburn. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister-elect has no mandate in Scotland. He has no mandate from the people. The government he is busy forming has no mandate in Scotland. Mr. Speaker, Scotland deserves better. A Snap YouGov poll shows 60% of people in Scotland are dismayed and disappointed by the new Prime Minister. Prime Minister, we on these benches have tabled an early day motion with friends from parties across this House rejecting this House being shut down before November. Following Parliament's overwhelming message in last week's vote, can I invite the Prime Minister, in one of her first actions as a backbench MP, to sign our early day motion and join efforts to stop the suspension of Parliament under any circumstances?
Can I say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, as I said in answer to his first question, I accepted that he and I do have differences on a number of issues. I think we both have a passion for delivering for the people of Scotland. I want to do that with Scotland as part of the United Kingdom. He wants to take Scotland out of the United Kingdom. And can I say to him that what we do have in this government is a mandate from the people to form a government of this country. That's how we run things in the parliamentary democracy, that we have here in this country. We also have a mandate from the people to deliver on the result of the 2016 referendum. And if he's so interested in delivering on mandates of the British people, he should have voted for the deal and taken us out of the EU.
Mrs. Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Derwent Valley Cycleway is an aspirational project running through my constituency which would create an off-road cycleway between Derby and Baslow, providing an alternative commuting route, encouraging tourism, encouraging cycling amongst the young and improve the health of the local population. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that more funding should be made available to support this and other similar projects?
Well, can I recognise the importance of increasing cycling and walking? This is important for people's health, it's important for the local environment, and schemes like the Derwent Valley Cycleway provide significant benefit to the local economy as well as to health and the environment. So we have doubled our spending on cycling and walking in England, and our local cycling and walking infrastructure plan enables local authorities to take a strategic approach to planning improvements in their local cycling and walking, and to integrate those into wider plans for transport and economic development. And I'm sure this is an issue that will continue to be supported by Conservatives in government.
Mr. Speaker, in Newcastle, the Prime Minister's departure invokes neither the despair of a Rafa Benitez, nor yet the joy of a Mike Ashley, and she may take comfort from that. But as she considers her choices, House of Lords, dignified retirement, working with her successor, can I ask her to work to bring dignity and choice to others? She is a WASPy woman. Will she dedicate her prime ministerial retirement to justice for all WASPy?
Can I say to the Honourable Lady that, first of all, we have put £1 billion extra into the pension system, recognising concerns that were expressed by women about the changes to pensions. But she references what I'm going to be doing in the future. I thought I'd already made that very clear. I will be continuing in this House as the Member of Parliament for Maidenhead.
Closed question, Michael Fabricant.
Question 14, sir.
I'm sure my honourable friend will want to join me in saying how pleased I am with the economic growth that we've seen in the West Midlands Combined Authorities area, Outputs increased 27% over 5 years, productivity increased at twice the national rate last year, and employment has increased since 2011. And I think that the West Midlands Combined Authority shows precisely what a local, visible, innovative leadership can do, and how it can be the key to building a strong economy and a fairer society.
Michael Fabricant.
With the Prime Minister's active encouragement, the Mayor of the West Midlands was elected in May 2017, and she has supported him and the region ever since. Over £2 billion, Mr. Speaker, has been given to the region by the Prime Minister in form of grants and guarantees for transport and so many other worthwhile projects. So on behalf of the people of the West Midlands, may I thank her, and may I also ask that she continues in Parliament as a strong advocate for local devolution.
Well, can I say to my honourable friend, I remember the conversation I had with Andy Street when I was encouraging him to stand for the mayoralty of the West Midlands, and I'm very pleased that he did, and he has been delivering for the people of the West Midlands ever since his election. Can I also thank my honourable friend for highlighting the excellent work that we have done for the West Midlands. Government working with that combined authority shows the benefits of the very local devolution that my honourable friend has referred to. And I think this is a very good example of what that innovative leadership, that visionary leadership can do at a local level in improving the lives of people.
Finn Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Outgoing American presidents get to pardon anybody they want. If she could, would she pardon her successor for sabotaging her premiership purely for his own personal ambition?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman that my successor will continue to deliver the Conservative policies that have improved the lives of people up and down this country since we were elected into a coalition government in 2010. There is a long list of improvements that have taken place in people's lives, and I look forward on the backbenches to giving my full support to the next Prime Minister as he takes us forward, delivering on Brexit and continuing to deliver on those Conservative policies.
Sir Patrick McLaughlin.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for the way in which she has conducted herself as Prime Minister of this country, for the dignified way in which she has approached the job and her responsibilities. Can I ask her to reflect on the fact that when we both first joined the government in 2010, for every £4 the government was spending, we were borrowing £1. As she leaves office today, for every £34 the government spends, we're borrowing £1. She has left an economy that is in a much more stable position than when it was inherited. To do that, she has had to make some very, very difficult choices, and choices we may not have wanted to make, but we've got the economy on sound footing, and I thank her for it.
Well, can I thank my right honourable friend for pointing out that fact about government borrowing and for highlighting the work that we have done for the economy, delivering that balanced approach. And I'd like to thank my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for the work that he has done in delivering that. What does that mean? It means borrowing at its lowest level for 17 years. It means the lowest unemployment since the 1970s, wages growing at their fastest time in a decade, and debt falling. That's what my government has delivered. More jobs, healthier finances and an economy fit for the future.
Yasmin Qureshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Education Select Committee published its report on Friday, stating that the government should urgently address underfunding in further education by increasing the amount £4,000 per student to £4,760. Will the Prime Minister agree that raising the rate will benefit the excellent Bolton Sixth Form College in my constituency, as well as many other colleges which are also under severe financial pressure, some of which are actually going under?
I say to the Honourable Lady that obviously I will always look at Select Committee reports with care, but actually I commissioned a review, the Auger Review, about post-18 funding in education. That review has been very clear that more money needs to go into further education and more money into sixth forms. I want to see that happening. Indeed, I think that just as my government has given a priority to the National Health Service in looking at funding for the future, the next government should give a priority to education so that we can see that money going into FE and sixth forms and ensuring that for every young person there is an avenue through education and training that suits them, that suits their talents and gives them the best opportunities for their future.
Helen Grant.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has always been a great champion of victims of domestic violence as Prime Minister and as Home Secretary, and she's directed many, many millions of pounds during her time into improving those support services. But does she agree with me there is still much more work to be done in terms of prevention and early intervention and the ongoing scepticism that still greets many victims when they report violence?
Can I thank my honourable friend for raising a very important issue, and also thank her for the work that I know she did in her legal practice prior to coming into this House for the victims of domestic violence. This is a very important issue. I'm proud of the domestic abuse bill that has been introduced in this House, and I look forward to the debates on that bill as it goes through its time in Parliament. But my honourable friend is absolutely right. We do need to continue the focus, to continue making sure that we're working on prevention and continuing to raise awareness. We must ensure that domestic violence is seen for what it is. These are criminal acts that are being perpetrated, and they should not be brushed under the carpet. People should not just say, oh, it's something that happens behind closed doors or just a domestic. We need to take domestic violence very seriously. We need to ensure that we take the appropriate action for in relation to the perpetrators, but also that victims are given support and that they feel confident and able to come forward at the earliest opportunity to report what has happened to them.
John McNally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, the wife of Captain Dean Sprouting, a brave, experienced and decorated soldier with the UK military for 29 years. In January 2018, he was killed while serving in Iraq, believed to be by a forklift driven by US soldiers. 18 months later, Captain Sprouting's family have still not had an answer as to how he came to his death. His death has not been fully investigated, and those driving the truck have not been brought to justice. Can the PM ensure that there will be a continuing investigation into the cause of his death?
Can I say to the honourable gentleman, obviously he's raised an issue of great concern, and I'm sure it will be of concern to members across this House, and of course to the family of his constituent. Can I say to him that I will ensure that the Ministry of Defence provides a response to him on this issue?
Alistair Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I thank my right honourable friend for her work in supporting and overseeing the global health programme that the United Kingdom delivers overseas, particularly vaccination and most notably polio eradication vaccination, for which she has herself been internationally recognised and which has saved and safeguarded millions of children's lives across the world. Does she agree with me that the need to combat misinformation about vaccination is perhaps now as important as it ever has been? And would she, in her memo to her successor, just note the importance of this programme and also the continuing need for a self-standing Department for International Development?
Can I thank my right honourable friend for his reference to the work on polio enables me to congratulate and commend the work that's been done by my constituent Judith Diment with Rotary International in their work against polio. Can I also say to him it is important that we do combat the disinformation about vaccinations and ensure that people are willing to have those vaccinations which will change their lives, which will ensure that they can lead healthy lives rather than succumbing to diseases and conditions that can have an impact on their lives. Can I also say to him, I'm proud of the fact that we have a Department for International Development. I'm proud of the fact that we've legislated for 0.7% of GNI to be spent on development aid overseas. That is an important element of global Britain, an important element of our standing in the world.
Tom Brake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, I had the honour of witnessing the presentation of the Légion d'honneur to Hélène Aldwinkle, who is a constituent, for the work that she did at Bletchley Park as a codebreaker in World War II. She played a critical role in defeating the most disgusting fascist ideology. So will the Prime Minister, on her last day at the dispatch box, join me in saying that all politicians should remember the common goals which united people like Hélène, and they must never resort to, nor fail to call out nationalistic rhetoric which paints others as enemies, victimises minorities or espouses racism, and if they do, they are neither fit to be a president nor a prime minister.
Can I say to the right honourable gentleman that, as I have said on a number of occasions in the past, it behoves all of us as politicians, indeed all in public life, to be careful about the language we use and to ensure that we give a very clear message that there is no place in our society for racism or for hate crime, and we should all act to ensure that we deliver on those sentiments. Can I also say to him to thank Hélène for her work at Bletchley Park and all those who worked at Bletchley Park. Unsung for some considerable time, they played an absolutely crucial part in our ability to defeat fascism in the Second World War, and we should be very proud of the work that they did, and I'm grateful for the opportunity he's given for this House to celebrate it.
Heath Simpson.
Can I begin, Mr. Speaker, by commending the Prime Minister in her term of office for her stamina and her courage, whatever our views on Brexit and other issues, and the support that she received from her husband Philip. For many of us, our husbands, wives, partners are the unsung heroes. May I now ask her a specific question? She is going to the Palace this afternoon, and we assume that she's going to recommend that the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge succeeds her as Prime Minister. But can she tell the House one piece of real hard advice that she would like to give him on being Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, can I say a number of my right honourable friends from a secretary position are suggesting that advice should be to read my honourable friend's summer reading list. Can I also say to him that he's given me an opportunity for doing something which I suspect many on my side may not thank me for, but I'm taking a lead from you, Mr. Speaker, in saying that I'm very pleased to be able to see my husband in the gallery today.
Vernon Coker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I obviously disagree with the Prime Minister on many aspects of policy and the work she's done over the last few years, both as Prime Minister and Home Secretary, but it would be wrong not to commend the Prime Minister on the phenomenal work she's done on bringing forward the issue of modern slavery and tackling human trafficking. And so can I congratulate her on that? But in doing that, there are still many issues and many challenges with respect to this that face us. And can I just ask the Prime Minister, last year, as part of government policy, we locked up 507 potential victims of modern slavery as immigration offenders. That can't be right, and surely we need a change of public policy to treat them as victims, not as criminals.
Can I first of all thank the honourable gentleman for his remarks, and can I also thank him for the work that he has done on this issue of modern slavery too, because it's one on which he and I have spoken on a number of occasions over the years, and he has been a great champion of this issue as well. As he will know, in the Modern Slavery Act that we passed in 2015, we did take action in relation to those individuals who could find themselves at the receiving end of criminal charges as a result, but effectively because they had been forced to act in that way because of modern slavery, and that was dealt with in that issue. We have been looking at how we deal with victims at the referral mechanism, and it is important. We've had an independent review of the Modern Slavery Act that has proposed and made a number of recommendations for improving the way in which victims are treated, and we will be taking most of those recommendations on board.
Dame Caroline Spellman.
Speaker, and further to the honourable gentleman's mention of modern-day slavery, I think it's right to record that my right honourable friend has long and distinguished service in this House, both in government and in opposition, but her commitment to public service has been outstanding. Her vision and determination to bring forward legislation against modern-day slavery led the world. So I hope that my right honourable friend will continue her fight against slavery with us from the backbenches so that we stamp out this evil scourge together.
Can I say to my right honourable friend, I look forward to joining her on the backbenches and continuing to campaign on this issue, and I also would pay tribute to her for the work that she has done on this issue. She's right, it is an absolute scourge. We must continue to fight it, and we must continue to raise awareness of it, because there are too many people today in this country, not trafficked into this country, but British citizens who find themselves taken into effective slavery. We must raise awareness of this, and we must constantly work to combat it and to end it.
Mr Paul Sweeney.
The Prime Minister has often spoken about the need for an industrial strategy during her time in office, but the St Rollox Railway Works in Springburn, affectionately known as the Calais, will be closed by its asset-stripping German owner Mutares on Friday, ending 163 years of engineering excellence and the jobs of 200 skilled workers.
Shame.
The Scottish and UK governments have both failed to intervene to save this strategic site since the closure was announced late last year, while the workforce has been left devastated. Even though the Prime Minister is losing her own job today, it's not too late for her to act now and to instruct the government to do everything it can to find a way to save these vital jobs and this historic railway works. Will she at least commit to doing that?
To the honourable gentleman, I recognise the concern that he's showing for his constituency and the worry and concern that there is for those people who are employed in the business that he has referred to. Of course, whenever we see closures of factories, closures of industrial sites, government does act to ensure that support is available for those who do find themselves losing their jobs, should that be the case. But can I also say to the honourable gentleman, he says that I said that I talked of having a modern industrial strategy. We have a modern industrial strategy. It is a modern industrial strategy which is setting the background and the framework which will enable the economy of the United Kingdom to be the economy for the 21st century.
Charles Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You are in no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that I think the Prime Minister is a thoroughly good egg, and it's been an absolute privilege to serve on the backbenches with her. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister's commitment to mental health has been simply fantastic. It was fantastic when she was the Home Secretary and fantastic as Prime Minister. The Stevenson-Farmer Review into workplace mental health. Sir Simon's Wesley Review into the 1983 Mental Health Act. Her commitment to reducing the tragedy of suicide and putting her office behind that, and the introduction of places of safety for people experiencing a mental health crisis. Mr. Speaker, we have been filling the Prime Minister's diary up with future commitments as she authors the next chapter of her political life. But can she find space for a few more paragraphs on mental health?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, his question. Can I also thank him and my right honourable friend, the member for Chesham and Amersham, for the dignified way in which they conducted the Conservative Party leadership election. He has been an advocate for government doing more on mental health for his time during his time in this House, and he has championed the need for us to do more on mental health. I want to continue to ensure that we do indeed take forward. We have set the record in putting that record funding into mental health, in having those essential reviews, Stevenson-Farmer and Sir Simon Wesley's review. We now need to ensure that we implement the proposals, that we take this forward, because if we do so, then we will make a significant improvement in the lives of those people with mental health problems.
I bet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Professor John Snowden of Sheffield Hallamshire University Hospital has just received a top NHS award for pioneering work on stem cell transplantation for MS sufferers. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to declare my own personal interest in this, in that John Snowden and his excellent team were responsible for my own transplant last year for multiple myeloma, a form of blood cancer. Will she now give an assurance, as she steps down as Prime Minister but remains an MP, that she won't support any form of Brexit
which prevents John Snowden continuing to work with his EU colleagues on the board of the European Society for Blood and Marrow Transplantation, which will continue to advance this treatment for patients with myeloma, MS and leukemia.
Can I say to the honourable gentleman that, first of all, I commend the individual that he's referred to for the work that he has been doing. I'm not aware of the particular organisation that he has referred to, of which the consultant he's referred to is a member. But can I just say to the honourable gentleman that I do want to see a relationship between the United Kingdom and the European Union in the future that enables our scientists, enables our academics to continue to work with those in the EU, as well as those around the rest of the world, to do the pioneering work, which, as the honourable gentleman has said from his own experience, is changing people's lives and improving those lives for the better.
Ah, yes, a singular denizen of the House, Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and I first encountered the bumping pitch and blinding light of parliamentary life together in 1997, and since then, over many tests, I've endured some defeats and enjoyed many victories. As she reflects on her innings on the front bench, will she count as amongst her greatest achievements the falling number of workless households, which succour personal responsibility, secure family stability, and nurture communal pride? Will she continue that work and, in doing so, unite the whole House in that mission?
Can I thank my right honourable friend? Can I also thank my right honourable friend for the work that we did together when he was a Home Office Minister? He worked very hard to ensure that what I believe is an extremely important and pioneering piece of legislation, the Investigatory Powers Act, went through this House, and I'm very happy to welcome the fact that we now have that low number of workless households in this country. We all know that children brought up in a household where there is work are more likely to do better at school and more likely to succeed further in their own lives. It's an important aim to reduce the number of workless households, and one that I would have hoped could be accepted and championed across this whole House.
Austin!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by associating myself completely with the final answer the Prime Minister gave to the Leader of the Opposition about his need to consider his future. And can I tell her this as well? Hold on. Can I tell her this as well? It's absolutely clear to me that the vast majority of Labour MPs agree with her too. Completely right. Now, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of people have come to my community meetings in the last few weeks. They're worried about antisocial behaviour, they're worried about car crime, they're worried about burglaries, and they're worried about violent crime too. They want more police on the streets and they want more criminals locked up. So will she urge her successor to make sure West Midlands Police gets all the support it needs to keep people in Dudley safe?
Well, can I first of all congratulate the honourable gentleman on his appointment as trade envoy to Israel. I think he's done a lot of work on anti-Semitism and should be congratulated for that work too. We have, we have been ensuring that we have been putting more money into police forces. Around £1 billion extra is available to police forces this year, and many police forces around the country are recruiting more officers. But can I say, in the theme that the honourable gentleman started in his question, it is therefore, I would imagine, to him and to others, a great matter of sadness that his right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, took the Labour Party through voting against extra money for the police and against extra powers for the police.
Victoria Prentice!
Mr. Speaker, 31 people were killed in Idlib yesterday and many tens of thousands of people displaced again. I would like to thank the Prime Minister for her personal commitment to Syria and for international development more widely, and I would like her to join with me in reassuring the people of Syria that all of us here will continue to remember them.
Can I say to my honourable friend, first of all, I commend the work that she did in setting up Singing for Syria, which has been raising funds for people in Syria, and the commitment that she has shown to the people of Syria. We remain, and the Conservative government will remain, committed to working for a political solution in Syria that can provide the stability and security that the people of Syria deserve.
Nigel Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, and can I join with others in thanking the Prime Minister for her years of public service as Home Secretary and as Prime Minister in the thoroughly decent and dedicated, honourable way she has carried out all of her duties and the very courteous and proper way that she has had in her dealings with us as a party. And working together, we have ensured that there actually is a Conservative and Unionist government of the United Kingdom, which will please many in this House, and I'll also please Labour members by saying that we have ensured that there's no early general election. Now that the Prime Minister has more time on her hands with her dear husband Philip, I urge her to come to Northern Ireland and avail of the many walking opportunities there. She will have seen the wonderful Open Championship this weekend in Royal Portrush. A credit to Northern Ireland, a credit to the United Kingdom. The warm hospitality of the people of Northern Ireland show, and it is very open to her as well.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman and thank him for the discussions that we have had and the support that he has continued to give to the Conservative and Unionist Party so that there is a Conservative and Unionist government in this country. Can I thank him for the warm welcome that he has given for me and Philip to Northern Ireland. I've enjoyed my visits to Northern Ireland, but I'd like to congratulate all those in Northern Ireland involved in putting on the Open Championship at Portrush, with the slight issue of the weather, I think, which may have favoured those who came close to the top of the championship, but it was an excellent championship put on, and I think many people will have seen the delights and benefits of Northern Ireland when they attended that event.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As somebody who has not invariably seen eye to eye with the Prime Minister, may I thank her for her remarkable public service and for showing that highest of virtues, a sense of duty, and on top of that, being willing to deal with people who must on occasions have been annoying to her with enormous courtesy. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of many people, may I thank the Prime Minister.
Thank you. Can I thank...
The honourable gentleman's voice carries. I was able to hear his question, but I'm at least as interested to hear the answer. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend for his remarks, and can I say to him that the point of this place is about debate and argument and discussion about the issues that we all believe and that matter to us all so passionately. And those debates and discussions are best held when they are held with respect and courtesy. And I thank my honourable friend for the courtesy that he has shown to me in our discussions together. And I look forward to probably continuing some of those discussions when I join him on the back benches.
Jo Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I think of girls growing up in Eastern Bartonshire, it is inspiring for them to see women in positions of power, whether that's as First Minister of Scotland or as Prime Minister of our United Kingdom. Can I ask the Prime Minister what advice she has for women across the country on how to deal with those men who think they could do a better job but are not prepared to do the actual work?
Prime Minister!
My advice... I think my advice to all women is actually be true to yourself. Persevere, keep going, and be true to the vision that you are working for. But can I congratulate the Right Honourable Lady on her election as leader of her party. I'm pleased also that we have a member representing a Scottish constituency who is a leader of a United Kingdom party. And I think it goes to show we are one united kingdom, and MPs from the 4 nations of our union sit in this House on the basis of equality. Can I also say to the Honourable Lady that I congratulate her on becoming the first woman, I believe, to lead the Liberal Party. And as I stand down, I'm pleased to be able to hand the baton on to another female leader of a political party. But as you look around the chamber, I have to say we almost have a full set. She's referred, and my party's had 2 women leaders. The Liberal Party now has a woman leader. The SNP has a woman leader, as do the DUP. Plaid and the Greens have. Even, wait for it. Even the independent Tigger group, Change UK, or whatever they're calling themselves this week, are now on to their second woman leader. There's only one party in this House letting the side down, the Labour Party.
Ellen Whately!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for all she has done for women in Parliament and in this country, from co-founding Women to Win, to tackling domestic abuse and modern slavery, and legislating to make our society more equal. Will she urge her successor to build on her work and make Britain the best place in the world to be a woman?
Prime Minister.
I'm very happy to urge that commitment for the future, but I thank my honourable friend for raising this particular issue, and I'm very pleased that under my government we've seen the gender pay gap at a record low, we've seen female employment at a record high, and a record percentage of women on executive boards. And we're now seeing with our Women's Empowerment Roadmap, we're looking at how we can empower women in this country from school to retirement. I want women in this country to feel that there are no limits to how far they can go and what they can do with their lives.
Cooper!
We have disagreed on many things over the years, but the Prime Minister knows that I have long respected her resilience, her commitment to public duty and her seriousness, and also her work on national security. And I can reassure her that there is much to be done from the backbenches. But she will also know that I said to her once that I believed she was not the kind of person who would take this country into a chaotic no deal, not least because of the advice she had had on the risks to our national security. I am fearful about her successor, so can she reassure me that she really thinks in her heart that her successor will take those national security warnings as seriously as she has, and if he doesn't in October, will she speak out?
Prime Minister.
I say to the right honourable lady, first of all, I have every confidence that my successor will take all the issues that he needs to look at in making these decisions and others across government as seriously as they need to be taken. But can I also say to her, I'm sorry, and I will say this, she's absolutely right that I've always said that I believe it is better for this country to leave with a good deal, and I believe we negotiated a good deal. I voted 3 times in this House for a good deal. I spoke to the right honourable lady about this issue. If she was so concerned about the security aspect of no deal, she should have voted for the deal.
Dame Cheryl Gillen.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, in every aspect of her public life, has put her heart and soul into giving people the best chance in life. Without understanding, autistic people and their families, which number 2.8 million in the UK, are all at risk of being isolated and developing mental health problems. In thanking the Prime Minister for all the work that she has done in furthering the issues surrounding mental health and removing the stigma, can I ask her, after she has left the front bench to spend more meaningful time with her husband Philip, if she will join the all-party parliamentary group on autism and become a champion and advocate for autistic people throughout the country?
Prime Minister!
My right honourable friend, and also thank her for the groundbreaking work that she did with the Autism Act in 2009. And I think that that act helped to raise people's awareness of the issues of people on the autistic spectrum and a much greater understanding of what we needed to do in order to enable people with autism to lead fulfilling lives. Can I also say to her that there are many issues that I will want to take an interest in when I'm on the backbenches. This is one, and along with the wider issue of mental health, that I will want to continue to look at, and I have committed to taking the autism training that the all-party group has made available for members of Parliament.
Finally, I call the mother of the House, Harriet Harman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a historic moment when a Prime Minister leaves office, especially when the country faces such difficult times as we do ahead. But her departure marks another milestone, because though we're on to our 77th Prime Minister now, she is only the second woman ever to have held that office. And she put tackling human trafficking and the horrors of domestic violence as a priority at the heart of her government. And can I say that in that respect, her legacy is secure, because everyone in this House backs that, and we will all be committed to taking that forward. Even her harshest critics must recognise her integrity, her commitment to public service, her dedication to this country, and those are qualities that none of us should ever take for granted. But can I just offer her a word of sisterly advice? Sometimes you just have to be a bit more careful when a man wants to hold your hand. I thank her for her service as our Prime Minister, and I sincerely wish her all the very best for the future.
Prime Minister!
Well, can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question? And of course, the Right Honourable Lady joined this House in 1982 when there was a female Prime Minister, but very few women in this House. And she has played a very important role, and she can be proud of the role that she played in ensuring that more women came into this House as Labour members of Parliament. And she started something which has started to change the face of this House, which has been very important. I, of course, came here in 1997 as one of only 13 Conservative women, and indeed one Labour Member of Parliament approached me to encourage me to sign the private members' bill list, because he assumed as I was a woman I must have been a Labour Member of Parliament. But I'm also proud to have played my part in getting more women MPs in this House, and I'm sure that amongst the women in this House today there is a future Prime Minister, maybe more than one. Later today, as I said earlier, I will return to the backbenches, and it will be my first time in 21 years, so it's going to be quite a change from standing here at the dispatch box. I'm told that over the last 3 years I've answered over 4,500 questions, over 140 hours in this House. More than I might have expected, Mr. Speaker. In future, I look forward to asking the questions. But we are, as the Right Honourable Lady has said, living through extraordinary political times. This House of Commons is rightly at the centre of those events, and that's because of the vital link between every single member of this House and the communities, the commons that we represent. That's the bedrock of our parliamentary democracy and of our liberty. And each one of us, wherever we sit, whatever we stand for, can take pride in that. And that duty to serve my constituents will remain my greatest motivation.
I'm always deeply obliged to the honourable gentleman whom I've known since we jousted at the University of Essex together, but he wasn't often in order then, and I'm sceptical as to whether he'll be in order now, for the simple reason that points of order come after urgent questions. And we look forward, I think I speak for the House in saying this, we look forward with eager anticipation, bated breath and beads of sweat upon our brows to hear with what pearls of wisdom the honourable gentleman intends to favour the Chamber. Meanwhile, we come to the first of our 4 urgent questions. Urgent question, Anna Turley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Secretary of State if he will make a statement on the sale of British Steel.
The Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, Secretary Dr. Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as honourable members will recall, I made a statement to the House a few hours after British Steel entered insolvency on the 22nd of May. This was and still is an uncertain time for the British Steel workforce, their families and communities, and for the customers and suppliers of the business, and everyone who believes as I do in the importance of excellent steel making and manufacturing in the UK. In my statement, I said that although the independent official receiver is solely responsible for the operation and sale of the British Steel business, I would personally and on behalf of the government do everything I possibly could within my powers to help secure a good future for the whole of British Steel's operations. Following a visit to the Scunthorpe plant the following day and to Skinninggrove and Lackenby-on-Teesside the day after, with local MPs, including the Honourable Lady, we formed a British Steel support group to work together to immediately and actively pursue that aim. I chaired the group with the Industry Minister, which has included the British Steel Management, trade unions, Community Unite and the GMB, the Mayor of the Tees Valley and the leader of North Lincolnshire Council and their officers, the chairs of the Humber, Greater Lincolnshire and Tees Valley LEPs, UK Steel, the National Manufacturers Association Make UK on behalf of suppliers and customers, the Federation of Small Businesses, government officials and other local MPs, including the Honourable Lady, my honourable friends, the members for Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland and Brigham Goole, and the Honourable Member for Scunthorpe. The support group has now met 8 times, usually in Doncaster, and subgroups on the supply chain have met separately, as have local partners. I would like to pay tribute to the hard work, tenacity and dedication of this group, and the extraordinary commitment of the workforce, who during this time have worked magnificently, not only to continue, but to increase steel production. Often in insolvencies, customer orders can dry up, suppliers withdraw their services, and the workforce can drift away, precipitating a rapid failure. In this instance, the opposite has been the case. The confidence that the support group has built, coupled with a government indemnity to the official receiver, has allowed trading to continue, orders to be won, and production to increase. This is without precedent in my experience. Although all decisions are for the official receiver, I've been active, as members know, in visiting prospective buyers in many parts of the world to make it clear that the UK government will, within its legal powers, work with a good long-term owner of these important assets to see how we can help them realise their vision for the company. I'm pleased to say that the official receiver has said that he is encouraged by the level of interest in purchasing British Steel, and his special managers, EY, are currently in further discussions with potential buyers. The official receiver has made it clear that given the complex nature of the operations, any potential sale will take time to deliver. Mr. Speaker, I said in May that I was determined to see the proud record of steel-making excellence continue. The world needs steel, and British Steel is amongst the best in the world. Yeah. To secure that will require, in my experience, the continued active participation of everyone that I mentioned earlier, without interruption during the critical weeks ahead, and in particular to whoever stands at this dispatch box to devote themselves unstintingly to achieve a great outcome for everyone concerned with British Steel, which I believe, though not certain, is certainly within grasp, and that is the flourishing of British Steel's operations for many years to come.
Anna Turley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I begin by putting on record my thanks to the Secretary of State for not just his response just now, but the way he has responded to this crisis. We find ourselves in a fundamentally different position to that situation in 2015, where either by design or flat-footedness the government failed to respond with devastating consequences. This is a completely different scenario, and I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State that he stepped in, he has helped secure the asset, he's enabled the business to continue, he ensured the workforce were paid, and he's given us, through the indemnity that the government have given to the official receiver, a very, very good chance of ensuring the future for British Steel in this country. So I'd like to put on record my thank you to him. Also for his efforts in, as he said, going around the world to help secure a buyer. But of course the situation does remain precarious, and while we've had the last few weeks of new Prime Minister running around the country waving kippers in the air, the contrast has been 5,000 dedicated, highly skilled workers in British Steel putting their shoulders to the wheel in Scunthorpe, in Skinning Grove, in Lackenby, despite having their livelihoods in the balance, producing with record levels of production and working with every effort they have to ensure the business continues to produce the best steel in the world and continues to flourish. So I pay tribute to all of those working within British Steel, and they deserve a government that is itself going to be straining every single sinew to ensure that their business survives. I pay tribute also to the trade unions, to Community Union and to Unite, to every worker in British Steel, everybody in the customer base who has continued to ensure that that their requests for steel have come, and some have even stepped up their demands. Everyone in the supply chain who has continued to work so hard and supply the business. I want to thank the colleagues as well in the Doncaster Round Table, and I'd like to again pay tribute to the Secretary of State for the inclusive and positive way that he has done that. However, I do have a number of questions for the Secretary of State, whoever will be at the dispatch box in the coming days, weeks and months ahead. And those questions are, firstly, does the Secretary of State understand the implications of failure? We know what 5,000 job losses could be like in areas like Scunthorpe, like Redcar and like Skinning Grove, where there is no alternative employment. We know the cost of cleaning up the site, £1 billion. Does the future Secretary of State understand the loss of a major industry in Britain, which any self-respecting major economy would value and recognise to be essential? Does the Secretary of State recognise the role of steel as a foundation industry for our defence, for our automotive, for our construction? And do they understand what reliance on overseas production could mean for our economy, for our independence and for our self-reliance? Secondly, does the Secretary of State, will they commit to endeavour to ensure that the official receiver will continue to receive the indemnity for as long as it takes to find a buyer? And thirdly, will he endeavour to give wholehearted government support to those bids which primarily keep the business together as one industry across Skinning Grove, Lackenby and Skinning Grove and Scunthorpe? Will he pledge to prevent cherry picking? Will he pledge to keep asset strippers at bay so we don't suffer from the same issues that we've had before? Will he pledge to ensure the terms and conditions of the workforce are maintained? Will he ensure that any company that his government supports will invest in the assets and ensure they're modernised for the future of our industry? Will they invest in research and development? And will he ensure they are committed to the long-term interests of steelmaking in this country? Finally, I hope whoever will be at the dispatch box in the weeks ahead will recognise that they have the jobs and the livelihoods of thousands of men and women in their hands, as well as the guardianship of a vital, modern, innovative and potentially world-leading British industry.
Secretary of State. Grateful to the Honourable Lady and grateful for her asking the question that gives us the chance to talk about these issues. She has been very dedicated and devoted to her constituents, as have other members, starting her week with me in Doncaster, with the colleagues that I described, to make sure that we can work together and join together to make sure that there are no gaps between any of the interested parties. It has had an appreciable effect. Many of these prospective buyers have noted that. Certainly many customers and suppliers have observed the resolution and the unanimity of resolution that is behind that. Many of the questions were addressed to who might be the Secretary of State under the new Prime Minister, so it would be presumptuous of me to answer on his or her behalf, but by putting it on the record, it is a clear set of requirements that she places. I endorse everything that she said. What I would say is that not only would the consequences of the loss of historic assets, hugely important in all of the communities that she mentions. Not only would that be unconscionable, but actually it would be to lose a substantial opportunity here. She, like me, I think, believes that there is a strong future, a strategic future for the British steel industry. The world, as I said in my answer to her, is going to need steel. We have opportunities in this country, investing in infrastructure to make greater use of UK steel. We export much in the way of our scrap steel to other countries, for example, which both environmentally and in terms of industrial opportunities could be made better use of. And if we invest, as we intend to and are through the industrial strategy, in the technologies that will make steelmaking cleaner, more efficient and suitable for new uses, there is every reason, in my view, in which the UK steel industry, including British Steel, can be a beacon to the rest of the world of how a modern manufacturing industry can flourish.
Indeed. Simon Clarke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I associate myself with the priorities outlined by my neighbour, the Honourable Lady Foredka. This is an opportunity to say a big thank you on behalf of the people of Teesside for all the dedication that the Secretary of State has shown as a son of Teesside to our steel industry, and it has not gone unnoticed locally how much he has gone over and above what might be called the ordinary line of duty in order to secure a positive outcome to this sale. So a sincere and lasting thank you. Can I put it to the Secretary of State that it would be helpful to get on record what he's been doing to leave no stone unturned in these negotiations? In particular, can he talk about the in-principle willingness to potentially invest alongside a future purchaser?
Well, I'm grateful for the generous words of my honourable friend, and he himself has been assiduous, not just in being a member of the support group, but working in Skiddinggrove with the customers of British Steel to convey the assurances that are necessary. I think it is important and will continue to be important, especially during the weeks ahead in August. Buyers will have questions around what is an extensive and complex set of assets, and so everyone, I think, must be available and active in providing the answers to those questions. And when it comes to the government, we have, through the industrial strategy, programmes to support improvements in energy efficiency, for example, which is very important, to decarbonise industrial clusters, of which steelmaking is a prime example, and to invest in research and development. We have the biggest increase in R&D through the industrial strategy that we've had in the history of this country. And these are points that I am making to prospective purchasers so that they can see that the environment is a positive one. It would be wrong for me to comment on the individual bids. It is a matter for the legally and strictly for the official receiver. But I have made myself available in this country and overseas to answer questions. I've had, I think, over 25 meetings with bidders, and it has been encouraging, to use the words of the official receiver, that serious bids have been made, but the work must continue to land them and to secure the future.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do hope that this is not my last exchange with the Secretary, but just in case, I wanted to stress my thanks for the amazing Mini Cooper toy he presented me with last week, and he shouldn't worry because there will always be a parking space in my heart for him. We might differ certainly in our approach to many of the structural flaws that our economy faces, but on most issues we actually have more in common than many people would realise, not least on industrial strategy. I'd also like to thank my honourable friend, the member for Redcar, for securing this important update on British Steel. Now, I know the Secretary shares my opinion that British Steel must be kept as one entity, not splintered off to different buyers who do not have the long-term success of the company at their heart. However, there have been reports this week that the Chinese Jinghe Group, who were interested in the company as a whole, have pulled out. It was also reported that the deadline for bids has been moved a number of times. An email sent from the official receiver indeed reported to have stated that they have not set any deadline to conclude a sale process. So can the Secretary confirm how many prospective buyers there are remaining, how many are interested in acquiring the entirety of the company, and what deadlines for the sale have been set?
Can he also confirm that, as my honourable friend mentioned earlier, he will only give his support to bids which support the long-term interests of the company, the workforce, the local community and the steel industry as a whole? He must also recognise that, as we on this side have repeatedly stated, action must be taken on electricity prices, business rates, driving investment and, of course, securing a good Brexit deal, because no deal could mean no steel. So can the Secretary assure the House that he will be taking steps to ensure that the new Prime Minister takes action on these issues urgently and understands the real importance of the steel industry?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for the generosity of her remarks. I have enjoyed my exchanges and our meetings with her. I hope the parking space in her heart has an electric charging point for that electric Mini. That would be very important. She invites me to comment on the bids and some of the press speculation as to who is bidding and who isn't. It is, first of all, this is a matter for the official receiver, and secondly, I wouldn't want to prejudice any of those bids by commenting. They are made, the discussions are in many cases under confidential terms, and it would be wrong to do anything that might disadvantage that. There is often, in situations like this, speculation in the press. Much of it is misplaced. What I can say, and this is something that the official receiver has said publicly, is that there are several bids that have been made and that they are looking for bids that consider the whole of the operations, and that is something that I welcome as she does. In terms of long-term commitments, we do have a long-term commitment to manufacturing and to steel in particular. I mentioned some of the funds in the industrial strategy that are available, and of course, because they would accompany substantial investment, which I hope will be in place, that they require a long-term commitment from any prospective buyer. She's right to raise the question of energy prices and electricity prices. It is not a new phenomenon, and it's not one that is unique to any particular government. In fact, the biggest increase in industrial electricity prices took place under the previous government, and what we've done in the last 5 years is to contribute nearly £300 million to energy-intensive industries as a rebate to those costs. But through the Industrial Energy Efficiency Fund that is available in the industrial strategy, we want to reduce further the costs of energy. It's very important that we should do that. Again, she asks questions about the incoming Prime Minister. All I would say is that I have spoken to both candidates during the leadership contest to impress on them what she and I agree is the crucial role of this industry. And I know that the Honourable Lady, my honourable friend and other honourable members have communicated not just with the current Prime Minister but her successors to reinforce the resolution across all sides of the House that this is at the top of the new Prime Minister's agenda.
Sir Edward Lee.
A very large number of my constituents work at Scunthorpe, and can the Secretary of State assure me that their welfare, whatever happens, is at the forefront of his mind? And can I ask him this? In an international market which is often manipulated by governments, notably by the Chinese, will he assure me that, in this case, to quote Sir Chief Keith Joseph, the market is not enough, and there will be an activist and extremely interventionist, may I say, approach by this government to ensure that there is a buyer? And lastly, I've always thought he was an outstanding parliamentarian ever since our days on the PAC together. I wish him well in the reshuffle.
Well, I'm very grateful indeed to my right honourable friend, and my training under his expert tutelage on the PAC stood me in good stead for ministerial office, and I'm grateful to him for that. And I'm encouraged by his encouragement to take an activist approach. That is the approach that I've been taking. In my view, and it applies to everyone that's been part of this support group, you let it slip through your fingers if you're not there to make sure that all of the questions could be answered, whether that's from the trade unions who've been magnificent in this, whether it's through the local authorities, including some of his neighbours in Lincolnshire, and Ursula Leadbitter, who leads the Lincolnshire LEP, has been very active in the group. I will continue, insofar as I'm at this dispatch box, to continue that approach, and I'm sure his recommendation of an activist approach will sound with some resonance down the corridors of this place and reach the ears of the new Prime Minister, and I hope he will follow my right honourable friend's sage advice.
Marian Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's disheartening to hear that this process continues to drag on, with no idea of how long it will take for a deal to conclude. This UK Government must at last stand up for the steel industry and deliver a sector deal. In today's global world, the uncertainty caused by Brexit is providing businesses with the nudge they need to leave the UK. How many more will leave when it becomes apparent the new Prime Minister has no plans beyond Brexit no deal? Our thoughts are with all those dealing with continued uncertainty, employees, management, unions and those in the supply chain. What will this Secretary of State, who has shown real commitment to securing the continuation of the British steel plants, or indeed what will his successor do in the face of a Brexit which is doing irreparable damage to our manufacturing sector?
Well, I'm grateful for what the Honourable Lady said about me personally. I think it would be more disheartening if this process had concluded with what I think was the wide expectation 8 weeks ago, as the Honourable Lady referred to what happened in Redcar, which was the more or less immediate closure of the plant. The fact that the process continues, I think, so far from being disheartening, is heartening that there are several bidders that the official receiver and his agents are working with, and I think it is absolutely vital that those discussions should continue for as long as they as prove necessary. It's one of the reasons why my first act on the morning of the insolvency was to commit a government indemnity to allow that orderly process to take place, and I very much hope it will. I very much agree with the Honourable Lady that having a sector deal with the steel sector is highly desirable. It requires all the sector deals, and colleagues have heard me launch different sector deals from this dispatch box. They all require investment by the industry and by the government alongside each other. That's precisely what we want to do here, and so I hope that this will be a catalyst for the investment that allows such a deal to take place.
Andrew Percy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also thank the Secretary of State for his work on behalf of the very large number of my constituents who work at Scunthorpe. It is because of his actions and the actions of our government that they have continued to be paid throughout this process, and that they continue to have the confidence to commit to the British Steel site at Scunthorpe. Moving forward, does he agree with me that it is really important that the incoming new government commits once again to big infrastructure projects such as HS2, and of course also to Northern Powerhouse Rail, HS3, to give that certainty to the industry into the future that there is going to be investment from this government in that vital infrastructure?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend and for his participation in the support group in support of his constituents. It's been very valuable. As I made clear, it is for the official receiver, and I don't want to go ahead of his progress. It is still not resolved. He said that it's encouraging, but we need to work very carefully to ensure that it's resolved satisfactorily. In terms of orders, one of the striking things that he and the Honourable Member for Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland and the Member for Redcar will know is how loyal the customers of British Steel have been, in many cases confirming orders well into the future. Network Rail is one such customer, and for two reasons, partly for steel reasons, but partly because I believe that we should have a big upgrade in our national infrastructure. I very much endorse what my honourable friend said.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I very much welcome the activist approach that the Secretary of State has taken with regards to British Steel, and also the fact that no deadline has been imposed, because the most important thing is that we find this time a buyer who is going to support British Steel, invest in it and see it through to the future, unlike the previous owner. So will the government, will the Secretary of State give an assurance that the government will stand by British Steel until a new buyer is found? Because the Secretary of State knows full well that if a steelworks is closed, it is incredibly hard to reopen it again. And I would urge the Secretary of State to look again at a sector deal for the steel sector, which I think is so important for the whole of the industry's future. Our Select Committee will be looking specifically at British Steel, but also at the wider steel industry in our inquiry in September, and we'll be looking both at the actions that this Secretary of State has taken, which we welcome, and those of his successor.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, the Chairman of the Select Committee, and I welcome the prospects of that inquiry. I think there's a lot to examine, and she will approach it with her usual forensic attention to detail. I very much hope that the new Prime Minister will continue the commitment that the current Prime Minister was willing to give, and the authority that she's given me to be able to act in the way that I have, and she and others will hold to account both the new Prime Minister and his team on that. She's absolutely right that there is something special about steel assets in many respects, but one is this, that if they were ever closed down, it is very hard for them to spring back into life, and so the continuity is of great importance, and that's one of the I think one of the achievements that together we've been able to bring over recent weeks. In terms of a sector deal, there is no one keener than I am to conclude a deal. It does require investment. I think there is an opportunity for the British steel industry to be more strategic than it has been, and to as some other sectors have done, to align themselves to some of the products that we know are going to be in demand in the future, backed by research and development. That is the approach that the industrial strategy takes, and it applies in spades to steel, and so I hope there will be a sector deal to reflect that.
Judy Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to hear my right honourable friend acknowledge the world's dependence on steel and the value that he places on British steel. But does he also recognise that without coking coal there would be no steel industry, and the vital importance of the privately funded multi-million-pound Woodhouse Colliery in my Copeland constituency, which is being developed by West Cumbria Mining, which will have economical, social and environmental improvements for our area and indeed the country? Can I ask him to do all he can to help move this project forward?
Well, it is true to say, as my honourable friend says, that much steel production does require coking coal, and so if it does, it needs to be provided. And I understand that there was broad cross-party support for the operation that she describes. But actually, one of the imperatives is to move steel making to be cleaner and greener, both in its energy efficiency and its use of other fuels, and that is one of the features of the industrial strategy programme that applies very much to the steel industry.
Pat McFadden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I echo the comments from my honourable friend, the member for Redcar, thanking the Secretary of State for his approach to the industry in general and this issue in particular. He has reminded us today and on previous occasions that you can't just turn on and off a steelworks like a tap, and if it is allowed to go cold, it is much more expensive and difficult to set it up again. And on that note, the indemnity which he mentioned has been the key thing in enabling the operations to continue while a buyer is found. Can I therefore ask him what assurance he can give the House that that indemnity will continue for as long as it takes to finish this process of finding a buyer?
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. He knows about manufacturing industry, and he's absolutely right in his description of it. I have to report that my request for the indemnity was granted readily. I think the lessons of the Redcar closure have been learned. I have no reason to suppose that the incoming Prime Minister will take a different view. In fact, quite the reverse. I've met with him and his competitor, and so during the days ahead, I hope and expect that that support will continue to be available. But it is, and I should be clear with the House, the British Steel is in the hands of the official receiver. It's my or any other, I or any other minister does not determine its future. And so it will be important to conclude a sale with to a long-term investor in it. That is not in the bag yet, but I think it's evident that everyone is doing everything they can to secure that.
Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to hear from the Secretary of State that he's been working tirelessly with British Steel and the official receiver to find a new buyer for the company. Could he tell the House what further plans the government has to support companies in the supply chain, such as those in my constituency, over the coming days and weeks ahead?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and she gives me the opportunity to pay tribute to Stephen Phipson, the Director General of Make UK, the manufacturers' organisation, who serves on the support group and has been present at the meetings and has convened a panel of suppliers and indeed customers to make sure that some of the uncertainty and some of the challenges that they've faced in the time of the insolvency of British Steel have been dealt with, and working with the HMRC and the British Business Bank and the official receiver. They've had I think colleagues on the support group would accept have had a positive role in providing help and reassurance to the supply chain across the country.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As has been referred to, and the Minister did acknowledge, the closure of major steelworks causes intergenerational blight, and we've seen that with the closure of Ravenscraig and, of course, Redcar. It's still a wasteland in Ravenscraig, even 30 years on. And it's critical, therefore, that we maintain long-term planning in this sector, and that is aided by patient finance. The access to patient finance in this country is very poor compared to some of our peer nations, notably Germany. What will the Secretary of State be doing to improve the patient finance access for the huge capital investments needed in the steel industry in order to improve the attractiveness of British steel to any potential investors?
The Honourable Gentleman makes an excellent point, and again, he knows that through the industrial strategy and some of the work that the Treasury is doing, improving the access to and the availability of patient capital in this country is a focus, that there's more work to be done there. And he's right that, in my view, a long-term owner of British Steel needs to have the patience that's required in an industry that is, and always has been, subject to the ups and downs of the economic cycle and sometimes conditions in international trade. It is often not the most stable of industries, and any owner, I think, and he would agree, needs to be resilient to that.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. British manufactured steel is absolutely vital for exporting companies such as General Electric in my constituency and indeed across the country, and therefore makes a huge contribution to our balance of payments. What is being done to support the export of British steel, both directly and through other manufactured goods? And would my right honourable friend also comment on what my honourable friend for Middlesbrough South said about the possibility of the UK government being a co-investor alongside others in ensuring that British steel continues to serve this nation so well?
Yeah. So on the first point, there are opportunities, great opportunities for exports. And again, the support group has been working with the Construction Products Association, for example, better to improve the marketing of products both in this country and to overseas markets of British Steel. There is support available through UK Export Finance for British exporters generally, and that is available in all sectors. When it comes to the requirements of any bidder, there are strict rules that pertain to British Steel. It's one of the reasons why I think it requires an understanding of the plans and the investment plans of prospective bidders, and that is something that I've been doing and I hope will continue in the new government.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the son of a steelworker, can I join the Secretary of State in praising the workforce and the trade unions at British Steel? But can I press him? Will the government ensure that the terms and conditions of the workforce are kept high through this difficult time until a new buyer emerges?
So the terms and conditions have continued. The special managers, on behalf of the official receiver, have worked very closely with the trade unions, and through the support group that we have no complaints, no reason to think that there's anything in terms of those terms and conditions that has been impaired during the insolvency. Of course, the fact is that when a company is in insolvency, then they are in the hands of the official receiver, but the special manager, I think, has shown, the special managers have shown themselves to be understanding and accommodating of the requirements of the workforce, and it is a reflection of the workforce that they have committed themselves to the company and increased production at a time of uncertainty. I think that's a real tribute to the professionalism and the faith that they have in the quality of their product.
Caroline Flint.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know from President colleagues in the trade unions, particularly community, they are thankful for the positive approach the Secretary of State has taken to his dealings with him. And I'm glad Doncaster is providing the venue for talks, and everybody who's party to that is welcome to come to my house for beer and sandwiches if it helps in any way, or whatever you fancy, for talks going forward. But the Secretary of State has mentioned a couple of times about securing a steel sector deal, and he alluded to one of the issues that the industry should think about. Does he still believe that getting those talks underway again at the earliest possible opportunity is crucial? And what other main headline issues need to either be sorted or discussed or broached in order to get those talks up and running at the earliest opportunity?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and it has been good to meet in Doncaster. It is might seem a surprising place to meet, but it's quite convenient for both Scunthorpe and Teesside and London, and so that is where we start our week. But the invitation to go to the Honourable Lady's house is a very inviting one that I'm sure the support group will want to take on. In terms of the sector deal, it's made good progress, but it does. All sector deals are about investment, and it has been a feature of the steel industry in recent years that the investment in the future has not been at the level of some other industries where we've concluded deals, whether that's life sciences, automotive, aerospace, and others. So it's not that in any sense that the talks have broken down. It requires the investments to be made. I hope that if there is to be a successful resolution of British Steel, that might provide the ability to do precisely that.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that what the steel industry, including in the Black Country, needs above all else is a long-term strategy with a pipeline of projects that can create good opportunities for those who work in the sector?
My honourable friend is right, and he's right, as his neighbour in Wolverhampton did, to call attention to the role of the Black Country in this. They have a phrase in the Black Country, made in the Black Country, sold around the world, and that is a proud and accurate boast. But there are opportunities in the UK for those products, and what the government has published is a forward pipeline of infrastructure investments that require steel, so that companies can gear themselves up to participate in procurement. That is very important. I'd like to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the Industry Minister, who signed and is promoting across all public bodies the Steel Charter, that again requires and encourages the use of British steel to be taken into account in all procurement decisions.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And following on from the Minister's previous answer, the Secretary of State might recall the Defence Secretary said we can and must buy British. Does he agree that one way to do this would be to back a British bid to build the Navy's new support ships, which could create 16,000 jobs throughout the supply chain in Barnsley and across the country?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a good point, and we've published figures for each government department on their use of British British Steel, it is the case, and the House should be aware, that not all of the types of steel that are used are actually made in the UK. So it is, at least at the moment, not possible to supply all of our steel needs from domestic suppliers, and that is a reality. But she mentions the MOD. My honourable friend is working closely with the Ministry of Defence so that their support for the Steel Charter results in increasing levels of procurement of British steel.
Chako Muna.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we can be incredibly proud of our steel industry, and of course it's a primary example of where industrial activism generally on the part of government is absolutely vital. And if we see any form of Brexit, which he knows I oppose, of course it will be even more important that we have industrial activism. Now, I'm in no way agitating for his removal, but can he assure this House that if he is replaced in post in the next 24 hours, he will urge any successor not to turn their back on implementing a proper industrial strategy, because now is certainly not the time for a turn to the Thatcherite economics that frankly saw the destruction of so many great industries in this country?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for what he said, and he will know, and members in the House will know, that the approach that we took to developing the industrial strategy was to seek, I think successfully, to engage all parts of the country, all parts of the economy, different firms, different business leaders, local leaders, trade unions, to have something that reflects as far as possible, a shared view of what our priorities should be in the future, whether that's investing in infrastructure, investing in skills, increasing the research and development investments that we make in this country, and identifying opportunities, whether in the future of mobility or the analysis of data, that are global, great sources of global opportunity for Britain. Having done that, we did it in that way because I think it is right for industrial strategy to endure. A short-term strategy is a contradiction in terms, and so I hope that the consensual way in which it's been put together and the content of it will commend itself to the incoming government, and it's obvious from what the honourable gentleman said that he will play a role from his seat in ensuring that those in government do that.
Barry Sherman.
Deputy Speaker, as Chair of the Manufacturing Group of MPs, can I remind the Secretary of State, who I've got a lot of time for, that not only is this essential that we have steel in this country. I represent Huddersfield, which is a major engineering community, and the community is what is at the heart of this. You know, manufacturing, steel, engineering, it all hangs closely together. So will he take that long-term view, but will he also make sure that we don't sell at the weakest time in the market? If it needed a period of public ownership for the steel industry, what is wrong with that? This pragmatic government has done it with LNER, why not with steel? So can I urge him to be totally pragmatic, not ideological, and make sure we've got a steel industry that is successful going forward in the future?
Well said. Secretary of State.
Well, the honourable gentleman and I share the view of the importance of steel and manufacturing, and at the University of Huddersfield, the National Rail Testing Facility is a very important part of our contribution to increasing standards of technological development there. He's absolutely right. Well, when it comes to the steel industry, the key thing is that there is an owner that is, in my view, willing to and has an ambition to invest for the future. And since the official receiver is encouraged by the level of interest that is there, I think that what we've, and the support group, which is a pragmatic group of people, I would observe, want to do is to support those bidders to make sure that we have that long-term future that we all want.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker. It is important strategically and in terms of regional employment to maintain a steel industry in the United Kingdom. And I do welcome the efforts which the Secretary of State has made to date. However, does he not realise that the high-cost renewable energy plans, the costly decarbonation policies that are being pursued by this government and previous administrations, who have quite frankly pandered to a Luddite green lobby in this country has resulted in energy-intensive industries moving out of Britain, the aluminium industry being an example. And these are issues which will have to be addressed if we are to maintain a viable steel industry in the United Kingdom in the future.
What I would say to the honourable gentleman is that my experience from conversations with the bidders for British Steel is that there is a recognition in the steel industry that not just in this country but around the world that the move to cleaner and greener production is something that is happening globally. And actually the opportunity to get ahead of that, to invest in improved energy efficiency and reduced carbon emissions is something that is going to have to be done everywhere. And so, again, one of the purposes of the industrial strategy is to advance ourselves as a place where this has been done well and reliably and well supported. And that, it seems to me, is the best long-term future for steelmaking and other manufacturing, rather than attaching ourselves to a model that is going to be increasingly costly around the world. The future, I think, depends on being more energy efficient and greener.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK exports 2.6 million tonnes of steel to the European Union every year. It's estimated that a no-deal Brexit would add £70 million of additional administration costs and also in terms of border checks. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that a no-deal Brexit therefore represents an existential threat to the British steel industry, and will he be conveying that message loud and clear to his successor and to the incoming Prime Minister?
Secretary of State.
Well, I gently say to the honourable gentleman that should be conveyed to all members of the House who didn't vote for a deal that would have provided, as British Steel advised, for the ability to trade in that way. My views on the desirability, in fact the imperative to have a good deal that allows us to trade without introducing barriers and frictions are very well known to this House and indeed beyond. But what I would say is that in this time when potential purchasers are considering British Steel, actually it is not the case that the steel industry would not be have a future in the event of different forms of Brexit. And it's very important to convey to prospective buyers that the industry that exists, with its opportunities domestically and internationally, the quality of the workforce and the quality of steel production are attractive in themselves and will not be trumped by the Brexit settlement. It's important that they should have confidence, as some of them have done through their due diligence, that this is a good investment in all circumstances.
Peter Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by thanking my honourable friend, the member for Redcar, for her advocacy here in the Chamber, but for those of us who know her as friends also, her absolutely tireless activism on behalf of the steel sector. They have no better advocate. Can I thank also the Secretary of State, and in a time of upheaval on his front bench, I hope that one thing that we will see as a moment of consistency will be his position here. He has explained in the past, in his past many appearances here, that the steel sector doesn't quite fit the criteria for a sector deal. Does this mean that we need to look at how the sector deals themselves are operating to see whether they can be tailored to support such a vital industry going forward?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his kind words. It's not that they don't fit at all. It's that it requires investment on behalf of the industry, of the players in the sector. And in recent years, that investment in the future has not been as readily available and as forthcoming as it has been in others. I hope that will change. I've got a big appetite to invest alongside the sector, as we do in other ones. So there's absolutely no question that it's available, and I hope we'll be able to conclude one very quickly.
Alex Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too welcome the work of the Secretary of State and lament the likelihood that he won't be there to see the deal through, and a foundation industry actually saved alongside many jobs, many of them from my own constituency. When he leaves a little note for his successor, will he show his true Teesside-born credentials and just tell the new Secretary of State that he or she must do all they can to get the deal across the line, and they must not fail.
Yeah.
Well, the honourable gentleman has powers of prediction that are certainly beyond me in terms of what is going to happen. I think Hansard this afternoon will provide the little note, and perhaps an extensive note, that he had in mind.
And the prize for patience and perseverance goes to Jonathan Edwards.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Madam Deputy Speaker. In February this year, the EU put in place a definitive safeguard strategy on steel imports covering 26 steel product categories. It puts in place a 25% tariff once the quota has been surpassed. So what analysis has the British government undertaken on the impact on the UK steel sector if we were to leave the EU customs union, both in terms of exports to our biggest market, but also in terms of imports to the UK?
Secretary of State.
Well, we've been very clear in the discussions that have been taking prospectively. Obviously, the arrangements are not settled until the Brexit conclusions are settled, but we've been very clear in a number of product areas that safeguards should be available and should be used for precisely the purpose that they have been so far and will be needed in the future.
Thank you. Order. Urgent order. Let us have a swift and silent changeover. Urgent question. Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Secretary of State if she will make a statement on the updated draft bill on historical abuse in Northern Ireland, and when will this legislation be brought before Parliament?
Minister, Mr John Penrose.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Historical Institutional Abuse Inquiry looked into the abuse of children under 18 who lived in institutions in Northern Ireland between 1922 and 1995. The Hart report was published in January 2017 and recommended a commissioner for victims of abuse and a redress scheme for victims. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a devolved matter in Northern Ireland and, as such, is the responsibility of the Northern Ireland Executive and Assembly. But, in the absence of Northern Ireland ministers, the Northern Ireland Civil Service launched a public consultation on draft legislation, which closed in March this year. The results of this consultation were provided to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, in May, and the results were different in some, but not all, areas from the Hart report. So, the Secretary of State asked the Northern Ireland political parties to help resolve them. They did this, and I'd like to put on record our thanks not just on behalf of the government, but also on behalf of the victims, their families, and all those who responded to the consultation. The head of the Civil Service in Northern Ireland provided the Secretary of State with a redrafted bill late last week. I'm happy to confirm it would establish a Commissioner for Survivors of Institutional Abuse in Northern Ireland and a redress scheme, which reflects a cross-party political consensus on the changes recommended following the consultation. That said, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope everyone here will understand that since the draft only arrived a few days ago, we won't be able to introduce it by tomorrow. But I'm sure everybody here is extremely keen to move forward on this. There's widespread support for action on this right across the community in Northern Ireland. And I'm also happy to reconfirm the commitment made last week in the Lords that in the absence of a sitting Assembly in Stormont, the Government will introduce primary legislation before the end of the year to set up a scheme. Madam Deputy Speaker, none of us can undo what was done in the past. But I hope by getting a scheme underway, as I've laid out here today, we can at least provide some level of support and perhaps a little closure for these victims and for their families.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister of State for his statement, for his answer, and can I also pay tribute to the passing of Judge Hart, whom he mentioned in his statement. Last night I took a call from Marty Adams of Survivors Together Group, a heartbreaking call. On Friday I took a call from Gerard McCann, another survivor of abuse. Last month, the member of Vauxhall and myself met with a group of survivors in Belfast and their legal representatives. And in the past couple of weeks, the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee has collectively met with a delegation of survivors and victims. These campaign teams are run on a shoestring. The entitlement of these victims is well established, as the Minister has now made clear. And indeed, the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service has removed every impediment to allow these payments of compensation to be made. Last week, in a day and a half, this Parliament was able to rush through major changes to laws in Northern Ireland that are extremely controversial and were waved and cheered on by a packed House, which today many of those members on these benches over here are noted by their absence. Yet this issue unites political parties, and I pay tribute to the Shadow Secretary of State, who personally telephoned me and did all that he could to make sure that this matter would be raised today, and I thank him for that. And yet these matters unite those groups, and yet there appears to be still this delay. And I do not doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, the sincerity of the Minister of State, of the Secretary of State, or indeed the team that he has in the Northern Ireland office on this issue. But there can be no further delay. There is nothing to prevent this legislation being introduced this evening, being voted on tomorrow, and this matter resolved before we go into recess. If the will is there, this can be done. And I'd like the Minister of State to affirm that there is not one comma outstanding, not one jot or tittle out of place in the draft legislation, and that this bill is ready to go and it will be expedited.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would join the honourable gentleman in his tribute to Mr Hart, who, as you mentioned, I think we mentioned in the last couple of weeks, tributes were paid to him during the course of the passage of the Act he mentioned for his contribution. Sadly, he is no longer with us, of course, but I hope that he will be looking down and cheering on the progress of the legislation that we're talking about here today. He's also right to say that this issue unites political parties not just here but also in Northern Ireland, and I mentioned in my earlier remarks that this is something where there has been an effort to create a cross-party consensus on the updates to the legislation. He's also right to say, I think, that it is incredibly frustrating when we've had what was supposed to be a 3-clause bill, and he and others in his party and I at the time all pointed out that the 3-clause bill turned into, I think the phrase everyone was using was a Christmas tree with other issues being added to it. I know that he would therefore not want that bill to have been added to still further. This is an important issue which has not been properly debated yet in a legislature, and it will need primary legislation in order to be taken through. It is something which is new and needs to be dealt with carefully. I'm afraid, therefore, that I can't tell him that the bill is ready to go today. As I said, it arrived with us a couple of days ago. It is being gone through in huge detail now. There are all sorts of supporting documents and explanatory memorandums and so on and so forth, which need to be put together. That is being done at pace. I can promise him that. It is something which will obviously need to be taken forward by the incoming administration, and whoever, it may be the two incumbents, it may be other people who sits in the Northern Ireland office. But I don't think that there is any shortage of goodwill. There's no shortage of energy, and there's also no shortage of cross-party agreement, as he rightly pointed out, to take this forward. And therefore, I hope that we will be able to introduce this legislation, as I said, at pace and at the very latest by the end of this year.
Sir Desmond Swayne.
What estimate has he made of the possibility of meeting the substantial financial costs of this measure by having recourse to the sometimes quite wealthy institutions that perpetrated the abuse in the first place?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the draft legislation which has been sent to us does not go into into that level of detail about what might be pursued. What it is clear, though, is that in order to make sure that financial probity is maintained, that the costs of this scheme will be met from the Northern Ireland block grant. That is something which I think is important, because it is something which ought to be done, as I mentioned at the start of my remarks, by a devolved assembly, spending the money which the devolved assembly is in charge of, and therefore it has to be money which they have control of, and we all hope, obviously, that they will be back up and running as fast as possible in order to exercise that control as soon as possible.
Tony Lloyd.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just place on record that I am not a prophet. The Prime Minister has not given me any indication of what the Northern Ireland soon would look like, but I would want to place on record my thanks for the courtesy of the Secretary of State and the Minister in our mutual dealings. That said, can I say to the Minister, it's now over 2 years since Sir Anthony Hart's report was made available. It's actually virtually 7 years since the Historical Institutional Abuse Act went through the Northern Ireland Assembly, began in the Northern Ireland Assembly. Since the Hart Inquiry report, 40 of the survivors that we're aware of have died. They will be people for whom there will never be justice. But even for the existing survivors, actually, frankly, every day that goes by isn't justice delayed, it's injustice continued. And I want to strongly support the Honourable Member for North Antrim in his plea for real urgency in this. Now, it may be that the House cannot see the bill in these next 2 days. We will come back in September. It seems a perfectly reasonable request that that bill sees itself on the floor of this House at that time. As an opposition, we will expedite, we'll work with the government, we'll work with bench MPs to make sure that its passage is as quick, efficient as possible. But I have one specific request for the Minister. Can he think very seriously about whether, in the interim, it would be possible to give some almost down payment of compensation to survivors as evidence of good faith, evidence of real intent that we will at last give some sense of justice to the survivors of the things that should simply have never been allowed to happen.
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman, both for his kind comments about myself and the Secretary of State, but also for the further evidence of the cross-party support and shared sense of urgency and determination to move forward with this as promptly as we can. And that is very, very welcome, and it increases the chances that, under the new regime, whoever and however that may be formulated, that we will be able to continue the momentum which has only recently developed. He is also right to say that there is a huge sense of frustration, mainly, I've got to say, brought about by the fact that the Hart report came out just as the Northern Ireland Assembly ceased sitting. And therefore something which would normally, I suspect, have been taken forward promptly by MLAs and by the executive there was not taken forward with anything like the same degree of urgency because they weren't there to do so, and it's properly devolved. But I think that everybody here will have heard his kind offer, and I hope that that will therefore make any potential imagined obstacles to introducing legislation during the course of this autumn that much lower in the minds of the business managers when we come back in due course later on this year.
Maria Caulfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just say I find it unacceptable that we're even thinking that this legislation should be done by the end of the year. It should be done immediately. And given that David Stirling redrafted this legislation last week, it could have been tabled and introduced this week. It's unacceptable that that hasn't, and at least the commitment for the first week when we return should be on the table. Because would the Minister not agree with me that significant periods between the 1920s and the 1990s were under direct rule? And while this issue is a devolved matter, this place has responsibility to give compensation to those victims. And would the Minister not agree that when this place has passed legislation for Northern Ireland within 24 hours of all stages, that this should be the top priority when we return from the summer recess?
Secretary of State.
Minister of State, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I'm grateful for the.
I must make it absolutely clear that I have no crystal ball. I was merely aware of the stature of the honourable gentleman and was mistaken. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I will just briefly respond to my honourable friend by saying I think she's tempting me into what's probably a constitutional impropriety by committing the incoming government, as I said, whoever may be in it, to trying to bind their hands. But I think that the comments that she has made, the comments which the Labour front bench has made, the comments which have been made from all sides of the House, will just have created a very helpful political fact, which is that there is clearly a great degree of both cross-party consensus around this, not just here, but also amongst the parties in Northern Ireland, but also a shared political consensus and cross-party consensus about pace and urgency too. And so therefore I'm sure that that message will be heard loud and clear by the business managers, whoever they may be.
Lady Harman.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say quite clearly to the Government Minister that the dithering and the procrastination and the excuses around the delays in compensating the victims of historical and institutional abuse in Northern Ireland have been absolutely shameful. The dithering must stop. 3 months ago, the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, David Stirling, said that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland had a moral responsibility to compensate the victims of historical institutional abuse if the Assembly were not up and running by the end of the summer. And he was absolutely right. The government does have a moral responsibility to have legislated for this issue. So, will the Minister take a few minutes just to explain to the victims of historical institutional abuse, 30 of whom who have died in the last 3 years since the Hart report, and thank goodness we had someone of the stature of Sir Anthony Hart, the late Sir Anthony Hart, to do that inquiry. I think it would be fitting for the Minister to explain the wasted 3 months since the comments by the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that the Honourable Lady is giving vent to, and rightly, I think, to the frustrations, which is not just new to her. I mean, many people, myself included, on all sides of the House, feel exactly the same way, and many of the victims groups do too, I know. The point I guess I would make is the point I made in my opening remarks, which is that when the results of the consultation came out, they were different in some very important, detailed but important respects from the initial Hart recommendations. And it was important, I think, to make sure that we had a solid basis of reconciliation between those proposals and the original Hart report proposal, and to make sure that there was genuinely cross-party agreement. That process is difficult and took some time, but I think we are there now. And it seems as though, therefore, we do have something where we can go forward. It would be, I think, slower if we didn't have cross-party consensus. So it's been sensible, I think, to take the time to get there. But I agree, and I think everybody here is in violent agreement that now we are there. There are very few obstacles at all to moving forward at pace, and everybody, I think, wants to do so.
Nigel Mills.
Can I wish him all the best for discussions that will happen later on today or tomorrow and the Secretary of State too? Could he confirm if the timetable is stuck to of getting the bill through by the end of the year, when he thinks payments can start being made to the actual victim?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid I can't give him a precise date. What will have to happen is, obviously, the bill will have to make its way through Parliament, both through this House, through this chamber and through the other end of the corridor, and there will be, therefore, clarity at that point about when the payments scheme should be able to actually start making payments. But I think that, again, I suspect the appetite for a leisurely process will be very, very thin indeed. I would expect people to want to crack on with this. I think that's right, that we should want to crack on with it, and that therefore we would want to start making preparations as soon as the civil servants constitutionally can, as soon as it's clear about the direction which Parliament is going to go. And at that point you can start doing the preparations at an early stage, and I'm sure everybody will want them to do that.
Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister alluded to the reasons why the legislation can't proceed today or tomorrow. Setting that to one side, can I give an undertaking that the legislation will be placed before the House in September, as we only have 2 weeks back then, that will be done on the first day back. Payments will be made as soon as possible thereafter, and the period of time between now and then will be usefully used to see what institutions will pay where the abuse occurred.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would love to be able to make the commitments exactly as he says. I'm afraid I can't, just simply because, as I said in response to the earlier questions about tempting me into a constitutional impropriety, I can't make that commitment binding the hands of the incoming new administration. However, I think that it is clear that there, as I said, that there is widespread appetite to move fast on this. This is an important issue. Of course, it isn't the only important issue, and Brexit is looming and so on and so forth. So there will be other things which will be making bids for parliamentary time as well. But I think, again, it is, the Treasury benches here, they will have heard the widespread support for prompt movement, and I hope, therefore, that his comments and those of others will have struck home.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Abuse of children, sexual abuse of children, is always despicable wherever it occurs. And many of the cases in Northern Ireland were particularly horrific. Victims deserve care, they deserve compensation. But is this not yet another example of why it is so important that devolved government can get back up and running in Northern Ireland, and will work to do that, continue over this summer period?
Minister.
I devoutly hope so, Madam Deputy Speaker. The talks have been ongoing until last night. I devoutly hope that they will continue. There is a sense of commitment and determination there, but there is still further to go. And my honourable friend is absolutely right to point out that had there been a Stormont Assembly, I think most people here would have expected the MLAs in that Assembly and the Executive to have sorted this out long since, given the horrific nature of the abuse that she has rightly pointed out, and that therefore that urgency would have resulted in answers and a redress scheme well before now. And that is a good example of why getting the Assembly back up and running is so important.
Emma Little-Pengelly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement today, and I want to add my voice very strongly to the calls for this to be moved forward as swiftly as possible. I know there's deep frustration out there at how this matter has been handled over the last number of years. But I want to say to the Minister that when you look at these processes, particularly around redress all over the world, there is a significant contribution by those institutions where there's been liability found. It's been raised here. There is concern that those conversations have not yet commenced, as far as I'm aware, with those institutions. A significant number of the bodies mentioned in the report are non-government organisations. And can the Minister outline what he is intending to do? All parties in the all-party group on this matter agreed that this is something that should commence as soon as possible, and there must be a contribution from the other institutions to help support the victims.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand the concern around this. Given the need to move this along at speed, we've been mainly focusing on getting the Commissioner and the redress scheme outline legislation in-house, and we're going through it at speed now. At the moment, therefore, this has not been the front of priorities, and I do take the point that it therefore will be something which will need to be addressed. If I can perhaps write to the Honourable Lady to confirm how we might take that forward. I don't want to make any commitments on what might be the right answer for that at this stage, but I do hear the concerns which both she and my honourable friend have raised on this, and it's something which clearly needs to be thought through.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also thank the Minister for his statement today and for his commitment quite clearly. Can the Minister of State outline how the Minister practically believes that compensation will be available for victims in the proposed timeline for the bill passage and implementation? If September is a date for that to happen, and further, will the bill enable those who have accepted reluctantly small compensation sums, will they retrospectively be able to access and receive compensation that truly reflects the horrific abuse that they have been subjected to historically?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, to take that second and crucial point first, if I can, the draft bill that has been sent to us does allow for people who have already received initial compensation payments from other sources, whatever they may be, to apply to the scheme. So that is certainly in the scheme proposals as they have come to us, and that's something which I think has cross-party support from the Northern Ireland Party. So I can confirm that is as he has, I suspect, been briefed and told, and that is exactly what it says in the dream.
Gavin Robinson.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his responses, and indeed to my honourable friend from North Antrim for raising this urgent question. You will hear the sense of frustration that we all have around the delay in this process, and our earnest desire that we find a solution quickly. for victims. I'm very conscious that 400 yards from my constituency office, Kincora Boys Home, was on that site, and many of those abused were in their care. But the Minister specifically mentioned those who were abused in Northern Ireland. Can I ask him just to reflect and confirm that the proposals being brought forward will include those children who were born in Northern Ireland, entered care in Northern Ireland, and then were enforced immigrants and passed out to care institutions as far away as Australia, abused both at home and abroad?
Minister.
I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the answer to his detailed and precise question is yes. But if it's not, I will write to him to put the record straight. But I think, just having followed the train of logic, that the answer is yes.
Paul Girvan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, in relation to the time delay that we've had, appreciate that 2.5 years ago this report was submitted to the Northern Ireland Assembly, which was brought down by Sinn Féin, and the delay has, I was already alluded to by my friend from North Down. In saying so, many have passed away in light of the wait, and we're rubbing salt into the wound. It is imperative that we get this across the line as quickly as possible. I believe, and I'm asking for commitment, that it will be brought back in the first week of September as a major point of business, as a priority, as a point of business, to get this resolved.
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely sympathise with the honourable gentleman, and he is not the only person to have made that point during the course of this afternoon, and I doubt that he would be the only person across the Northern Ireland communities either to make that point. So there is a huge degree of urgency, there is a huge degree of impatience over this. As I said, I'm afraid I cannot bind the hands of my successors, but again, I'm reassured that the message will come across loud and clear to whoever the business managers may be of the urgency and the importance that everybody here today is attaching to that. There are other things which are also important as well on the political horizon. He doesn't need me to tell him that either, but I think this message will come across loud and clear, and I thank him for helping drive the message home.
Sammy Wilson.
Deputy Speaker, I'd served in the Northern Ireland Executive when this issue first came to the attention of the Executive, and there were two things that were very clear in the discussions. The first was that where there were perpetrators of abuse, that they should be held culpable for the abuse and also for compensation. And I hope that the Minister over the summer will have discussions with the civil service in Northern Ireland to ensure that the discussions with those who have been named in the Hart report commence as to the contribution they make. The second issue is this, that any money which was to be made available should be made available to those who had suffered and not be absorbed in huge legal bills, which very often happens in these particular cases. And if that has not been explicit and clear in the legislation, I hope that before it comes before the House in September, that the Minister will ensure that that will of the Executive is also reflected.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I mean, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right to say that where there is some type of criminal liability which may be implied, then that will rightly be an independent prosecutorial decision, not taken by politicians. It's rightly that it should be done by investigators in the correct, normal way, at arm's length, from governments of any kind, executives of any kind. He's also going on to make a parallel but equivalent point about potential compensation contributions which have been made by others on both sides of the House. I do want to reflect further on that to make sure I do hear the concerns on both sides, on all sides of the House about that. And clearly this is something which will need to be considered in some care.
Order. Urgent question, Seema Malhotra.
To ask the Secretary of State for Justice if he will make a statement on Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prisons' recent invoking of the urgent notification process for Feltham A Young Offenders Institute.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I at the outset pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for South West Hertfordshire, who I gather has recently tendered his resignation as Secretary of State for Justice, but I hope that you will allow me to answer in his place.
I am grateful to the Honourable Lady for tabling this urgent question and for the opportunity to respond on what is a very important subject. I am also grateful to Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Prisons for their work and the scrutiny their inspections provide. I take the safety of all the young people in our custody very seriously. Clearly, this urgent notification letter for Feltham A does not make for comfortable reading. It is clearly a deeply disappointing and concerning report. Despite the significant efforts of staff at Feltham A, to whom I pay tribute, and the significant support and resources put in by the YCS and the Ministry of Justice, it is clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that serious underlying challenges remain. And I have been clear, progress to address these issues needs to be swifter to deliver the safe environment that we would all wish to see, and which, as recent reports acknowledge, we do see in other parts of the youth custodial estate. Therefore, we have already taken a series of immediate steps, in addition to work already underway, including placing an immediate temporary stop on new placements of young people into Feltham A, alongside additional resources and support for staff. The Governor is still relatively new in post, and she is working hard to drive improvements in an establishment which has one of the highest and most concentrated proportions of violent offenders in the country. She and her team are dedicated to turning Feltham A around, and we will continue to support them to do that. As required by the urgent notification process, we will formally respond with an action plan within the required 28 days.
Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response and for notifying me of the letter yesterday. Feltham Young Offenders Institute was a prison that was left without a governor for 5 months last year. And the findings of the recent announced inspection have been distressing for the staff as well as all of those involved with Feltham. There was talk of a dramatic decline in safety, and this is a matter of great concern for all of us. I also want to extend my thanks to the POA and to the staff and management who have been working at the prison in very, very difficult circumstances. But problems at Feltham have been long-standing, and the situation should have been avoidable. The government does have much to answer for as to why the decline has been so fast, with a steep rise in violence against staff, allegations of assault and levels of self-harm. The government absolutely and desperately needs to get to grips with the causes of this rapid decline as a matter of urgency, and to support the staff and inmates to turn at Feltham A to help turn the situation around. So could I ask the Minister, especially as this is about children, with 140 boys aged 15 to 17 being held at Feltham A, children who are in the care of the state, could the Minister update us as to why Feltham was left without a governor for 5 months last year and what the impact has been? What the assessment he has made of the root causes of the steep decline in performance? He says he has supplied resources, but why does he believe they have not been sufficient? What additional skilled resources does he intend to provide to support the staff and management to address the culture and behaviour management issues that are so significant? In addition, what support is there for those young people who are living their time at Feltham Young Offenders in great distress? How fit for purpose does he consider Feltham to be? And could he also respond with how quickly he plans to produce his action plan, and how he will keep Parliament and myself informed, particularly during the recess?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, as ever. As she alluded to, I spoke to her yesterday and we met again this morning, and I am grateful to her for her typically measured tone in not seeking to score points, but focused on what is needed to be done to improve the outcomes for the young people at Feltham, and I know her constituents will be grateful to her for that, as am I. She raised a number of issues which I will seek to address in turn. Her first point was about the gap, the interregnum, in terms of a governor, a substantive governor in place. She is right that there was a gap. The previous governor was promoted to a prison group director role, and the recruitment process took longer than anyone would have wished. One of the key reasons why it took longer is because the governor who has now been appointed had to serve and give a notice period for her previous role. The view that was taken was she was the right governor to be doing this job, and therefore it was appropriate to wait for her. She served her notice and she's now in post. And if I may, on that particular point, I would emphasise that I do have confidence in the governor. I believe she and her team are doing a difficult job very well, as the Honourable Lady has alluded to. I would also recognise, as she did, the very constructive and positive relationship of the local branch of the POA with the governor and her team, and I say thank you to them in the same way. Root causes. There are a number of challenges there at Feltham. As I've alluded to, we have a very high concentration of very violent and challenging young people in Feltham. At the present time, I believe there are 110 in Feltham A. There's an operational capacity there of 180, so there is a significant headroom there to give the staff a greater opportunity to get to grips with tackling the underlying challenges faced by those young people and the violence. She will be aware, because we met to discuss it earlier in the year, the recent violence in April, I believe, and the incidence of assaults on both other prisoners and staff. There were a large number of incidents, we've seen self-harm and violence, but a small number of perpetrators of those, so we have some very challenging individuals. She talked about resources and skilled resource being put in. She's right to mention resourcing. There's been a 31% uplift in the budget for Feltham A, £3.5 million going into it, and there is an opportunity for them to draw further monies down from a second £5 million pot across the youth custodial estate. And there are 90 more staff across Feltham. But what she did do, I think quite rightly, is allude to the importance of experienced staff. The experience mix and band mix is broadly the same as it has been over time, but she's right, we are bringing in extra senior and mid-level resource, experienced resource, to help drive change both at the top level but also to support those staff. There are a number, I believe 7 senior staff who have already been seconded in. There will be further changes in the coming days. I would also, in that respect, reference the role of Andrew Dickinson, the Governor of Wetherby, who is taking on a role in supporting Emily, the Governor of the prison, both in a mentoring role but also will play a key role in delivering, in monitoring the action plan. As you'll be aware, Madam Deputy Speaker, his institution got a good inspection report, and we want to learn the lessons from there. She raised 2 other points which I will seek to address very swiftly. In terms of fitness for purpose, she will be aware that the current policy of the government is to move towards a secure schools model, moving away from the existing YOI provision and model. Alluding to what the previous minister at this dispatch box said, I will not bind a future government, but that is the current policy of the government. In terms of keeping this House updated, I anticipate that action plan being ready within the 28 days. I will undertake to write, or my successor will write to both her and the Shadow Secretary of State when that is ready, to keep them informed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we will continue to keep her informed as the local Member of Parliament throughout the process of that action plan.
Victoria Prentice.
I was glad, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear the Minister refer to the good report from Wetherby, and I wondered if I could press him further on what is being done with an equally difficult cohort of individuals at Wetherby. What is Wetherby doing right, which Feltham has been doing wrong?
Well, I will focus, if I'm grateful to my honourable friend, I'll focus on what Wetherby, I believe, is doing right, as highlighted in the recent report. There is a lot of work being done by the Governor of Wetherby to ensure that his staff and his new recruits not only get the training up front, but continuous training over a 12-month period, which makes a very real difference to them. There is a strong and effective regime there, and a focus by the Governor on access to that regime and continued access to that regime, which is hugely important. And also the work of the Keppel unit for some of those who are the most challenging in that prison is very important in helping tackle the underlying causes of their trauma, of their offending and of their behaviour. I believe we have a lot to learn from Wetherby, and I believe that Andrew Dickinson will help the Governor of Feltham in playing a key role in moving that forward.
Richard Berger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 years ago, we stood here for an urgent question on the crisis in our prisons after the Chief Inspector warned that not a single establishment inspected was safe to hold children and young people. So does the Minister accept that the Chief Inspector issuing an urgent notification for the first time in the youth estate highlights how the government is overseeing a dangerous collapse in safety for our children in custody, and that this shows, unfortunately, how little the government has done in those 2 years? The general prisons crisis is bad enough, but here we are talking about children. Children in dangerously unsafe conditions. Regarding Feltham, the Chief Inspector warns the speed of decline has been extraordinary, violent incidents up 45% since January 2019, self-harm increasing 14-fold in 2 years. When was the Minister first aware that this was spiralling out of control? What has been done since then? And will the Minister agree to report to this House before seeking to end the temporary ban on children being sent to Feltham? Later today, we'll get yet another Justice Secretary, the 5th that I've faced in just 3 years. I'm sorry to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I am sick of the warm words, sick of the speeches giving the impression that something is being done, sick of the media stunts that serve as a springboard for leadership bids. So does the Minister agree that this chaotic approach to leadership in the Ministry of Justice deepens the crisis caused by unacceptable prison cuts? And finally, does the Minister agree that whoever takes over as Justice Secretary must go beyond empty rhetoric and finally make the safety of young people in custody an urgent priority?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, if not for all of his tone, but I'm grateful to him for his contribution. It may be, who knows, it may be the last time. I think it's possibly the first time I've directly faced him across this dispatch box, an urgent question. It may be the last as well. So he asked a number of very specific questions. He will be aware that following the Chief Inspector's comments in 2017, the Chief Inspector has subsequently said that is not the case anymore, that there is no safe institution. I think it's important to draw that to the House's attention. I would also draw to the attention, as I did briefly just now, the report at Wetherby. So it is clear that this is not a systemic problem in the youth justice or youth custodial system. That said, none of that, quite rightly as he highlights, detracts from the fact that what is reported at Feltham is deeply concerning and must be addressed as a matter of priority. I have been following the performance of Feltham and indeed all the other youth custodial institutions within my portfolio since my appointment last summer, and I have held a number of meetings both with the Governor and with the Director of the Youth Custody Service to discuss progress in Feltham and what more is needed to be done. As I've made clear, considerable additional resource has been put in, so this is not a matter of spending or resource. Considerable additional staff have been put in, so it is not down to that either, and I think it's important we put that on the record rather than indulging in rhetoric about cuts which would not apply in this case. And I think the smile on the honourable gentleman's face suggests he knows that I do have a point on that element. So I continue to take a very close interest in this. As the honourable lady for Feltham and Heston will know, I've taken a close interest, particularly in recent months, and engaged her in that, in keeping her up to date. He raises a number of other questions. When will the temporary ban on placements be brought to an end, and what will the involvement of this House be? That's an operational decision that's been made by the Director of the Youth Custody Service. I would, I'm afraid, not be able to bind my successor or my potential successor in how they would wish to handle that going forward, but I am sure that whoever is standing at this dispatch box with this responsibility will wish to keep the Honourable Lady and indeed the House informed on this important issue. He also, I have to say, concluded with his comments on the leadership of the Ministry of Justice and the numbers of Secretaries of State and Ministers. I have to say, his characterisation of the Ministry of Justice and how it works certainly does not accord with mine and what I see working there every day. And as I say, I would pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the recently departed Secretary of State for Justice. He's right to highlight the number of ministers, although I would say to him that I suspect their departure and that churn rate has little to do with his performance as their shadow and rather more to other factors. But what I am clear about is that this government and whoever is leading the Ministry of Justice are entirely clear in their view that we must do everything we can to ensure any children detained in our custody are accorded the highest quality of care and support and are safe.
Sir Desmond Swayne.
Why are young men locked up in their cells for the greater part of the day with all the pent-up frustration that gives rise to, when in fact they should enter their cells with relief at the end of the day because they're so knackered having been involved in vigorous activity?
Well, in his own unique way, my right honourable friend makes his point. And his point is an important one, which is that the access to a full regime is important. Young people in custody need access to sporting, educational and other facilities. There is more we can do to address that need in Feltham, although I would say that I am encouraged by a lot of the work being done there around sport in particular. I was there 4 weeks ago, Madam Deputy Speaker. I saw Boats Not Bars, which is about rowing, on rowing machines within the gym. I saw the Saracens Rugby Club and the work they're doing. There are a whole range of sporting and other activities undertaken at the prison, but there is always more that can be done, and my right honourable friend is right to highlight that.
Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I visited Feltham with the Justice Select Committee earlier this year, and I'm saddened, although not wholly surprised, by the inspection report. According to the report, levels of self-harm have risen by 218% in the last 2 years. Assaults on staff are up 150%, and 40% of children said that they felt unsafe during their time in Feltham. There's clearly a rising epidemic of violence at Feltham, and no child should be left in these conditions. I've heard what the Minister said, but what specific and urgent steps will he now take to rectify this situation?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the Honourable Lady is right, and I know I spoke to the Chairman of the Justice Select Committee this morning to discuss both his visits and the committee's work, but also to discuss the urgent notification with him. The Honourable Lady is right to highlight the violence and the self-harm. I would sound a slight note of caution, but it is only a slight one. In terms of the incidences of self-harm, it's also important that we look at the number of individuals involved, because you can have some individuals who are prolific self-harmers who account for a very large number of incidents, but a small number of individuals. That is in no way to detract from the significance of it, but it's important we are clear about that. She asked about specific steps that are being taken. I've made clear that, firstly, we have placed a temporary block on further placement of young people in Feltham. It's got a capacity of 180, there's about 110 there at the moment. So there is room within Feltham for the staff to stabilise the situation, to work on improving matters. That's the first step. The second step has been an urgent review of cell buttons, call buttons, which was highlighted in the report. It may appear to be a small issue, but it's extremely important when someone buzzes for help or they need help that it's answered. So we've undertaken a review to check they are working effectively. There is, as I've said, additional senior level resource already going in to bring additional experienced resource in, but also to support the Governor in delivering on the action plan and driving forward rapid improvements. Andrew Dickinson, the Governor of Wetherby, will be playing a key role in that. We've seen the positive inspection report he got at Wetherby, and I think it's important that we draw on those lessons to work with the very able Governor we have in Feltham. And in terms of the buildings, there's already a programme underway for works to improve showers and other facilities, and I have asked the Director of the Youth Custody Service to undertake a review of the overall state of the estate there to make sure that she can identify if there are any capital or other works that are urgently needed. And finally, underline this, we need to ensure that as swiftly as we can we address some of the challenges the Chief Inspector highlighted around how particular policies were applied, particularly the keep apart policy, to ensure that while that has an important role to play in tackling gang-related or other violence, it does not lead to a curtailment of the regime and the active regime, which actually can play a key part in keeping young people both active and keeping a lid on tensions and violence.
Mike Wood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the context that my honourable friend has set out,
high levels of self-harm at Feltham are particularly concerning. What is he doing to improve mental health of young offenders?
Thank you. Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He's absolutely right to highlight the importance of mental health and healthcare more broadly for offenders and particularly young people. The levels of self-harm are deeply concerning and we need to do more to drive them down. More broadly, we are seeking to have better liaison and diversion services which actually divert those who genuinely have a mental health need and where that can be better treated in the community to have that option. But we're also at the moment working on our health and justice plan, which is about improving the mental health and physical health care pathways for all those who enter custody.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my fellow Hounslow MP, Seema Malhotra, for bringing this question today. I visited Feltham as the lead member for Hounslow for Children's Services in around 2003, not long after another murder there. And the Howard League has re-released their report today of their July 2018 view about Feltham. 30 years there have been critical inspections of the regime at Feltham and nothing is getting any better over those 30 years. But does the Minister not agree with me that to lock up in a prison environment 15, 16 and 17-year-olds who are children is fundamentally wrong? We are the only equivalent country that does this. Yes, they have done terrible crimes, some of them, but they are children with mental health problems, addiction problems, they may be neurodiverse, or they've got learning disabilities. Should we not learn from other countries and provide a better therapeutic regime to support these children to turn their lives around?
Hear, hear.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and I know she takes a keen interest in this issue, not just as a local Member of Parliament, but formerly on the Justice Select Committee. She highlights an important point. There are a large number of those young people, as there are female offenders and others who end up in custody, who are victims as well as perpetrators of a crime. And she's right to highlight that as well as justice taking its course, we must make sure that the help they need is available to them, be that mental health help or a range of other interventions to tackle the underlying trauma. We've seen in the past 10 years roughly a 70% reduction in the number of under 18s being sentenced to custody. It's down to about 700 at the moment. Now, so liaison and diversion work. However, it is right that when you look at the offences, often which can be very serious assaults, violent offences and sexual offences, that the court still has the option of sentencing to custody for those offences. However, what we are saying, and and the current government's approach to this policy area is the move towards secure schools, moving away from essentially a prison with some education to an environment which is a school with a degree of security, which is necessary given the nature of some of the sentences and some of the crimes committed. So we are seeking to address that with a change in approach and a cultural change in how we approach dealing with young people who commit these crimes.
Ed Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A significant percentage of the young people who find themselves in these institutions will have had experience of the care system. So does the Minister agree that councils and government should do more as corporate parents to prevent those children ending up in the institutions in the first place?
My honourable friend, who comes to this with a considerable degree of knowledge from his previous roles before he was a member of this House, is absolutely right. There are a large number of those young people who end up in custody who have been in care or who have been in contact previously with social care services of local councils. Our youth offending teams within councils do an extremely good job, and I recently visited Lewisham, who do an exceptional job, and I would pay tribute to them for their work. But he's absolutely right about the importance of local authorities taking their corporate parenting role very seriously. When I was a councillor, before I was a member of this place, we had an approach in which each councillor became a corporate parent, receiving anonymised reports on individual looked after children to better understand the responsibilities that all local authorities and councillors do have in this respect, and I would commend that level of interest being taken.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The APPG for the prevention of adverse childhood experience can point without any doubt that the more young people experience adverse childhood experiences, they are much more likely to end up in prison. And we have already talked about trauma. Does he agree with me that many more of our organisation services actually need to be trauma-informed, and that it doesn't just start with the prison service once young people are there, but it has to start much earlier? But could I also ask him if he, maybe he doesn't, we don't see him again behind the dispatch box, that he drives this agenda within his own party, that we need many more trauma-informed services across the board?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, who I know takes as well a close interest in this area. Who knows what the announcements in the next day or two will bring, but regardless, I reassure her this is an area of policy I will continue in whichever capacity to take a very close interest in. In respect of trauma-informed services, she is absolutely right. Often by the time a young person ends up in custody in one of the YOIs or STCs that I am responsible for, it is almost that they've got to the end of their relationship with the state through that process. They will have had relationships with many state bodies on the way, and each of them potentially will have failed them in them getting to that point. And it's absolutely right that throughout the voluntary and the state system, a trauma-informed approach is adopted to do everything we can to address the underlying trauma suffered by these young people and help them break the cycle of offending and have an opportunity for a productive and positive life.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you. At Chelmsford Prison, we've also had very high level of violence and some very tragic suicides. But when I've spoken to staff recently, they've told me how the situation has improved due to a number of reasons: reducing the number of prisoners, more staff, more training for staff, investing in equipment to identify and stop drugs, investing in improved environment and making the prison itself a less horrific place to actually be. So does my honourable friend agree with me that we must make sure that the new Justice Secretary has whatever resources they need to make sure that our prison staff can be safe and violence can be reduced?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, who is a strong champion for Chelmsford Prison. I believe she's visited it on almost a dozen occasions now, or coming up for a dozen occasions now, and I know that the staff there are grateful for the close interest she takes. She will forgive me if I am not at this point tempted into making spending announcements in the absence also of a Chancellor of the Exchequer at the moment, but I do think we would, on both sides of the House, agree that it is important that our prison officers and others who work in our prisons and custodial estate have the support and the tools they need to do their job effectively.
Steve McCabe.
I understand that the suicide rate for boys aged 15 to 17 in custody is about 18 times greater than their counterpart in the community. Why is that?
I think the honourable gentleman highlights an important point which links in with some of the points made by other honourable members, that the cohort of young people who we have in custody are not only perpetrators of some serious crimes, but are often also victims of crime and in many cases suffering from, for example, mental health challenges or a range of other issues. If you overlay that with the constraints of a custodial environment, that is extremely challenging, which is why we're working very hard both to divert, where appropriate, young people and others away from custody and into community sentences and the support and the medical support they need. Within custody, we're working to improve conditions and ensure the support is there to drive down both self-harm and the suicide rate. But it's absolutely vital we also continue to remain focused on the longer term and the current government's approach to changing the nature of youth custody where it does have to occur, moving towards a secure schools model.
Andy Slaughter.
Speaker. Problems at Feltham are nothing new, as my friend from Brentford and Isleworth said. 10 years ago, young men were being transferred to Wormwood Scrubs for their own safety or the safety of others. But this is on a completely different scale, and it's escalated far more quickly. Whether it's the rise in assaults or whether that it's the privation, particularly the time spent in cell. When this was perceived as a problem more generally, the previous Prisons Minister set up the 10 Prisons Project, which involved regular and active engagement between the Minister and the institutions concerned, and that had an effect. I know we're short of ministers at the moment, but would he look at that and see if he or his colleagues can take some responsibility? Because this is on another level. People who read these reports regularly will not have seen one as shocking as this for some time.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. He mentions the 10 Prisons Project. He's absolutely right to do so. Although that's in the adult male estate and is tackling other issues, we are seeking to learn lessons from that could be applied to the youth custodial estate as well, where something works well in that context. It's absolutely right. We look at it. He's also right to talk about the importance of direct and personal engagement, both by the Minister but also by the Director of the Service in turning around challenged institutions. I hope that I've sufficiently alluded to the fact in terms of references to meetings with the Honourable Lady, but also my regular meetings, which are almost fortnightly at the moment, with the Director of the Youth Custody Service, that I'm taking a very personal interest in the operation of Feltham, but indeed the whole estate. And I also speak regularly to the Governor herself. She leads a dedicated team. They are working in difficult circumstances, as he alludes to, in terms of violence, self-harm and the issues there. But I have confidence in her, I have confidence in her team, and she and her team will know that as long as I am the Minister, I will do everything that I can to support them, and I'm sure that going forward the Ministry of Justice will continue to do everything it can to support her and her team.
I thank the Minister for answering his first urgent question. Order! Urgent question, Mr. Stephen Timms.
If the Home Secretary will announce his decisions on the cases of overseas students falsely accused of cheating in ETS TOEIC English language tests.
Minister Caroline Moon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 5 years ago, Panorama uncovered the shocking scale of fraud within the English language testing system. ETS, the company that ran the centres, analysed all tests taken in the UK between 2011 and 2014, over 58,000 in all. They identified over 33,000 invalid results where, in their view, there was direct evidence that somebody had cheated. A further 22,000 were considered questionable because of irregularities. This fraud was serious and systematic. 25 people who were involved have been convicted and sentenced to over 70 years in prison. Further criminal investigations are ongoing, with a further 14 due in court next month. These crimes did not happen in isolation. The student visa system we inherited in 2010 was wide open to abuse. The National Audit Office found that as many as 50,000 people may have fraudulently entered the UK to work using the Tier 4 student route in 2009-10 alone. Following the revelations, the Home Office took prompt action against some of those who were found to have cheated, action endorsed by the courts. Those whose results were questionable were offered the chance to resit the test. Despite this, I know there are understandable concerns that some people who did not cheat may have been caught up, and that some have found it hard to challenge the accusations against them. So earlier this year, my Right Honourable friend, the Home Secretary, commissioned officials for advice. Yesterday, he lodged a written ministerial statement updating the House on our next steps. He announced the Department will change existing guidance to ensure that the belief that a deception has taken place is balanced against other factors which would normally lead to leave being granted, especially where children are involved. Furthermore, we will ensure no further action is taken in cases where there is no evidence an ETS certificate was used in an immigration application. We will also drop the automatic requirement to interview those linked to a questionable certificate. We continue to look at other options, including whether there is a need for those who feel they have been wronged to be able to ask for their case to be reviewed. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is right that we show concern for those who have chosen to study or make a life in this country. Yet we cannot allow our concern to undermine the action we must take to tackle what was a widespread criminal fraud. We will keep the House fully informed as our response to this issue develops.
Stephen Timms.
Madam Deputy Speaker, by 2017, over 35,000 refusal, curtailment and removal decisions had been made in ETS alleged cheating cases. Thousands of those accused and denied visas remain in the UK protesting their innocence. The Home Secretary, I'm delighted to see in his place, told the House 3 months ago, and I quote, "We had a further meeting to make some final decisions just last week," and yet there's still been no announcement. He said on Monday last week at column 586, "I am planning to come to the House with a statement to say much more before the summer recess." But he hasn't come, although he has come, but we haven't heard the statement. Thousands of students have been falsely accused, now face grave hardship and need this urgently resolved. ETS's records are confused, incomplete and often plain wrong. The Professor of Digital Forensics at Birmingham City University told the TOEIC APBG last month that it was, and I quote, "unsafe for anyone to rely upon computer files created by ETS as a sole means of making a decision." But those files are the only basis for the cheating allegations. Appeals were not allowed in the UK, but a growing number have convinced a court they did not cheat. Immigration Judge Lucas dismissing the Home Office case of TOEIC cheating against one of my constituents wrote last month, and I quote, "The reality is that there is no specific evidence in relation to this appellant at all. This is a grave injustice which must be brought to an end." At the Select Committee on Monday, the Home Secretary suggested a new reconsideration system for TOEIC cases, although yesterday's inadequate written statement didn't even go as far as that. Does the Minister envisage a reconsideration system for those wrongly accused? When will it be set up? How will it operate? When will full details of it be announced? And wouldn't it be better and easier just to allow students to take another secure English language test, and if they pass, to allow them to regain their visa status?
Well, I would like to commend the Right Honourable Gentleman for his diligence in pursuing this issue. He certainly brought it to my attention very early on in my tenure as Immigration Minister. I think it's important to reflect that courts in separate court cases have said that the evidence that we have on individual cases was enough to take the action that we did, and that people had cheated for a variety of reasons. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, did indeed publish a written ministerial statement yesterday which gave an indication of the changes so far, but I think it's important that we continue to work on this issue, that we find a mechanism to allow people to, where necessary, find some form of review. Unfortunately, at this time, Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot set out in the detail that the Right Honourable Gentleman has requested, but I wanted to reassure him that I'm very conscious that we have a new Prime Minister, and certainly, should I remain in this post, I will seek to raise the TOEIC issue with him as a matter of urgency, because it is important that we work as a government to make sure that where, in those very small number of cases, there may have been a wrong decision made, that we find a mechanism for redress.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable friend, member for East Ham, for securing this urgent question and making a powerful case today. His work and commitment on this issue has been tremendous. The TOEIC scandal has been another example of the government's hostile environment, plunging thousands of lives into uncertainty. This shameful scandal, which started in 2014, has accused thousands of students of cheating, and about 35,000 students' visas has been cancelled. Multiple organisations and court cases have questioned these allegations, uncovering the Home Office many shortcomings. The damage, distress and loss caused to the international students wrongly accused of cheating has been colossal and has left them feeling like criminals. Likewise, it has also damaged our international reputation as a preferred destination for international students. It is evident that the Home Office has not learned key lessons from this debacle and its hostile environment policy, which is obviously still in play. I have met these students firsthand in Parliament, and I'm shocked to learn the abuse they have experienced and the fact that they all suffer mental health problems. That is not something to be taken lightly. The Home Secretary revealed at Monday's Home Office Select Committee that a new reconsideration system will be introduced, yet in yesterday's statement, details of this remained vague. The urgency of this matter must be understood, and the government must clarify what this new system will look like and when it will be set up. These students have endured serious hardships and deserve answers. Immigration policies and processes must be fair and transparent. Can the Minister confirm that no further detention or forced removal of students accused of cheating in a TOEIC test will take place? Does the Minister also accept that students have faced serious financial losses, and if so, what financial supports will be provided? This grave injustice must be corrected as quickly as possible.
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, but I would point out to him that far from this being a shameful scandal, what is shameful is that this was cheating on an industrial scale, and the National Audit Office report confirmed there was widespread abuse of the system. The 2012 National Audit report indicated that abuse was rife. And of course, the Home Office not only sought compensation from ETS, but it received it. So it is absolutely imperative that we do emphasise this was criminal activity which has seen people imprisoned. And as I said earlier, there are 14 more individuals facing court action as a result of it. The honourable gentleman will be well aware of the responses that my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, gave during the Home Affairs Select Committee very recently, and I would emphasise his precise words. A very small number, judging by the cases that have gone through the courts or come to the Home Office since 2014, have been affected. However, even if it is one individual who has been wronged, it is our duty to make sure that we are doing more to help. Our duty, and that is absolutely what my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, intends to do.
Stuart MacDonald.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yet again can I congratulate the Honourable Member for East Ham and his colleagues on the All-Party Parliamentary Group for their tireless work on behalf of what I suspect is probably thousands of innocent people whose lives and aspirations have been ruined by this fiasco. The Minister is absolutely right. There was shameful cheating going on, but as the National Audit Office itself said, the Home Office should have been just as robust about protecting those who were innocent as it was in pursuing those who were the fraudsters. It was positive on Monday that the Home Secretary was talking about creating a new opportunity for those who have been wronged to have their cases reconsidered. And so it is slightly alarming that the Government seems to have moved away from that approach in the last couple of days. And he was wrong on Monday to talk as if the burden of proof should still be on those facing allegations of cheating. They should be presumed innocent until proven otherwise, and we know, thanks to the work of the All-Party Parliamentary Group, that assertions of cheating by ETS cannot be relied upon on their own in deciding who is guilty or otherwise. And the courts have frequently found or rejected the evidence of ETS, just as sometimes they have upheld it. So I ask again, when can we at least have clarity about whether or not there is going to be this new mechanism? I was wanting to ask actually when the new mechanism itself would be up and running, but when will we actually have clarity about whether we're getting such a mechanism? If we are to have such a mechanism, can the Minister undertake that individuals will be presumed innocent unless there is significant evidence beyond that of a simple and unreliable assertion of cheating by ETS? And finally, surely to restore credibility and trust in this whole process, will she consider giving responsibility for making decisions on these cases to an independent decision maker totally outside the orbit of the Home Office and the ETS, people with the required technical and legal expertise?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I would just like to remind him, and before his time in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it was Parliament in 2014 that was insisting that the Home Office took urgent action to address what had been revealed as widespread cheating. Now, it is important that we find a mechanism that provides redress for those who may have been wrongly caught up in this. However, the independent expert, Professor French, indicated when he studied this matter that the likelihood of a false match from the voice checks was likely to be less than 1%. Of course, the honourable gentleman has referred to some of the court cases which have taken place subsequently, and in many, many cases it was evidence of the Article 8 claim of a right to a family or private life that led the courts to take a balanced decision that it was right that individuals should be allowed to stay. And that's absolutely what we're saying in the review of the guidance. We want to make sure that the Home Office, which I absolutely believe is the appropriate place for these decisions to be made, are making sensible decisions that properly balance any belief that deception was practised against the wider circumstances. And it is important, where circumstances are particularly compelling, perhaps where there are children involved, that we will look to see what more there is the Home Office can do to help people put forward their claim.
Jim Fitzpatrick.
Minister, Secretary of State, accused and defamed, detained and deported, or visas lost and destitute on unsafe allegations on discredited evidence. Yes, there were cheats, nobody's denying that. But there were many more innocents also. And maybe the reason that only so few have become apparent is because most of them weren't allowed to appeal, and very few have had the ability to get to court. But some of those who got to court, like my right honourable friend has said, have actually got justices coming out on their behalf and making public statements. I note the Minister's reassurance, and it is very welcome that this will remain one of her priorities if reappointed. And for that reason alone, I hope she is reappointed, because lots of people on this side have got a lot of time invested on that front bench taking this forward. But the question will remain, whoever is on the Treasury bench, when will those not guilty of any offence receive justice?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman, I think, for his kind words in saying he hoped I would be reappointed. But I would like to reiterate, Madam Deputy Speaker, that these were not unsafe allegations, and our approach to taking action on students has been endorsed by the courts, who have consistently found the evidence that the Home Office had was enough to prompt the action that was taken at the time. But I would like to emphasise that my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, published the written ministerial statement yesterday. He made it very clear in his appearance before the Home Affairs Select Committee earlier, I think it was last week, that he is determined to find solutions going forward, and that's absolutely what we want to do as a government, to find solutions that are both practical for those involved and provide people with the opportunity to explain, potentially through Article 8 claims, how they can substantiate their claim to life in the UK.
Naz Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The truth remains that the Home Office doesn't actually know how many people were cheating. The truth remains that 35,000 people will have their visas revoked, which was as part of this Home Office and this government's atmosphere of immigration, anti-immigration and their hostile environment. That is the truth. And the truth is that lots of people who gave evidence to the Home Affairs Select Committee, of which I'm a former member, and the concerns that my right honourable friend from East Ham has raised are absolutely valid. People have lost their livelihoods. Absolutely. They cannot return home because of the shame and the stigma. Yep. They have no recourse to public funds to defend themselves. Yep. They have been labelled as guilty and cheats, cannot face their own home people, cannot go home because of the shame, and it is a crying shame. Yes. And I absolutely disagree with the Minister to say this isn't a shameful episode. The whole Windrush, the whole hostile environment and TOEC is exactly the same thing. So is it not right, given that the evidence is no longer secure, we should not be deporting anybody else, and we should not be forcing any more deportations from our detention centres of students that have found themselves victims of the incompetency of our Home Office and government.
Well, the Honourable Lady wasn't here in 2014 and perhaps doesn't remember the pressure from Parliament to make sure that this systematic cheating, from which I remind her there have been criminal convictions with sentences amounting to over 70 years and more criminal trials to come. And it's important to remember that. This was a criminal operation on an industrial scale. However, the Honourable Lady may chunder at me from a sedentary position, but she must remember the criminal facts behind this. However, as my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has indicated, we have recognised that some people may have innocently been caught up in this, and as he said, it is our duty to make sure there is a mechanism for redress for those for whom those circumstances prevail. But it is quite wrong to suggest that this is something to do with the hostile environment. This was to do with crime.
Brown.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me help the Minister, maybe, because if she's absolutely confident about what she's saying from the dispatch box, and I have to say I'd be very surprised if she is, can she commit to covering the legal costs for any student who has had to pay for legal representation as a result of Home Office inadequacy? Surely this must be applicable and appropriate for those who win their appeals.
Well, the Right Honourable Lady will know that when it comes to court hearings, that judges will make decisions about whether people have a valid claim to remain in the UK. We're continuing to look at all of the options, including whether there is a need for those who feel they have been wrong to be able to ask for their case to be reviewed. And as I've said, my Right Honourable friend, the Home Secretary, intends to make further announcements in due course. But it is right to reflect that this is a very complicated issue, and it's right that we take time to make sure that we get it right. Well, the Honourable Lady may chanter at me from a sedentary position, but it is important that we make the right decisions and do not just give blanket promises that we will allow people to stay and pay their costs when it may be the case that they have cheated.
Wes Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The problem is we are no further on, and acknowledging the time the Home Secretary has given to meeting with members, the Immigration Minister, for those people whose whites of their eyes we have to look into in our surgery, who through their written communication and English language speaking skills, I have no doubt, had no reason to cheat whatsoever. There is no remedy being offered for those people. And I can't go back to constituents like Marif Ahmed in my constituency and tell him that we are now facing the prospect of a new Home Secretary possibly looking afresh, a new Immigration Minister looking afresh, and certainly no action at all until the summer has passed. And these people's lives are left in limbo. Surely the most sensible way to proceed, acknowledging what the Minister has said, that clearly there has been some cheating, and acknowledging what other members have said, that clearly there are some people who've been inadvertently and wrongly caught up in this. Surely the best thing to do now, given the passage of time, given the numbers of people involved, is just to let those people sit a secure English language test afresh, to give them the opportunity to clear their name, and if they can't, to politely ask them to return from where they came.
The honourable gentleman will be aware that, of course, this evidence of cheating came to light in 2014, and evidence of ability to speak English now may have no relation to their ability to speak English back then, given that we're 5 years on. But I absolutely refute his accusation that we are no further forward. The written ministerial statement yesterday made it absolutely clear that the Home Secretary has asked officials to review Home Office guidance, and the reviewing of that guidance relates to Article 8 human rights claims, to ensure that we are making sensible decisions that are properly balanced against any belief that deception was practised, against the individual's wider circumstances. And where there are particularly compelling circumstances, we will also look at whether there is more we can do to help people put forward their claim. It is absolutely evident, given that this cheating was exposed in 2014, that people's circumstances will have changed. They may well have established families in this country, and those children will have a right to an education here. We must put the priority first of the families, and it is right that we should seek a mechanism to support people through an Article 8 claim so that they can stay where there are grounds for them to do so.
Alison Thuris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to pay tribute to the Honourable Member for East Ham and for his work on the EPPG on TOEIC, which has exposed so much of this. And many people, including my constituents, have been left in limbo. They have had huge financial costs. And I would ask the Minister if it's possible to look at a compensation scheme for those affected and wrongly accused, because their lives have been ruined and it has come at huge financial costs. Can I ask also if she'll work with the higher and further education institutions to ensure that those that were falsely accused can get back to their studies and get their life back on track?
Minister.
Well, it is worth reflecting that many of those caught up were attending a very small selection of colleges which have subsequently been shut down, and there were very close links between colleges that were found to be operating outside their licences and these accusations of cheating. But I must reflect that there were over 30,000 cases where the match, there was strong evidence, absolute evidence that people had cheated, and 22,000 cases where there were questionable results. All of those people were given the opportunity to resit a test. But it's important to reflect on what my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, said in his statement yesterday, is that we are looking at the other issues, and particularly whether we can give people who maintain their innocence another opportunity to challenge the finding of deception. But the independent expert found that the likelihood of false matches was very small indeed, and likely to be less than 1%.
Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's reference to understandable concerns, and I get the sense that she will want to see this issue be concluded as quickly as possible. I've been contacted by at least 6 constituents who are unable to work and support their families as a result of the alleged cheating in TOEIC, who have lost their visas, been threatened with deportation, whose children's education has also been put at risk. They have not had the chance to prove their innocence. So they are living in a situation where their lives are on hold, their families are under great strain, and they are living in limbo. So how reassured should my constituents feel by her statement today that they will be able to very soon get the chance to clear their name and indeed get justice for what they have been through?
Well, as I've said, those with questionable tests were given the ability to resit the test at the time. But what we are doing is very clearly stating that the route via an Article 8 claim to a family life is one that we wish to enable people to pursue. They should make another claim. Obviously, I can't stand here and comment on individual cases, but we are giving people the opportunity to make an Article 8 claim as a result of this, and I hope that that provides a mechanism going forward.
Yeah.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm afraid I disagree with the Minister and agree with my honourable friend from Bradford West that this is part of the hostile environment. 35,000 people did not cheat. We don't know how many who did, but a large number of people didn't. And these are the people who are coming to our constituency surgeries to seek justice. Yeah. Many of those people, I've met people who actually have the higher level IELTS qualification for English, showing that they actually have a higher level of English literacy and speech than the TOEIC qualification. So there's no way they were cheats. I received an email a couple of years ago from a constituent who had almost completed 3 years of his degree at Southbank University and was not allowed to complete because of the TOEIC situation. And when he applied to complete, the university wouldn't let him back on because too much time had elapsed. And this is a situation that's applied to many. They've paid a fortune in fees and living costs to be here, and I want to know what recompense the government will give to those who would definitely can be proved not to cheat. They should be given an opportunity for a further test. And will the Minister, whoever that person is, will the Minister meet with the High Commissions from the countries where there are most people affected to try and sort out something positive for this mess, for the sake of those people and their families, but also for the reputation of this country?
Well, I would like to remind the Honourable Lady of the numbers. 33,663 UK tests were invalid and a further 22,476 were questionable. So we're talking about 55,000 tests here. The independent expert who reviewed it found that the likelihood of false matches was less than 1%. So I do think it is important, as my right honourable friend the Home Secretary has said, where individuals have wrongly been accused of cheating, they should be allowed to find a way of redress. But it absolutely is not the case that these are part of a hostile environment. These numbers are part of a systematic criminal fraud.
Martin Day.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend from East Ham for securing the urgent question for the work that we've done on the APPG for TOEIC. And I know how frustrating this process is for the people who have been inadvertently caught up, the innocent victims. The statement that less than 1% has been quoted by Professor French, but he told the APPG for TOIC just last month that this statement was only valid if the ETS had given the Home Office information that was correct, and that information is in serious question. So really we need to look at that again, and the people need to be brought out of the limbo that they're in. They've waited for the Home Secretary's statement to this House, which has not came. They've had 306 words tucked away in a written statement, and they're still in limbo. So we need to know, when is it going to end for them?
Minister. The honourable gentleman will know that my right honourable friend didn't tuck 306 words away in a written ministerial statement. It was published yesterday. He said he would update the House prior to recess, and indeed he has done. But he's also been very clear. We want to go further than that, and it absolutely is a priority for myself and my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, or indeed to whoever our successors may be, that this is a matter we will take up as a matter of urgency with the new Prime Minister.
Order. Point of order, Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is very rare for this House to find a named individual in contempt of Parliament and to unanimously agree to admonish them. It would surely be a disgrace for Dominic Cummings to be rewarded, despite being found in contempt, with a post as senior advisor to the incoming Prime Minister. In opening the debate on the motion to admonish on the 2nd of April, the Government stated that it had, and I quote, full respect for the privileges of the House of Commons and will continue to uphold them. It went on to say that they are crucial to the independence of Parliament and the strength of our democracy. Both I and the chair of the Privileges Committee, the member for Stretford and Ernston, who unfortunately had to leave for another engagement, Madam Deputy Speaker, seek your advice as to whether the appointment of Mr Cummins would undermine that commitment to respect this House.
Oh, I thank the Honourable Lady for her point of order and for her courtesy in having given me notice of her point of order. As the Honourable Lady will know very well, that the appointment of persons to official positions at Downing Street or elsewhere is not a matter which can be addressed by the Chair. But resolutions of this House are a matter of concern to the Chair, and I can confirm that the House passed a resolution on the 2nd of April in terms that Mr Cummings committed a contempt both by his refusal to obey the committee's order to attend it and by his subsequent refusal to obey the House's order of 7th June 2018, and therefore the House formally admonished him for his conduct. The Honourable Lady has drawn this important matter to the attention of the House and indeed to the attention of the Government, and although I can give her no further help at this moment, I'm quite sure that she will find a way of pursuing her concerns, not least the matter is in her own hands when she chairs the Liaison Committee, and I'm quite sure that the Honourable Lady will find a way of taking this matter forward, which would be quite proper. Order. We now come to the 10-minute rule bill. Mr Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to give powers to local authorities to regulate dockless bicycle sharing schemes and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, the sudden emergence of dockless bike schemes over the last few years has been a tale for our times. The power of tech to facilitate sharing, the massive and cheap production of bikes in China, and it has led to both new opportunities for travel in our cities, but also, I'm afraid, the prospect of people waking up and finding their streets littered with bikes with no obvious way of dealing with the issue. Now, I've been urging action from the Government on this for some years, because my city of Cambridge was early to experience the phenomenon. Micromobility is a potentially exciting opportunity, with data-driven services set to change the way we travel. But we just cannot let companies who provide these services litter our towns and cities, because, as ever, the burden falls on our local councils to pick up the mess, and too often, the bill. Now, in London, in just the last few weeks,
London councils have used bylaws to tackle the problem, but they've had to do that in the absence of help and support from this place. And that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the purpose of this bill. But let me start with some good examples, because there are some. Because proper regulation will foster positive innovation. For instance, healthy living can be championed. In Cardiff, I'm told that the bike share service provider Nextbike are working with Cardiff City Council and local health bodies to enable GPs to prescribe to patients unlimited, free 30-minute hires of their 650 bikes. Cardiff City Council have stated that they are fortunate and proud to offer this opportunity. And there are other examples of initiatives like Bike Share for All, which tackles digital exclusion and helps those without smartphones or bank accounts access the schemes. And dockless bicycle sharing schemes are just part of a host of new innovations that look set to change the way we travel locally, with on-demand services linked up by tech, such as electric scooters and carpooling apps. So I will briefly set out the current issues and then describe the ways in which this bill and regulation could mitigate the problems. But in passing, I would just point out that the current concerns around electric scooters, made very real by the tragic death of Emily Hartridge, shows why we need a Department of Transport that responds much more swiftly to changing circumstances. All too often under this administration, and I speak as a member of the Transport Select Committee, and we see this all too often, it really is the department not for transport, but the department for failing to keep up. And I don't blame the department, I'm afraid it's lack of leadership where the fault really lies, in my view. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the striking pictures a few years ago that we saw in the newspapers of the dockless bike graveyards across the world shows how quickly these schemes can come and go. And this was certainly felt keenly in places like Cambridge, but on an even larger scale, in fact, in other cities, such as Sheffield, Norwich, Oxford and London. OFO put some 2,000 bikes into Sheffield last year, causing much initial excitement amongst residents, but 6 months later, they'd all been removed. Now, in Cambridge, I had very direct experience of dealing with OFO, who were one of the first movers. And frankly, at the beginning, it was really very hard to find who to speak to. The bikes had turned up, but it was very unclear who was running it. And their initial relationship with the council was very strained. But after management changes, they did engage knowledgeable local people. I visited their premises, and the service for a while did seem sustainable and effective. But sadly, they began to withdraw operations from some areas of the city which they found problematic. And I remember seeing an OFO bike parked on top of a bus shelter in King's Hedges Road. And then suddenly Mobike appeared, another operator, adding to the confusion and, I'm afraid, the clutter. And then just as suddenly OFO were gone. Although not all their bikes were gone, some were still around in various states of disrepair and in some cases still being used. But all too often, I'm afraid, having been seized and broken by the small number of Cambridge youngsters up to no good. So frankly, overall, it has not been a happy experience. Not only does this stop bike share schemes from being a real transport solution that people can rely on, it also really disadvantages those who change their routines to take advantage of the service and make the modal shift, which so many in this place are keen to encourage. Because what message does it send when we exhort people to ditch their cars, switch to public transport and bikes, but then find the service withdrawn just a few months later? So what should be done? Franchising with local authorities agreeing a time frame for service provision could rectify this and allow users certainty when making decisions about their transport options. Currently, a provider can set up a scheme without permission or even communication with the local authority. Franchising would also allow oversight and local authority influence over prices, so those prices cannot be hiked overnight, as unfortunately has happened in some parts of the country. Now, additionally, as I've already mentioned, bike share schemes can currently organise their services to prioritise the most profitable areas, with deprived postcodes excluded. I've heard stories that in Manchester, one scheme continued to narrow its operational area in order to squeeze out the highest revenue possible. Now, regulation would mean that councils could agree the areas that the bikes would serve, making sure they're available in all parts of the city which need the service, not simply the most lucrative. Sustainable transport solutions cannot be a postcode lottery. And beyond reliability and scope, bike share companies can also swamp areas with their bikes without the permission of local authorities. O-Bike put 1,300 bikes into London in July 2017, with Wandsworth Council flooded by hundreds of them without warning. And not only can this be a nuisance for local authorities to try and manage, it can also increase the likelihood of bikes being left in unsafe places. And I was contacted by Dr. Amy Kavanagh, who is visually impaired and uses a white cane, and says, these bikes have become a constant hazard. There are at least 5 schemes now in operation in my area, and on my daily commute, I'm constantly forced to navigate around them, which is disorientating, difficult, and occasionally painful. The bikes are abandoned all over the pavements, blocking access to tactile pavements at pedestrian crossings and creating a general nuisance for blind pedestrians. And the same issue crops up for wheelchair users or for those with pushchairs. So Dr. Kavanagh has asked me to implore the government to properly regulate these schemes and penalise any found creating hazards by blocking access to tactile paving at pedestrian crossings. We must designate where or at least how the bicycles can also be parked, possibly in prescribed zones or at least guided by a proper code of practice, and I pay tribute to the excellent work done by Cambridge City Council in developing such a code, and also to Transport for London for specifying the space required on pavements to get around any abandoned bikes. But it isn't just where bikes are parked. There is currently no official monitoring or safety check of the quality and maintenance of bike share bikes, which must also raise concerns about their safety. And speaking as the chair of the all-party group on data analytics, I have to note there is also no requirement for bike share companies to use the data they collect for public good. Bike share companies collect considerable amounts of data regarding user journeys, and if local authorities had access to anonymised data showing trends, this could be very helpful when designing active travel infrastructure improvements. And frankly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if aggregated data is being sold for profit, as many of us suspect it is, this should actually be transparent to the users. People should know what is happening to data that is about them. And at a minimum, local authorities should also be able to use it for public good. So to summarise and in conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill would regulate the following: the prices that can be charged to users in the area covered by the service, the number and make-up of bicycle fleets, the sharing of location data to allow oversight of fleets and distribution and to speed up reporting of any bicycles left in inappropriate places, safety and monitoring, and also where bicycles can be left, and the relationship with any locally agreed code of practice. Now, the Minister will know that I've been pressing the Department about this issue for some time. As we sit in this chamber, the outgoing Prime Minister has been driven to the palace. Who knows, the next Prime Minister may leap aboard the nearest dockless bike and wing his way smoothly forward, or not, as the case may be. But I do hope that the Transport Minister has heard the details of my bill, has got the point, and will act swiftly, and I commend the bill to the House.
That the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have to leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Ms Ruth Cadbury, Mr Andrew Selous, Mr Andy Slaughter, Mr Hugh Merriman, Ms Kerry McCarthy, Mr Alex Sobel and Ms Alison Thewlis and myself, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Daniel Zeichner.
Dockless Bicycles Regulation Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow! Marvellous. Well done, Daniel. The clerk will proceed to read the orders of the day.
Kew Gardens Leases, number 3 Bill Lords, Legislative Grand Committee, England.
No. The House shall forthwith resolve itself into the Legislative Grand Committee, England. Order. Order. Order again. Order.
Kew Gardens Leases number 3 Bill, Lords Committee.
Order. I remind honourable members that if there is a division, only members representing constituencies in England may vote. We now begin with Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Right. Where do we want to go? Mr Rutley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I'll speak to both of the clauses at this stage. Kew is a scientific institution of huge importance. As a global resource for knowledge on plant and fungal diversity, it plays a critical role in addressing the unprecedented scale and pace of threats facing the natural world and indeed humanity, including the threat of climate change. It's fitting that our Secretary of State delivered his flagship environment speech last week in Kew. Is there a disruption, Mr Deputy Speaker?
I was checking Sue may be interested in catching that.
I'll proceed with your permission. The fundamental purpose of this bill is to help Kew to invest and support in its vital mission in a way that also maintains and enhances this outstanding World Heritage Site. The bill, under Clause 1, would amend restrictions on leases on the Crown land on Kew Gardens Estate. Currently, the Crown Land Act 1702 limits leases at Kew to just 31 years. Clause 1 of the bill amends these provisions, allowing leases up to 150 years, and this is in line with the provisions made for the Crown Estate in 1961. Subsection 2 of Clause 1 disapplies the Crown Land Act 1702 in relation to leases granted under this bill. The change allows Kew to generate revenue to improve the quality of its estate and thereby to support its vital scientific mission and retain UNESCO World Heritage Site status. All proposals for granting long leases will be in line with Kew's World Heritage Site Management Plan, and subsection 3 of Clause 1 goes further on this point. Clause 1.3, as amended in the other place, requires that before granting any lease, the Secretary of State must be satisfied that the lease and anything that the leaseholder is permitted to do with the property under the terms of the lease would not have any adverse impact upon the functions of the Board of Trustees as set out under the National Heritage Act. The Secretary of State must also be satisfied that the lease would have no adverse impact on the World Heritage Site status. The changes do not allow the sale of the freehold of Kew land. Furthermore, the bill will not change the freehold position of the land, which remains with the Crown. It simply provides the ability to grant longer leases on the land. Proposals for leases will be subject to scrutiny by Kew trustees and finally signed off by the Secretary of State. Proposals for the development of existing properties and new developments will require permission from the local planning authority, advised by Historic England, in consultation with local residents and other stakeholders, as well as the Kew trustees. This is unchanged from the existing governance processes. Mr Deputy Speaker, Clause 2 is a standard clause in bills. Clause 2, subsection 1, sets out that the bill extends to England and Wales only, this being the legal jurisdiction for property in Kew. However, the bill applies only to Crown land at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew. Clause 2, subsection 2, sets out the arrangements for the commencements of the bill that will begin 2 months following the day on which it is granted royal assent. Clause 2, subsection 3, sets out the bill's short title once it's become an act on royal assent, and this provides the abridged title as opposed to the long title found in the preamble. The short title of the bill will be Kew Gardens Leases Act 2019. For the reasons I've set out above, I beg to move that these clauses stand part of the bill.
Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of this bill, and I'd like to start by reiterating what my honourable friend for Stroud said at second reading, that ministers can rest at ease because the opposition has no intention of dividing the House on this issue. Indeed, it is a bill that we support and we encourage the government to get on with as fast as it can. We know this bill has been a long time in the making, with previous bills started by the Honourable Member for Richmond Park, the Honourable Member for Bridgwater and West Somerset and Lord True, and we're pleased that we've managed to come so far on this occasion, and we can hope it can pass all its remaining stages in the Commons today. It's important to remember that this bill goes back to the difficulties Kew Garden faced in 2014, where there was a potential funding crisis. The then director saw that Kew could lose up to 150 research staff, which would have been a tragedy given its international importance, not just for public access, but in being the world's most important research institution in the areas that they cover. The Science and Technology Committee at the time noted that Kew has had difficulties transitioning away from its pure state funding model to one where it is more self-sufficient. Kew Gardens is not only an incredible tourist attraction, it is also an international centre of expertise and something that we should be very proud of as a country. I remember my last visit to Kew Gardens and I was in awe of the natural diversity which thrives there in this corner of green in a metropolis of hustle, bustle, concrete and steel. The seeds and samples at Kew are unique and preserved for the future, a vital resource for scientists working on tracking biodiversity. The world's largest herbaceous borders are also pretty incredible at Kew as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, I can only imagine the weeding and pruning that is required to keep Kew looking so inspirational and attractive. I sometimes struggle with my little garden in Plymouth, but this is on a very different scale indeed. Happy giving way.
My honourable friend's giving an excellent speech showing the many virtues of Kew Gardens, but something that he hasn't mentioned is its work around invasive species in the United Kingdom and the important work it has in discovering and helping the eradication of invasive species which could have hugely detrimental effect on plants within the United Kingdom. Doesn't he not think that that is something also worthy of support within Kew Gardens?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and indeed he's right. The Invasive Species Month that we had only a few months ago was an opportunity for us all to learn more about the species that have been introduced either voluntarily or without our knowledge to the UK. That's having a huge impact on them, and actually greater knowledge of global biodiversity is an important predicator of it.
Can I just say, it's not a general debate, it's purely about the clauses at this stage. Obviously there is an opportunity later that I think would allow us to speak more openly. But I just need to get through these clauses at this stage, and obviously at report stage there will be some amendments to be taken there as well. Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Not only is Kew a fantastic tourist attraction, but it's also been a key pioneer in science and research for around 250 years, and that's why it needs to be sustainable, both environmentally and economically, which is why we are looking at this here. That's why Labour is supporting this bill to allow leases to be extended from 31 years to 150 years, in the hopes that the expected £15 million windfall from this will make both the gardens and, importantly, the scientific research institution more sustainable. That's not to say that there aren't questions that need to be raised now, for the record, and there are a number of those in relation to the clauses that the Minister has set out, albeit very brief. Funding is the key issue in the bill that we're considering today, and it's right that the opposition continues to ask for the assurances that the Treasury will not deduct from Kew's core funding the capital sums generated by this reform. So can the Minister give the House the assurance that the full value of any extra revenue derived from these changes will go directly to Kew and its scientific work and not to the Chancellor? It's a worry that the Treasury will see this as a cash bonus and take some of it away, or see it as an excuse to avoid approving funding streams in the future to Kew Gardens. As well as this, it's important to note that the government funding for Kew comes exclusively from DEFRA, which has seen its funding slashed in recent years. Austerity is not over, regardless of what the outgoing Prime Minister may have said, and so it follows that Kew has had its funding cut also. Would it be possible for the Minister to explore getting access to funds from DCMS, DFID and from the DFE to ensure that this national treasure gets the funding it deserves to properly reflect the broad contribution and range of activities Kew Gardens provides in support of the objectives in other departments too? Now, in relation to the access arrangements, the bill provides for the sale of leases up to 150 years, which is something that the opposition does not oppose. But could the Minister set out for clarity, because members of the public have raised concerns about whether the intention of the sale of these leases is to actually sell the green spaces within Kew Gardens. I know that is not the Minister's intention here, but I think it would be useful for the purposes of being clear with concerns from the general public that this is about selling the leases on peripheral buildings to Kew Gardens and not the key assets itself. Because we know Kew Gardens is incredibly popular, not only with local residents, but also with the general British public. And we know that Kew can sometimes be an expensive day out at £42 for a family of 4 or £18 for one person at the gate. I recognise they offer local residents that live in the immediate vicinity free entry, which is great if you can afford a home in the surrounding area, but that's not something that everyone can access. So will the Minister ensure that the core funding is maintained at such a level that Kew does not need to increase prices further? And not that I think this we should be content with just this. Will the Minister also discuss with ministerial colleagues in DCMS and the Treasury how the free entry for museums could be funded at Kew to bring it in line with other national museums and attractions so it can be enjoyed by everyone regardless of their income? Does the Minister also have an understanding from Kew about what purpose the additional revenue derived from the reforms we're considering in this bill will be put to, and whether he could state that on the record, because I think that would help folks understand why this is happening in this respect. Kew represents an absolutely essential asset to us in the fight to tackle the climate emergency, and it is right that funding is allocated in support of that. Kew is leading the way on climate change adaptation of crops. 50% of the calories consumed by our species come from just 3 big grasses, wheat, maize and rice, and a significant resource a significant source of vulnerability within the global food system, and the work being done at Kew to breed resilience into these crops is critically important and often overlooked. So grateful if the Minister could set out whether any of the income stream he expects to be derived from the reforms we're considering today will go into their research in this area, because that would be very important. Now, the Honourable Member for Stroud, who would otherwise have been here today, would not forgive me if I did not mention the importance of proper funding for the digitalisation of the herbarium records, which I'm sure is an issue on all our agendas, but it should be, because Kew currently holds the world's largest records in their herbarium, and it is an opportunity to learn from the collection of species that has been gathered on a global basis over many, many centuries, which is especially important as species are being wiped out as part of climate change, as part of human behaviour on a global basis. More than 7 million plant specimens are kept, including 350,000 type specimens, the original specimens of which new specimen descriptions are based. If we saw a repeat at Kew of what happened at Notre Dame, this could all be lost. Notre Dame, indeed. I'm going American University on myself there, getting into my college basketball, forgive me. This would be a significant blow for our fight to stop the climate crisis. We need to digitise this collection as a matter of urgency. There is a £40 million cost to that work, and I'd welcome hearing from the Minister about how progress is being made and what contributions the reforms we're discussing today could make to this effort. There would be another big advantage, because many people all over the world want to access those records, but currently have to be able to afford to go to Kew in person. The ability for those people, especially from the developing world, to access digital records could be transformative in the fight against biodiversity loss on a global basis. So grateful if the Minister could set out whether he expects any of the funding from the sale of these longer leases to go into those important projects. But on the basis of the assurances that we've had at second reading and the ongoing conversations between the opposition and the government, the opposition does not intend to oppose this bill at this stage. Thank you.
Pete Wishart. And thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's great to be back, isn't it? Here we are once again in the English Parliament. And to me, it just seems just a little bit familiar to the normal UK Parliament that we usually use this building for, but it's fantastic to be here, because I now believe that the English Parliament is now a treasured piece of our democratic infrastructure, where English members of Parliament can secure debate on their English-only issues. And we just so look forward to all the many English members of this committee coming forward to discuss and consider all the great issues of state, free from Caledonian interference. And what has it roused itself for today? What great nation, what great state of English nation do we need to discuss? Well, it's the Kew Garden Leases number 3 Bill, Lords, and we're debating the 2 clauses of this particular bill. Some may say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this English Parliament is but an illusion, a mirage, a fake, that this English Legislative Committee doesn't properly represent and speak for England. But, Mr Speaker, we say no to these doubters and these deniers. This isn't a sham Parliament. This is the English Parliament.
Obviously, I wanted you to get it on the record. What I'm bothered about, it is about the clauses. I think you've made a very good point, and quite rightly, a well-rehearsed point that you make on every occasion, and I welcome that, but I do think we now need to talk to the clauses.
Absolutely, Mr Speaker, because I think that this bill really gets to the heart of English horticulture and all the associated democratic quandaries that need to be properly resolved and considered in this, the fantastic English Parliament. A bill that seeks to rightly include powers to grant a lease over Kew for a term of up to 150 years. You could almost feel all these great members of all these ancient English parliaments coming today and saying, yes, we need to make sure this is properly considered, that we wholeheartedly agree that there should be a restriction in Section 5 of the Crown Lands Act 1702 in relation to a lease of land at Kew. You could almost hear the Stuarts, the Plantagenets, the Roundheads. They would know that Section 5 of the Act that currently prevents the sale of Crown land, such as Kew, and limits the length of leases over to a term of 31 years. Clearly insufficient, Mr Deputy Speaker. They would be turning in their decorative medieval graves if they knew that it was restricted to 31 years. They would be demanding 150 years at Kew Gardens. And by God, this English Parliament is going to secure that for them today. What I want to make absolutely and abundantly clear, I think, before I go any further, is I think that the Kew Gardens is a wonderful institution, and of course it deserves to be treated properly, and I understand that this bill sets out how to do that perfectly. And us squatters, because we're not members of this august body, we're not members of the English Parliament, we get to participate in it, we get to make speeches, but our vote is subject to this double...
Again, we've got loads of time afterwards to bring you in. I just want to get these clauses done. We're on the clauses, not on whether you or who has the right. We've been there. I accepted that earlier. I'm not going to allow that to be generated once again. I know you would never repeat yourself, but we're in danger of going so. Mr Wishart.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, let's get to the really important points in all this, because I think we have to look what's in Kew Gardens. If we're going to consider this properly a part of this bill, we have to look to see...
Well, we're not going to go through individual plants, if that's what the suggestion, because I was a little bit worried when the suggestion that we go back to the Plantagenets. As we know, this was a royal palace. It wasn't even Kew Gardens then. So I've allowed a little leeway, but I'm not going to allow much more. Pete Wishart.
We're getting from the Plantagenets to the plants, Mr Deputy Speaker, so perhaps we could just skip a few generations, if that would help. Yes, but maybe you could help us, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I thought we were considering all the clauses in this bill at this point in the Legislative Grand Committee. Is that correct, yes?
Both of them. Absolutely right. Just 2.
Right. Well, let's see what's in Kew Gardens. What could be obviously developed in...
Let's be honest. This is purely about a lease and extension of a lease. It's pretty straightforward for all of us. Other people also wanted to generate the debate in other areas. And quite rightly, I want to make sure we get through this stage because, of course, I recognise that you want to move your amendments, and I think it's important that we do give you time to be able to do that. Pete Wishart.
I'm grateful because you come to the amendments, Mr Deputy Speaker, and understand we cannot move them in this part because I'm not a member of this particular committee. Is that correct? And
No, absolutely not.
So I cannot move these amendments at this stage. It has to be done at the court.
You personally, and I think we're getting into a debate we neither of us really want to have. I know you've got all the great plans ahead, but today is what we're dealing with. The fact is, the reality is, I'm in the chair and I'll be taking the decisions. So let's get back to where we were.
Hopefully I'll be able to make some sort of speech just to talk a little bit about what's in Kew Gardens, which the Speaker from the Labour Party also did.
It's not what's in Kew Gardens. No, you're a bright chap, so let's not test each other's patience. This is about the bill, not what's in Kew Gardens.
OK, well, could we say we very much support this bill? We understand that there's the 2 particular clauses which we believe will help significantly in order to try and generate some extra funds. We believe that there's 7 residential properties that might be impacted by this bill, and we're looking forward to ensuring that this is going to be dealt with adequately so that it can be moved on, so this money could be generated. I think there was talk of something up to £40 million could be disposed of if this money was available to Kew Gardens, so we very much support that. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, you're obviously not going to let me talk about anything to do with the environment of this place and what we're particularly doing in the way that we can't raise particular issues, and me not being a member of this committee. So I think what we'll do, Mr Deputy Speaker, is we'll look to possibly, well, if we can bring forward our amendments later on, and we'll be looking to possibly dividing the House now on that basis when our amendments are coming forward later on today. And I think it's just unfortunate that we're not able to discuss properly about what this place is, about this particular institution. And I see you're going to rise to your feet again, and you're going to stop. You're going to stop.
Look, I don't want to fall out. I don't make the rules of the House. I'm here to ensure the rules are kept in place. So please, if you have a problem, don't take it up with the chair. Change the rules of the House. It's quite simple. People are sharp.
I'm not taking up anything with the House. I was listening to the Labour Party. The Labour Party, the Labour spokesperson speaking about these particular issues. Obviously, because I'm not a member of this committee, I'm obviously not going to be allowed to do that. So I will conclude my remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, only with the last word. It's really, really unfortunate that we can't make a point about this particular ridiculous institution of the English Parliament, and it is unfortunate we can't make our points about that today.
Patrick Brady.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I mean, clearly this is the political box office today. I'm not sure what else is going on outside the confines of this chamber, but this is where the action is. We've just seen it as my honourable friend, he should be my right honourable friend from Perth and North Perthshire, attempting to explain why the 2 clauses of this bill are in fact relevant to those of us from Scotland who are being excluded during this Legislative Grand Committee phase. What we like to see as the English Parliament. That was what was created by David Cameron when he introduced the evil standing orders in 2015, and now we rejoice for the first time in its full glory. Here they all are, all the members from England who are having their say under the changes that were brought forward that was going to transform democracy in the United Kingdom.
We've been here once. I've let you get your little bit on. Now then, hopefully we can begin to proceed. Patrick Reddy.
They can, Mr Speaker. Although I would note, I don't know whether it was deliberate, that the honourable member for Dumfries and Galloway was the whip that actually moved the motion to bring the English Parliament into being. I don't know what that was. I don't know whether that was deliberate on the part of the. On the part of the government. And I know the sergeants are going to be kept busy because actually the Legislative Grand Committee brackets England will have to meet later on after we've had the consideration stage. Incidentally, if you type Legislative LGC brackets E close brackets into your autocorrect, it automatically brings up the euro-pound sign. And I don't know if that's some sort of ill omen for the new Prime Minister today. I should say it's just as well that both of the spokespeople, the Minister particularly, does represent a seat in England, because if he had, DEFRA does cover the whole of the United Kingdom on some aspects, and if he had been a member for a seat in Scotland or Wales, he wouldn't actually be in a position to move the 2 clauses that they should stand part of the bill. But I do fully support both of these clauses, Mr Speaker. It is very important that Kew Gardens have the opportunity to raise additional funds through the granting of leases. And we've been in communication with the management at Kew Gardens, and I in fact hope to take up their very generous offer of a visit to the gardens in the not-too-distant future, because we recognise how important it is, and we're not attempting to politicise the gardens. And we're certainly not attempting to disrupt the ultimate passage of the bill. But it's important that we try to subject it to the scrutiny, and any piece of legislation that comes through, to the scrutiny that it deserves. And this is one of the opportunities in which to do it. But it also highlights, as my right honourable friend from Perth and North Perthshire has been trying to do, the inadequacies of the procedures. I have fond memories of visiting the Royal Botanic Gardens in Edinburgh as a youngster. I remember my gran, who would have turned 96 tomorrow, taking me and looking at the goldfish. So I look forward to finding out whether or not Kew Gardens nurtures goldfish within its boundaries. And my constituency of the University of Glasgow has live connections with Kew Gardens. In January 2016, a 3-year collaboration began between Kew, the National Museum of Natural History at the Smithsonian, and the Centre for Textile Conservation and Technical Art History at the University of Glasgow into the science and culture of Pacific bark cloth, which is funded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council. That project is investigating traditional types of cloth worn on the islands of the Pacific.
I'm waiting for the connection to the lease, so I have allowed it to run a little while. Mr Wishart's not, obviously. That's rather unusual for a member to speak and walk out while another member's speaking. Mr Grady.
I'm sure he'll be back imminently. I'm not in a position to.
Oh, and you would agree as the whip. Mr Grady.
It is very... Well, we are in a committee, actually, Mr Chairman.
To the great man, and the person that spoke to before you, I would have thought would like to support you, but Patrick...
It just occurred to me we are in a committee, and there's provision standing orders for the chairman of a committee to allow members to remove their jackets if it's uncomfortably hot. So perhaps that is something of which we could avail ourselves. It would be rare to happen in the chamber of the House, but we are meeting in committee.
That's a general committee. So, once again, it's not the committee that we've got here today. Unfortunately, I wish I could, because I'm as desperate as the rest. Mr Grady.
Yes, you're right. This is the excuse me, the Legislative Grand Committee England, in which we're currently meeting. I note, just as an aside, that the Scottish Grand Committee, I don't think, was ever permitted to use the chamber of the House of Commons. It used to...
We're now stretching. I think I'm going to bring the Minister in. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. But I have got an important announcement to make on the back of the points that are made, and I would like to respond to the significant points that were made, because the Honourable Member for Glasgow North did raise some important issues, and I can confirm to the House that when he visits Kew Gardens, there are goldfish. So we can answer these important questions of the day that he raises. I would like to say how grateful I am for the sincere cooperation from members across the House and from the front bench opposite. I think the Honourable Member for Stroud and also the Honourable Member for Plymouth Sutton and Devonport today raised some important questions, but I'm very grateful for their support. And briefly, I'll respond to the points they've made. He talked about what the Select Committee had raised in terms of concerns back in 2014-15. And in 2015, Kew published a science strategy, a global resource for plant and fungal knowledge, and the strategy lays out clear research priorities, including research programmes. The delivery of these programmes was all subject to funding, and progress has been made on many of these priorities. And Kew will be refreshing both its corporate strategy and science strategy in 2020, and this work is well underway. He also raised the point about where this extra funding would go, and I can assure him that these will go to help underpin the core priorities of Kew and what it's seeking to accomplish, both in England but also its wider reach, notwithstanding Scotland and the world more widely. And I can also assure the Honourable Member for Stroud that this does incorporate significant investment in digitising Kew's herbarium collection, which is important to him and important to all of us as well, because we want to make sure that it's conserved securely and globally available. The other point that he made, it will be available online, and that's an important thing to highlight. This funding will help Kew in its ambition to further increase its self-generated revenue and become and more financially self-sufficient. And I understand that it won't be used directly to reduce funding. I mean, this is to help it achieve its ambitions to grow its funding further and further. And I think what's very reassuring to honourable members is that since 2009-10, what we've seen is the funding from DEFRA, the grant and aid, go from 28.6 million to 40.8 million. But at the same time, and this is credit to the team at Kew, their self-generated income going from 20 million to 70 million. So this is part of a much wider scheme, an ambitious scheme, to help move things forward there. He also made the point about green spaces. Yes, they will be protected, absolutely. I think he's right to highlight that. These leases are around peripheral buildings at this stage and won't affect the core purpose. And as I've said already, the funding will be used for the core purposes that are so vitally important for all that goes on. He did also raise the issue of the entrance fee. The Natural History Museum and others, for example, are designated as national museums and sponsored directly by TCMS, although they do get funding from special exhibitions. But Kew's different, and the admission and membership there help to raise much needed funds, 18 million. The broader discussion about how that would shape is at some point for the future, and certainly not for this particular bill. But it is good to know that the board there are making significant steps forward, and it's also the other point he raised, I think, was around extra funding from DCMS and elsewhere, and he may be aware that it already receives 3 million a year from ODA funding that's administered from DEFRA. So there are important things there, as well as noting that there will be a visit in due course so that members from Scotland and elsewhere can come and see all that Kew has to offer, and we'll talk more about that later on. But this bill is not large. Its impact, though, is significant. It would enable the release of value from land and property at Kew Gardens through a variety of commercial options, such as long leases of residential or office use. It would also reduce maintenance liabilities and running costs and enhance the site through restoration and ongoing maintenance. It will help Kew in its ambition to further increase its self-generated revenue and become more financially self-sufficient. And once again, for these reasons, I beg to move that these clauses stand part of the bill.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Does many of that opinion say aye? Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. Does many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order. Order.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same without amendment.
Consideration of the bill not amended in Legislative Grand Committee. What day?
Now.
Order. I've decided to select manuscript amendments to be proceeded with on-report amendments 1 and 2 tabled in the name Mr Pete Wishart and others for the Legislative Grand Committee, England. Copies of the report stage notice paper will be available from the Vote Office shortly. In the meantime, we may proceed using the text as on the notice paper for the Legislative Grand Committee, England. I call Mr Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Complete. I call Mr Patrick Grady and his Amendment 1, with which it will be convenient to debate Amendment 2. Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Here we are. Now we're back in the United Kingdom Parliament. Can anyone spot the difference? There are some subtle changes. As we said, the sergeants are getting quite the work out this afternoon, keeping that mace up and down. But that will because it will be keeping them later on busy when we go back into the English Parliament, the Legislative Grand Committee, which I think we can all agree has been an overwhelming success. Such an overwhelming success, I think, that my right honourable friend, the member for Perth and North Perthshire, has had to go and have a wee lie down in a darkened room somewhere. So it falls to me to move the amendments standing in his name and several of my other honourable friends. And the reason we've done this, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, but that was not respectful to the Chair. As I was saying before the proceedings were sort of concluded in the Legislative Grand Committee a moment ago, we don't object to this bill. We completely accept that, in fact, most of the territorial extent of it is to a very small part of Greater London. But the consequences, there are potential consequences across the whole of the United Kingdom. There could be unintended consequences. And what we've said since the start of the introduction of the English Votes for English Laws procedure is that it shouldn't have to be down to the Speaker or the Chair to be in the invidious position of having to make what might at times become a very political or politicised decision about whether or not a bill should be subject to the evil procedures. Now, perhaps there is a case of some description for further devolution to different parts of the United Kingdom, for different ways in which legislation that is only relevant to England can be discussed by directly elected representatives from that part of the United Kingdom. But what I think we have demonstrably been able to prove today in particular, and since they were first introduced, is that these evil procedures are not the way to do it. They have their own little chapter now in the new edition of Erskine May, and I pay tribute to the editors of the new edition of Erskine May. I am proud owner of a signed copy of that edition, and the evil chapter is very nicely sort of self-contained, almost like this little ensuite chapter of Erskine May, with the possibility of it just being deleted almost entirely without notice when the inevitable day comes that these standing orders are wiped away. They'll either be wiped away because there will no longer be members of Parliament from Scotland, because Scotland will have become an independent country, and I believe that day is coming very soon, or they'll have been wiped away because they're simply not convenient for whichever government comes into power and has a majority to be able to do that. So they completely defeat the purpose for which they were set up. They were only ever set up as a convenient political tool for the then Prime Minister David Cameron, and I think it's quite ironic that we end up having this procedure today on a day when his old Etonian friend finally takes power. If people are baffled at the procedure that's been taking place in the House of Commons today and is going to continue to take place as we go back into Legislative Grant Committee for the consent motion, then goodness knows how baffled they're going to be when they see the drama beginning to unfold on Downing Street. I do want to put on record our support for the work of Kew Gardens. I was talking about the connections that exist with institutions in Scotland. The Glasgow Botanic Gardens, which are a jewel in my West End constituency, also have long historic links. Professor Sir William Jackson Hooper in 1821 was appointed Professor of Botany at the University of Glasgow, and he went on to become a director of Kew Gardens, and he was succeeded by his son Joseph Dalton Hooker, who himself was also a graduate of the University of Glasgow. I was speaking briefly about the collaboration between Kew, the National Museum of Natural History in the Smithsonian Institute, and the Centre for Textile Conservation and Technical Art History at the University of Glasgow into traditional culture and practice in Pacific Islands. I suspect I'm now lining up a visit to that institution in Glasgow University alongside a visit to Kew Gardens itself. And these are examples of cutting-edge research and the importance of leveraging adequate finance to support that kind of research, and that is one of the purposes of the granting of the lease that was in Clause 1 of the bill. And of course the other thing that Kew Gardens, along with other institutions, is working on is tackling climate change. We know there's a climate emergency. Anyone who was watching footage from the mall about 25 minutes ago will know that there was a climate emergency taking place. And I was very interested to read that this year Kew Gardens have awarded the Kew International Medal to Dr Mary Robinson for her work on climate justice. The Glasgow Caledonian University, in the constituency of my friend from Glasgow Central, has a fantastic research institute on the concept of climate justice, and Dr Robinson is a patron of that institute, and I've had the huge privilege of meeting her. I'm delighted to read that she has been awarded that award from Kew Gardens. And the Scottish Government, of course, has long espoused the importance of climate justice as a way of tackling climate change and rectifying, helping people mitigate and tackle climate change who have been worst affected but have done the least to cause climate change. Now, and that is one of the reasons why we wanted to make the point about the extent of the bill and the importance of unintended consequences, and that is why we have tabled the different amendments that we have. Amendment number 1 would require a minister to inform the Scottish Government of any business or individual based in Scotland who is granted a lease under the terms of the bill. And that could be useful and important for a number of reasons. The new leaseholder, for example, might be applying for similar development rights in Scotland, or they may be a stakeholder in an ongoing policy consultation or policy developments of some other kind north of the border. And if we have the statutory reporting mechanism of the kind that we're proposing in our amendment, then that would be an opportunity for ministers in the Scottish Government to be fully aware of what was happening. And I think it's Amendment 2 that actually gets a little bit more to the point. It's about the tax take and the sums that will accrue to the Treasury from any lease granted. One of the key purposes of the bill, as we've heard in the various debates, is to raise badly needed funds for the Garden's research and investment programme. And again, I pay tribute to the works that the Garden does. Yes, I'd be happy to.
Who've gathered in this House to discuss the very important debate on youth services and lack thereof. Is he intending to enable us to do that, or his speech and the length of it and the number of pages he has left appear to indicate that he hasn't, in which case it would be very nice for him to inform the House of his intentions so that we can make sure we get to that very important business.
She raises a very important point. I don't intend to detain the House desperately long. I want to make sure that that debate can be heard. It's particularly relevant, of course, to members from England and Wales. We just had a procedure of the so-called English Parliament. This is what was supposed to happen as a result of the independence referendum and the reform of devolution, and it's patently failing, and she demonstrates that. But yes. There are only 2 amendments. I'm speaking about the second amendment, so she can take from that her patience shouldn't be tested for too much longer. But one of the key points is that the leases will raise money, that money will generate tax take, that tax take will go to the Treasury. That will eventually work its way into public expenditure, first of all through the UK Consolidated Fund, and then ultimately, presumably, some of it, through the Barnett formula, ends up in the Scottish Consolidated Fund. And this has been the crux of our problem with the evil procedures from the very start, is that we don't see the full consequences and we don't see the full knock-on effects. And so that's why this amendment suggests that the Minister should make an estimate or make a report into the amount of sums expected to accrue to the Treasury as a result of any lease granted. And of course, we were told at the time, Mr Deputy Speaker, when the English Votes for English Laws procedure was introduced, that the way that we would be able to scrutinise all of these things was through the estimates process. But my right honourable friend from Perth and North Perthshire, this is not the only time he's been called out of order and required by the Chair to resume his seat, because when he tried to talk about estimates previously, he was also ruled out of order and he wasn't able to speak. Now, there has been a small reform to the estimates process, which we have welcomed, but it is still not sufficient for us to have the kind of say that we wanted to. We can't table any meaningful amendments to that. The subjects for debate and the time available for debate are still limited. So I think we are demonstrating, I think even in the members' frustration about the potential squeeze this has on the important debate to follow on youth services in England, demonstrates the fundamental failures, first of all, of the evil system, and secondly, of the overall impact of the attempt to reform and the silencing, potentially, of voices from England and Wales. So the evil procedure, sadly, is becoming a bit of a laughingstock. There's a risk of Parliament falling into the same trap, and certainly I think laughingstocks are not going to be short of supply outside our doors and down Whitehall. Politics is a bit chaotic at the moment, and this kind of procedural shenanigans don't necessarily enhance that, but I think they serve to prove the point. So in the interests of consensus, particularly in interests of not delaying this bill any further, for Kew Gardens by sending it into ping-pong for the Lords, I don't intend to press my amendments or divide the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I hope the point has been made, and I look forward to the Minister's response.
The question is that one be made. Minister?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will speak briefly because I am aware that the Honourable Member for High Peak and others want to get on to this other debate, and I fully understand that. And I'm very grateful for the support we've received from the opposition front bench. All I would say, I think in these situations it's important to learn the lessons from Honourable Members like the Honourable Member for Enfield North, because I always find that he uses good humour and a probing wit and maximum respect for the subject and for the people involved as well. And I was just getting a little bit nervous, a little bit concerned about the tone of a member who I like, the Honourable Member for Perth and North Perthshire, whether this was some of his comments, understandable comments, about the process might have been beginning to reflect onto Kew itself. But I think, and I'm really pleased, that the Honourable Member for Glasgow North clarified that was certainly not the case. And one thing's for sure, Kew is certainly not a laughingstock. It is a much valued asset, and I'm pleased the Honourable Member for Glasgow North reinforced that. Amendment 1 is not necessary, and it's not that clear. Should information on the granting of a specific lease be required by anyone, including the Scottish Government Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform, in line with the Land Registry publication requirements, the price paid for the lease and the relevant details of the leaseholder and the lease document itself will be available from the Land Registry when the lease is registered. And I think the Honourable Member is actually aware. It's unclear what information would be required to be in any report under this amendment, but information on a lease, including price and lease conditions, will be available to the public and likewise any government minister. In terms of Amendment 2, under the National Heritage Act, a statement of accounts is in respect of each financial year for Kew is prepared and examined and certified. This annual report and accounts is reviewed by the Controller and Auditor General, the head of the National Audit Office, and laid before each House. Details of Kew's income, including government, commercial and charitable donations, are set out in this report, which is a public document. As already stated in the other place, income received by Kew in respect of these leases will be reflected in this report. So I hope that gives the Honourable Member for Glasgow North assurance that these will be taken care of. And I think that, although he's probably aware of the points I've made anyway from the dispatch box, I hope that while he has had the opportunity to make his wider point for the benefit of this particular bill and for the impact this will have on the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, I would ask the member to withdraw his amendments on this occasion. Thank you.
Patrick Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, with the leave of the House, as I say very often, I accept the reassurances that the Minister has given. I think our point has been made, and I look forward to seeing whether the Government Whip's Office try to use this procedure again at any point ever. And if they're not going to, perhaps they just need to get rid of the whole procedure. But I beg to withdraw or whatever I need to do.
And is withdrawn. We now come to consideration completed. Does the Minister intend to move a consent motion in the Legislative Grant Committee? That's great. Nods. Nod. Yeah. The House shall forthwith resolve itself into the Legislative Grant Committee. Order. 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 I remind the honourable members. Order. I remind honourable members that there is a division. Only members representing constituencies in England may vote. I call the Minister to move the consent motion. The question is that the consent motion. Mr. Patrick Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, really, I'm now just trying to beat my right honourable friend for Perth and North Perthire's record of being the member from Scotland that has spoken the most frequently in the Legislative Grand Committee. I mean, it's not just the sergeants that are getting exercised now, it's yourself having to go up and down between these chairs. These moments shouldn't really just be a formality. It defeats the entire purpose. And I really hope that's being heard on the Treasury bench.
Here. Nobody else, for sure, okay. The question is the consent motion. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. Order. I remind honourable members that there is a division of... Which one are we up to now? Order. I beg to report that the Chairman... Let's start afresh. Order, order. I now beg to report...
You leave the chair.
I'm going to leave the... Let's keep this one. Yeah, absolutely. Are you happy? That's good with me, somebody. That's good to hear.
I beg to report that the Legislative Grand Committee, England, has consented to the Kew Gardens Leases No. 3 Bill.
Third reading.
Now.
Queen's consent. Marvellous. The question... we move third reading. The Minister moved third reading. Minister. I'll come to you soon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now read the third time. I'm pleased to move the motion for the third reading of the bill, which will provide the ability to grant leases of up to 150 years on Crown land at Kew Gardens, opening up new streams of revenue that will support this great British institution and World Heritage Site to flourish. Kew is a scientific institution of towering importance, not only for the UK, but as a global resource for authoritative specialist knowledge on plant and fungal diversity and its role in supporting essential ecosystems, which play a critical role in addressing the unprecedented scale and pace of threats facing the natural world and indeed humanity. Kew is a custodian to one of the largest and most diverse collections of plant and fungal specimens, living and preserved, collected from around the world over 170 years, with 25,000 specimens added each year from the Millennium Seed Bank at Wakehurst to the herbarium at Kew itself. These collections are of immense use and fundamental importance to science in determining how species differ and develop, and which are threatened by extinction, an issue of grave concern internationally. To restore and digitise this incredible collection to make it accessible across the world requires considerable investment, as has been set out earlier in this debate. This bill will enhance Kew's ability to attract non-governmental funding, further providing income for these and other important investments. Kew is home to more scientists than ever before, working in partnership with scientists, educators and communities to promote research, education and conservation. And Kew does much to involve the public too. We make more than 2 million visits a year to Kew and to Wakehurst, and around 100,000 pupils learn from its many wonders on school trips. Across the spectrum of public engagement, Kew is fostering a wide understanding of plants and fungi and why they matter to us. I'm delighted at the support from parliamentarians at the second reading debate, and an invitation has been extended for interested parliamentarians across the board to visit Kew on the morning of the 9th of October from 8:45 to 10:45. Hopefully they've received the invitation already. And I'm still more delighted that the government has had the opportunity to bring this bill forward, building on the efforts of those who promoted similar bills on Kew through the private members route, the Honourable Member for Bridgewater and Somerset West, the Honourable Member for Richmond Park, and in the other place, Lord True. In the other place, the bill was amended by Lord Whitty to ensure robust protection for Kew's core functions and the World Heritage Site. And I'm so grateful to honourable members in this House and to noble lords in the other place for their contributions. I extend my thanks to the team at Kew. Very grateful for all that they do, including the trustees, as well as the officials on the bill team, my private office, the parliamentary private secretaries, the whips on both sides, and of course the clerks for their work and support on this issue. As the Minister in the Commons with responsibility for the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, it's been an honour to lead this bill. Our debate in this House has enabled me to underline the global importance of Kew and the Government's commitments to its future. I believe that its progress through both Houses has been a model of parliamentary process, working together effectively to ensure that the bill is fit for purpose. I look forward to the bill's speedy progress towards royal assent. I beg to move.
The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Luke Pollard.
Mr Deputy Speaker, there's very little to add to the remarks I made earlier, so as I want the next debate to hurry up, I will briefly say I'm grateful for the Minister for his support for the ongoing digitalisation of the herbarium records and the recognition that the income derived from the sale of these leases will go to support the ongoing work that Kew does. We need more bolder and swifter action to tackle climate change and the biodiversity loss, and Kew Gardens plays a really important part in Britain's soft power and hard power interventions in doing that, and I wish them the best of luck in selling these leases so we can make sure that work continues. Thank you.
Patrick Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I just want to reinforce what we'd said earlier. You know, we have points to make it in procedures in this place, but the work that Kew does is immensely valuable. We hold it in the greatest of respect, and we look forward to the success that this bill will have. I did also want to say, I meant to say before it was cut short, that have been fortified in our contributions in the House this evening with some tea and cakes that we were having in celebration of the birthday of Anne Harvey, who works in the SNP Whip's office. She celebrates a very significant birthday next week, and we hope that can go on the record for her as well. But we wish the bill every success.
Stephen Powell.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a sad commentary, almost a tragic indication of a metaphor for our times, that a bill like this, which every sane, sensible person would support wholeheartedly, has seemed to have run into the mire of parliamentary procedure. And I think that the honourable gentleman, the member for Perth and North Perthshire, normally exhibits a warmth and amity so typical of his Caledonian cousins, and he normally extends this warm cloak of friendship over all of us and wishes nothing more than to accelerate the proceedings of the House. On this occasion, Mr Deputy Speaker, there was a smidgen of sarcasm about his words, and it pains me grievously to say that. And he implied somehow that this was not a matter of great moment beyond West London, although West London obviously is a place of great significance. What I would say is that Kew Gardens is a global treasure store. It is a world bank. It is a world centre of excellence. And when the honourable gentleman for Perth and North Perthshire, one of the very few members of this House who have exposed himself to the nation on Top of the Pops, when he was playing with Clannad, he somehow implied that this was not an issue that stretched beyond this House. I immediately thought of F.E. Smith during the Church of Wales Disestablishment No. 2 bill, when he said the entire eyes of the world were looking on this. And you may remember Chesterton's comment at the time, "Are they clinging to their crosses, F.E. Smith? When the Breton boat fleet tosses, are they, Smith? They're fasting, trembling, bleeding, wait the news from our city, groaning, that's the second reading. Hissing, there is still committee." I would say this is an important bill, and I have to say that the honourable gentleman, the Minister, has exhibited many of the great skills of the horticulturalist. He has been patient, he has allowed this to grow before us, he has battened off invasive species only using organic principles.
Would the honourable gentleman give way?
I was coming on to chemicals, but of course I'll give way.
Merely to ask whether, in his encomia for the Minister, whether you'd asked him whether he'd done enough pruning.
Sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, the parliamentary secateurs, if not the snips, certainly should have been exhibited earlier on, but they were. But all I can say is that Kew Gardens is not just that world centre, that bank, a seed bank. It is also a place of huge entertainment. My honourable friend, the member from Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, talked about a concrete and steel part of the world, which is illuminated and enlivened by this patch of green. Actually, we're not all concrete and steel in West London, but we are grateful for this. But many of us will come along to the exhibitions, and not just the incredible Christmas celebrations that they show there. It is a... What? I'm sorry, the honourable gentleman from Rhondda. Yeah. Okay. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, it always hurts me when a voice from the Rhondda is in any way attacking. But look, it is not just a place of great entertainment, it is not just an extraordinary resource for the world, but it also has a new function nowadays. All over London, we've got these pop-up gardens, these more gardens where there were, sort of large soulless council estates, and it is Kew that we go to. It is Kew that provide us the information. It is Kew that give us the details of plants which do not need a huge amount of watering, which can actually be resistant. And I'm glad to see that our leader from the All-Party Parliamentary Horticultural and Gardening Group is here on the front bench. I trust that means she's been promoted. But all I can say is that Kew is for the world. It is not just for us in London. And the Minister has done an excellent job. And I hope that we can leave aside the sourness and the bitterness that may occasionally have exhibited itself this afternoon and celebrate the glory that is Kew.
Excellent. The question is the bill now be read third time. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the general debate on the role of sufficiency of youth service. I call Minister Mims Davies to move.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the Government has called the debate today as a response to the publication of the APPG's inquiry on youth affairs, which I have with me, which was published in April. I'm delighted the Secretary of State and my colleague here with the Arts and Culture Brief is here to support me in responding to this. I recently met with the member for Brighton Kemp Town to discuss the report. It's a very impressive piece of work. As I said at the time, the APPG and their team should be commended for it, and will of course respond in detail to all the recommendations of the report presently. And today I would like to take this spirit of cross-party cooperation and focus for our young people here at the Dispatch Box, so that we can highlight what the Government is already doing to address the subject of sufficiency in youth work. and I look forward to hearing members' views. Now, firstly, turning to the youth work curriculum and qualifications, the training for youth workers. We will renew, Mr Deputy Speaker, the youth work curriculum and national occupational standards, and we will renew the entry-level qualifications into youth work. And today I am pleased to announce we will establish a new Level 3 youth work apprenticeship. We know that these are particularly valuable when it comes to frontline youth workers, both paid and, importantly, volunteers. And we're doing this because we know the power of a trusted relationship between a young person and an appropriately trained adult. And this can absolutely transform that young person's life. Yes.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Will she join me in paying tribute to all of those voluntary youth workers, both in my constituency of Crawley and up and down the country, who give so much of their time, not just through council youth services, but through other youth groups like Cubs and Brownies and Scouts and so on?
I thank my honourable friend, and I know the importance of interventions of youth work in his community, in his town. It's seen in the football club, it's seen in the charity movement, and it's seen in terms of the prevention, and it's absolutely important. I completely agree regarding the uniformed youth, of course.
Lady, for giving way. Her comments are very important in the light that last Saturday a 15-year-old was actually shot by somebody on a motorbike, and the point I'm trying to make is this, that 87% of local authorities over the last 10 years have actually cut at least one portion of their youth services. Now, I think we've got to do something about that. I'll put another way to you. $3 billion has been cut from the youth services over the last 10 years. How is the government going to try and make ground up there, bearing in mind that police sources are very badly stretched in this country? And I'm not making a political point. We still have a shortage of policemen as well.
I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this, and the loss of any young life on our streets is absolutely one too many. And when we are making decisions about local services, it's absolutely important that local councillors and local councils recognise the impact of those decisions. I've been one of those people in a challenged circumstance having to make decisions. Our young people matter, and I'll be coming on to that later in my comments. But I hope today's debate will make this very clear that cross-government, cross-party, we absolutely do care. Now, these qualifications I was mentioning earlier will be assessed by those working, as we heard, in a volunteer capacity, maybe small voluntary organisations who may not have the significant sums needed in terms of these qualifications being assessed. So I'm also confirming today that £500,000 in bursaries for potential students who would otherwise not be able to pay for them will be supported, and that should benefit up to around 400 students. And I want to turn to further investments that we are making as a government. Now, the Youth Investment Fund has a 3-year £40 million collaboration with the National Lottery, and I want to thank those players who help us to support this. This benefits 90 voluntary and community organisations working in disadvantaged communities. So what does this mean? A great example of this is around detached youth work done on the Pallister estate in Middlesbrough. This engages between 60 to 80 young people each week and has contributed to a reported decline in antisocial behaviour rates in the community. This is the successful model which we see as a delivery agency such as Youth Focus North, who are also working as a local community business to establish a permanent building for young people to be part of that estate. Yes.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Youth First provides fantastic youth services across Lewisham, and when 15-year-old Jay Hughes was murdered last November, they were instrumental in bringing the community together. But they are chronically underfunded due to cuts to our local authority, and as a result they can't provide those detached youth workers that you've just talked about. So does she agree with me that we must invest in these youth services so that they can do that vital role in tackling youth violence and supporting our communities?
I agree with the Honourable Lady. It's far too easy to overlook our young people in council chambers who we don't think about perhaps when we're making those difficult decisions. I have been out and heard the benefit of detached youth work, and it's absolutely vital that the government looks to support them. I've already made that case to the incoming Prime Minister about the importance of our young people, and I'll continue to do that while I'm in this role. So the Uniform Youth Fund, we heard earlier about the importance of these groups. We have invested £5 million in groups between 18 and 19, supporting the Sea Cadets, the Boys Brigade and the Girls Guides. This is to expand the opportunities to take part in these services in deprived wards. This has meant directly over 10,000 new places for more young people have been created. And there is another great example in Liverpool where the Fire Cadets have a new unit at school for young people who have autism. Now, this funding is enabling uniformed youth organisations to reach out, to modernise their websites and improve their training materials. And I want to turn to NCS. What's happened here? 500,000 people to date, and currently, right now this summer, 100,000 more young people are taking part. What does this mean? It means adding 15 million hours of volunteering via the NCS. Take the Honourable Lady.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's good to hear that there are some isolated examples of youth work going on, but in Derbyshire, in my county, we've seen every single youth worker has been given redundancy. Ironically, on the same day that we had our first knife stabbing by young people in Buxton. This is what is happening up and down the country. Isolated examples. The NCS, which lasts for 2 weeks, are no replacement to the long-term relationships and commitment that youth workers give to young people around our country.
I think it's absolutely vital that we have an opportunity for our young people to be involved in NCS, but it's absolutely vital that we have other interventions. I don't see it as one or the other, and I understand the point that she is making. I would also like to confirm today that there's ongoing funding of £280,000 to 6 of our most promising Centre for Social Action initiatives to help them to scale and grow. This includes support of the Grand Mentors initiative. This is run by Volunteer Matters, which does use mentoring to help our young care leavers. Now, this only complements the existing outstanding work which is done by civil society and our local authorities. And I would like to turn to local authorities, if I may. Local councils do have a statutory duty to provide services for our young people. No one can deny there has been an operational challenge in the financial environment to providing this. However, it is our view that open access to youth services have, in some cases, perhaps as we've heard just now, been far too easy to target for those cuts. So credit, I strongly believe, should go to those local authorities who have helped set out new structures, attracting new partners and direct funding into this space. We have seen fantastic examples of this, from Devon to Doncaster to Manchester to Merseyside. This is why, and this is key, we have launched a new review of guidance for our local councils on that statutory duty to provide youth services. We want to see in this government a more accessible approach without putting any underfunded burdens onto our local authorities. I will.
I want to welcome, thank you very much for the Minister's kind words earlier on about our meeting. I want to welcome that the Government have agreed to do a statutory review of the statutory guidelines, a review of the statutory guidelines of how councils are fulfilling. Will she ensure that there is a basic right for every young person to access youth services every night of the week throughout their life of a young person in these guidelines, or will it be just a very wishy-washy state of principles for councils to follow?
I thank the honourable gentleman because I know he's passionate in this area and absolutely doing all the right work to look after and promote the positives available for our young people. And it's absolutely right that they should know what they can expect from this government, from their community. And I'll come on to this in the Youth Charter, but if I just briefly address this, it's absolutely right that our young people do get a chance to grow and mature and find things for themselves, and this is absolutely a youth offer. And that's why when I came into this post, it felt very clear to me that a youth charter, a youth offer, what our next generation could and should expect must be answered, and I'm very pleased to be taking this forward, and I'll say more shortly. So let me turn to how we keep our young people safe. We are committed to tackling the issue of serious violence, a priority for this government and our communities. And in the Knife Crime Summit in April, which the Honourable Lady for the Front Bench joined us on, all government departments were at the table. Sport England, the Premier League, sporting and governing bodies, arts, culture, civil society, all agreeing to work together to strengthen both the sporting offer, to tackle serious violence and other areas. And may I say what the Home Office has done. It has launched a £200 million endowment to fund grassroots interventions, to make sure that we add to the current £22 million early intervention fund. And again this week I've been able to announce Sport England will be providing £400,000 of further national lottery funding to 49 projects to deliver strong, targeted sports offers ahead of these summer holidays. Yes.
I'm really grateful to the Minister for that. And I have to say that Newham has, in the past, benefited from such projects. But can I say to her that the applications are due in yesterday, and the money has to be spent by March. It is a complete waste of money to be trying to do these projects year on year in an ad hoc way. What we need to do is a proper costed programme that runs from the beginning of the year and can be planned properly and not squandering the money that is being placed.
I agree with the Honourable Lady. I think a concerted effort of long-term funding for our young people is the way forward, and salami slicing is not helpful in this situation. I'm sure my officials will have heard that, and to my mind, when it comes to this offer, it's about knowing what works, amplifying it, spreading it out, and indeed supporting it. I'll take the Honourable Lady first, because she looks frustrated.
Thank you for giving way. In my constituency of Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough, we have seen a significant rise in knife crime and in organised gangs. And recently I had two youth workers, Fran Belbin and Lloyd Samuels, come into my surgery and explain to me the frustrations they have by the very funding formula that my honourable friend has discussed. And I really think it would be fantastic if the new Prime Minister would actually commit to a 5-year strategy which gives all sorts, whether they be the voluntary sector or council, a good go at actually improving things for our young people, because at the moment we've just got bits of funding where people are bidding in against one another and given very short timescales to prepare a plan. For instance, this school holidays, they were only aware of the funding a few weeks before and now have been awarded it and have got a week to pull that through for the young people. It's not good enough.
In my experience in this role, I have found brilliant projects ready to roll, and I would like to think we will have no problem finding the right interventions this summer. But I hear what the Honourable Lady says. I think the incoming Prime Minister will find, and have to be very careful as I speak here, that we are committed to a youth charter, a 10-year vision for a generation, which I'll absolutely be making the case for us to continue to. I'm going to take the honourable gentleman there, and I'm going to try to limit interventions because I want to hear from other members.
I'm very grateful. Young people from the poorest backgrounds are 4 times more likely to suffer a traumatic or acquired brain injury, and there's lots of evidence that the teenagers who do that, who already have very well developed some parts of their brain but have less developed executive functions in their brain, end up being the youngsters that get excluded from school because they seem to be misbehaving. They end up in the criminal justice system. Is it not absolutely vital that we make sure that those teenagers, in particular from poorer backgrounds, get the medical and rehabilitation support they need so that they don't end up in the criminal justice system?
Honourable gentleman is right. Once we have a young person in the criminal justice system, we are intervening in some ways far too late. And, you know, it doesn't mean that can't be changed from there, but we should be intervening sooner. And that's the work that I was doing with the Minister for Safeguarding regarding the whole of the sector this week in terms of making sure if people who have a challenged background do get a chance to get into employment, and it's absolutely right that he raises that early intervention. So turning to the Sport England impact, I don't want to undersell this. We will be reaching over 3,000 additional young people under the age of 25, giving the key skills on coaching and further opportunities. And it's these projects which I think demonstrate the power of sport, the power to inspire, and that's where culture, arts, heritage in our communities for our young people can offer a way out, a new chance to take them away from the risk of violence and gangs. Now, I want to turn to a concerted effort that I've been looking for in this department when it comes to discrimination and racism and the power of sport to inspire. Now, today the FA, Premier League, EFL have written to me setting out their next steps when it comes to tackling the issue of racism and discrimination following the summit I called earlier this year. It vitally sets out stronger education measures, improved reporting systems, better training and support for referees and stewards. There is more to do, and I expect this to be at the top of the agenda for the next season from the whole of football. Now, I want to turn to other interventions that we have regarding the school sport and activity action plan. Now, a third of our young people are doing less than the half of the recommended amount of exercise a day, especially our girls, especially children from poorer backgrounds and children, some of them from BAME backgrounds. And we have published our new school sport activity action plan. And this will ensure that our young people are able to get the benefit of 60 minutes of daily sport and physical activity today. Just quickly.
Honourable Ladies raised a very interesting point, because what we need as well is joined up government here with education actually involved, and that means further education, which has lost a lot of money, because very often you can channel a young person into further education, they make their mind up, they may want to go to university. So it's a joined up process, and I think that's the approach that's got to be taken.
I thank the honourable gentleman. I will be coming on to that joined-up approach very shortly, because I think this is absolutely key. Mr Deputy Speaker, we must ensure our young people are able to have a say, importantly, in the policies that do affect them, and I've launched 3 further cross-government youth voice projects enabling them to directly input into policies and design them alongside officials and politicians. Hearing from young people attending the recent summit on serious violence, to our youth steering group advising government on environmental action, we are making sure that young people are being listened to. Now, let me turn to the Youth Charter. The theme of today's debate is the sufficiency in youth services, and I've outlined some of the things that we have done and the plans that we have. Now, in April this year, the government announced that we will develop a Youth Charter. And I think we do need to ask ourselves, are we sufficiently ambitious on behalf of our young people? Through the Charter, we will be. We will bring together policies from across government, hearing the views from young people, from those that work and, importantly, care for our young people. I want to say a huge thank you to the youth sector organisations who've shared and embraced this opportunity, worked with us to develop it so far. It is a commitment to a generation for a generation. I want the Youth Charter to have a clear message to our young people. We back them, we're listening to them, and I mean we're listening to all of them. We're not stereotyping and we're not limiting them, and we will make sure that if they speak or act in a different way, we hear them. Mr Speaker, to conclude, every young voice matters. This government is determined that all our young people will be supported to reach their full potential. We want this country to be the best place in the world to be young.
The question is, this House has considered the role of sufficiency of youth service. Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank the Government for bringing forward this general debate today on the role and sufficiency of youth services, and say that the opposition welcomes any new monies announced today because they are certainly needed for the youth work sector. I would also like to join the Government in welcoming the APPG Youth Works inquiry published earlier this year and commend my honourable friend, the member for Brighton Kemp Town, and the National Youth Agency for their role in this important body of work, which I know will go a long way to influencing this afternoon's debate. Youth services play a vital role in our communities. They provide a safe space for young people to be creative, to develop friendships, to learn new skills, all with a trusted adult. However, this vital public service and the youth work profession continue to be misunderstood and underappreciated. Youth work is often misportrayed as sport, and it is not. Too often, youth services are depicted as a meeting place for young people to knock a ball about on a battered ping-pong table, yet this couldn't be further from the truth. Youth work is a distinct educational process focusing on young people's defined needs through non-formal learning. Its key purpose, as outlined in the recent APPG inquiry, is to facilitate young people's personal, social and educational development, to enable them to develop their voice, influence and place in society, and to reach their full potential. Youth services also play a crucial role in interacting with other services for young people, where additional needs or opportunities are identified from formal education and social services to criminal justice, healthcare, housing and benefits. However, over the last decade, the Government have failed to recognise these benefits and dismantled the entire infrastructure of youth services. Since 2010, local authority spending has fallen from £1.1 billion to just £384 million, a 70% reduction in real terms. In my home county, Mr Deputy Speaker, of Lancashire, you might know it well, this reduction rises to 78%, and in the Minister's own patch of Hampshire, the scale of cuts is even higher at 95%. As a result, at least 760 youth centres have closed their doors up and down the country. However, there are still fragments of excellent provision across the country. Labour councils have sought to protect services in their communities and have innovated where funds have been cut to still deliver a service to young people. Barking and Dagenham is soon to open London's first youth zone to offer first-class facilities to thousands of young people. Despite cuts in their budget, they are innovating to ensure that all young people still have access to youth services. However, the youth service in England no longer exists as a service provided in every local authority area with a specialist team of professionals and dedicated buildings and projects for young people. I haven't given way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, because she's touching on a really important point in terms of the sustainability of youth services depending on adequate workforce training. And one of the impacts of the deep cuts in local authorities has surely been the inability to continue the sort of training that we've seen in the past. And whilst welcoming the 400 posts that I think I heard the Minister talk about earlier, does my honourable friend agree that falls well short of what's needed to provide an ambitious workforce, and that we really need to focus on workforce sustainability as part of any strategy?
My honourable friend perhaps preempts the future sections of my speech where I go into detail about this, but he's absolutely right, and I do agree with every word he says about the sustainability of the workforce. Because in many ways, youth work is the first public service to have been dismantled, and the uncertainty over local government funding creates growing challenges for local authorities to innovate and to provide for these services. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a testament to our voluntary sector that provision has not completely collapsed under the weight of these cuts. I want to pay tribute to the traditional organisations like the Sea Cadets, YMCA, Scouts Guides, Boys and Girls Brigade, who have innovated to keep open access youth work alive. We have seen many new and innovative models of delivering youth provision, spanning public, private and civil society partners to deliver excellent provision for young people in some areas. I will give way to my friend.
as well as traditional voluntary sector names, social enterprises play a key role in delivering youth services, and use other income streams through enterprise to fund youth services. But this is insufficient. We've seen a huge cut in funding, people having to rely on lottery, on charitable trusts, and on short commissioning cycles. So we're seeing a real volatility in the sector. Isn't it time that we got sufficiency in the sector so those organisations and the voluntary sector and the councils could provide real, good, quality youth service?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point about the diversity of the provision of youth work as it stands currently, and I pay tribute to the work that he does in Leeds, where he champions young people's needs, and I look forward to working with him over the summer on a particular project that he is launching. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. She's been very generous. But it's just to tie the two previous interventions together. Something that concerns me is that so much of the delivery now is on a project basis, which means that you do not get the career and the professionalisation and that real expertise and experience in our youth workforce that we did have previously. And I just think the last 9 years we've seen a tragic hollowing out of this important service.
I agree with my honourable friend, and this is indeed why much of the excellent work that is being delivered is being done so by volunteers and lower-level qualified youth workers, because many services are sort of lacking from that sufficiency of management and qualified youth workers, as well as the administrative resources, which are all too often focused on applying for short-term funding. But voluntary sector innovation hasn't happened everywhere, and it is reliant on talented individuals and committed organisations. So does the Minister agree that there's a real gap being felt from the withdrawal of local authorities' role in leading and facilitating youth work provision, and that this is a burden on the already overstretched voluntary sector? I will give way.
She's making a very important point. I have been involved in youth work off and on for most of my adult life, and what I see now is voluntary organisations providing fantastic work. She's already referred to the uniformed organisations, YMCA, such as ours in North Staffordshire. But to coin a phrase, there needs to be a backstop, and that backstop needs to be the statutory services, and nowhere is that more felt than in rural areas, where often, despite the fantastic efforts of volunteers, there are simply not enough who are able to, or have the necessary training, because even as volunteers you need the training now to fulfil that, and therefore young people in rural areas are missing out.
I do agree with the honourable gentleman's point, particularly about rural services, where young people can feel particularly isolated because, of course, when the school bus drops you back off in your village, perhaps 3:30, 4 o'clock, that is it until the next morning, and young people in rural areas feel increasingly isolated, and that is part of the areas that we've seen youth provision really drop off the cliff. I will give way.
Thank you very much. She and the Honourable Member for Stafford made excellent points about the rurality of services. We in High Peak is another rural area that are now being targeted by county lines drugs gangs, and we desperately need youth services at the exact time that they are being decimated and taken away. Our young people desperately need them.
My honourable friend makes an excellent plea for the need for youth services, particularly in areas that have been targeted by county lines and the impact that is having on young people's lives. And it really highlights, frankly, the importance of today's debate. And I'm pleased to see so many members want to get in on the debate. So with permission of other members in the House, I might make some progress with my speech so that we can hear from backbenchers. The loss of this open access youth work has had a devastating impact on young people's lives, because when they don't meet the threshold for the targeted interventions, they simply cannot get any of the support they need, and as a result young people have lost the role models, someone who they can build a trusted relationship with, who can empower them to realise their own strengths and also divert them away from potential harms. But young people have also lost safe spaces, somewhere to go outside of the school hours, to develop social networks and friendship groups outside of school and have a sense of belonging and ownership in their local area. And young people have lost opportunities, opportunities to learn new skills or take part in social action projects, and perhaps even to re-engage with education. And as Parliament goes into recess and schools go into their summer holidays, the impact of these cuts on young people's lives will be felt even greater. And though I welcome the £400 million announced by the Minister in her opening remarks alongside the National Lottery for Sport this summer, it does strike me as being too little too late, given that the schools are breaking up for their summer holidays this week as we are here in Westminster. And within this context, it's hardly surprising that we are seeing chronic levels of loneliness and mental ill health, and the rising number of children and young people tragically involved in knife crime and gangs. This is supported by research conducted by the All-Party Group on Knife Crime, which found that local authority areas suffering the largest cuts to spending on young people have seen the biggest increases in knife crime. The government decision to slash youth services for the sake of short-term cash savings is reckless and short-sighted. Last Friday, I visited Central Lancaster High School in my constituency, and I discussed with the head the challenges that they face in supporting young people without having a youth service to pick up the pieces outside of the school gates. And they've told me that they've had to invest heavily in student support officers, behaviour mentors and alternative provision education programmes. For example, the Queensbury Alternative Provision Programme work, where they are working with students at risk of exclusion to engage them in projects and activities. And this has led to a massive, I'll just finish this planning giveaway. This has led to a massive shift in their attitudes and behaviours, with one Year 10 student saying, "Queensbury helps me to think before I do," and another said, "I think more about the impacts of what I do." So allowing young people that space to reflect, which is not often felt in the school environment. However, this school-based provision is a significant cost to the school budget, which is already diminishing in real terms year on year. I'll give way to the gentleman.
Honourable Lady for giving way. Last Friday I was in my constituency, and will she acknowledge that the National Citizen Service, as I witnessed last week, are enabling young people to tackle the issues of knife crime, for example, such as they're doing in my local programme, and that, whilst there's a lot more to do, is already having a positive impact. Yeah.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for that intervention, and I too visited a National Citizenship Service programme at the Lancaster and Morecambe College last week, and again as the Honourable Gentleman probably did, spoke to the young people there about issues of democracy, and I think the Honourable Gentleman picked up on the similar concerns that I picked up from in my constituency. Young people are deeply concerned about knife crime, and the NCS does offer a space where young people can mix from different schools, from different areas of the community, and hopefully build lasting friendships. But in itself, of course, is not youth work, because it is just for a period of weeks over the summer. Turning to statutory provision, Madam Deputy Speaker, a major flaw in the current system is the lack of statutory protections for youth work. The last Labour government attempted to strengthen the legislation by placing a duty on local authorities to secure sufficient access to positive activities for young people. However, because there's no legal definition of what access to provision should look like, this is open to interpretation and can be ignored by local authorities when faced with significant Tory cuts. And as the Minister reminds us, work is finally underway following the government's commitment to review the statutory guidance for youth services in last year's civil society strategy. However, will the Minister go one step further and follow Labour's policy of introducing new legislation that clearly defines a base level of sufficiency to reflect every young person's right to access high-quality youth work provision close to where they live? Youth workers, Madam Deputy Speaker, are the unsung heroes of our community, and yet they lack any professional status. Social workers, teachers, police officers, nurses, doctors, they all have agreed standards and thresholds to achieve before they can be given these recognised titles. And yet anyone can call themselves a youth worker, regardless of their knowledge, skills, attitude or motive. And does the Minister agree that this is putting children and young people at risk, and this important profession deserves recognition? The workforce has also collapsed under this government. Between 2008 and 2016, 14,500 youth and community workers have lost their jobs, according to the latest LGA workers surveys. And many qualified youth workers have migrated into other occupations. We've seen a significant reduction in recent years of the numbers of JNC degree programmes in England and the number of students enrolling on undergraduate courses. In 2007, there were more than 60 courses on offer, and today that number is just 39. This has left real challenges for organisations seeking to recruit professional youth workers and increase the dependency on volunteers. So I welcome the government commitment to review the youth work qualifications and funding, and I welcome the £500,000 of bursaries for students and the Level 3 youth work qualification. But I hope the Minister realises the scale of the task ahead of her, given the scale of cuts and damage that has been done to youth work as a sector. And can I implore the Minister to go perhaps one step further and adopt Labour's policy of implementing a workforce development strategy to stimulate and guarantee the recruitment and employment of professional youth workers for the future? Madam Deputy Speaker, for years there has been a serious vacuum of leadership coming from government. In 2016, the Cabinet Office committed to create a new 3-year youth policy statement. However, this promise was dropped. But now, with youth work sitting in the DCMS, we have seen a renewed understanding of the benefits of youth work, and we welcome the government's commitment to produce a youth charter. However, without significant investment in this area and a clear and compelling positive vision for young people, this won't be achieved. Today, youth sector leaders have written to the new Prime Minister calling on the government for a dedicated fund for young people. So will the Minister join their call for proper investment in services for young people ahead of the upcoming spending review? Instead of sticking plaster solutions, Labour has a strategy to rebuild our communities and guarantee high-quality youth work in every local authority. We will put forward a bold vision that is fit for the modern age, one that brings together fragmented services, celebrates diversity of provision and can respond to the challenges facing young people today. The next Labour government will deliver a properly funded youth service backed with new legislation. Local authorities will be responsible for setting the strategic vision for what they want to achieve and working alongside local partners and young people to shape provision in the local area and ensure sufficient access to high-quality youth work provision. Local authorities will be required to establish and facilitate the delivery of local youth partnerships, and these partnerships will bring together stakeholders from across the community and map how they can best support young people's needs, of course including young people themselves. And this will be overseen by a strengthened national body for youth work to ensure that such partnerships and provision is in place. But we must remember that austerity is a political choice and not an economic necessity. Our nation is the 5th richest in the world, and whilst axing millions from services for young people, the Tories have handed out billions of pounds in corporation tax giveaways. We won't sit back and allow the Tories to fail our young people. Instead, we must be aspirational in our outlook and recognise that young people, with the right support and services available, can realise their full potential. Ultimately, we want to build a nation for young people where they feel safe and secure, they're treated fairly, supported in the present and ambitious for their future. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Ben Bradley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak briefly today. I thank the Government for committing time to this important discussion. There's one or two competing political priorities on the agenda today. This remains a hugely important issue going forward. Perhaps you'd indulge me a second as I seek to take my moment in history today, Madam Deputy Speaker, by perhaps being the first to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Oxbridge, and now Prime Minister, on his appointment to the role, and what was a barnstorming speech outside Number 10 earlier on. And from that speech, I took a number of positives that are related to this debate today. Madam Deputy Speaker, he spoke about his commitment to education, he spoke about his commitment to policing, and he also, as a Member of Parliament for a town like Mansfield, talked about supporting our forgotten towns, and all of those things flirt around the edge of this discussion on our offer for younger people and the support we offer for younger people through things like youth work. So I hope that this too will form a key priority for him in government. Maybe now, maybe now. As Vice Chair of the APPG for Youth Affairs, the issue and the role of sufficiency of youth services is something that I've looked at closely over the last year, alongside colleagues from across the House and with the brilliant National Youth Agency. Access to quality youth work and services for young people is fundamental, particularly in areas of significant deprivation like Mansfield and Warsop. And the reduction in services in recent years is well documented. The APPG for Youth Affairs led a year-long inquiry to understand the role that youth work plays and the impact of recent changes. And we had a brilliant time, to be honest, visiting some fantastic services in different parts of the country. I enjoyed spending some quality time with the Honourable Member for Brighton Kemp Town, and though we probably don't always find total consensus on every issue, perhaps not least the things that I've just said. This is probably one of them where we do, I think, broadly agree, and though we might articulate it in slightly different ways, we'll find out a little bit later on. But my own observation was that it was plain to see the quality and the existence of these services is variable at best. And the contrast between some of the fabulous multi-million-pound My Place centres, for example, that we visited in Mansfield, or brilliant YMCA facilities like we visited in Lincolnshire, contrast with some of the tumble-down scout huts and even minibus-based youth centres in many cases. And even within my own county of Nottinghamshire, the service is hugely varied across the area. My own takeaway informally has been that accessibility and locality of these services is far more important than fancy buildings. If young people can't reach them, then they're wasted. We heard stories at the garage where my honourable friend from Brighton came to visit, connected with the Garibaldi School, about, though it's literally a scout hut on the side of the road and has needed quite significant refurbishment recently, the fact that it is next to the school, the fact that it is local and walkable and people can get there, makes it almost a more positive contributor to that local area, which is a particularly deprived area of my constituency, than the big fancy My Place centre in the middle of town. Personally, I urge government to consider that possibility of linking up school facilities with youth work organisations, qualified youth workers, which need to be separate from school as organisations, but based there or nearby, and those services can be as accessible as possible. I just mentioned at this point the Shed and Vibrant Warsop as an example of a brilliant example of bringing those services closer to home and into a local community, to Warsop, which is a small town on the edge of Mansfield that hadn't had any youth services whatsoever until the voluntary sector stepped in and brought those services to the town and to the local estate there, which made them much more accessible, and it's a really positive scheme. In April, the APPT set out clear recommendations on what needs to be done, and the report's detailed. I'd encourage colleagues that haven't had a chance to read it to get hold of a copy. And it found that too many young people don't have the family support or the social networks that they need to adequately support them into adulthood. And youth services can provide an important safety net for young people at risk of going down the wrong path. And for too many, it's the only secure place that offers them that safety and continuity. In the UK, we're lucky to have a proud history of charities and organisations working with young people, from uniform groups like Scouts and Girl Guides to social enterprises and local charities. I've been pleased to see government support, particularly for uniform services and extra funding for those services, as well as, of course, the many positive elements that my honourable friend the Minister mentioned in terms of National Citizen Service. I've met so many brilliant volunteers and youth workers in Mansfield that make a hugely positive impact on young people. I think the importance of youth workers in particular and that intervention was absolutely clear through the inquiry, and brought home to me recently, actually, through a panel discussion with young people organised by the British Youth Council, where we talked about the proactive and preventative approach to youth services, which is so much more effective and cost-effective than kind of crisis management that we find ourselves in so often now. And whether it's the trusted adult who steers a young person away from gangs and violence, or who provides a safe space in the community for activities that forge friendships and skills for young people to get on in life, youth workers literally transform lives, and providing vital early intervention services keeps people out of trouble. Frankly, we have so many discussions about some of the major societal challenges we face, like knife crime, and youth services can have particularly trusted youth workers that forge that connection with young people, can have a huge impact on those issues too. In many areas like Mansfield, we need to do more to support youth services and ensure that especially the most vulnerable young people have access to those youth workers and services. The services can help people feel supported, less isolated, can improve mental health, tackle loneliness, and, as I said, steer children away from gangs and crime. It is a prevention service, and as we heard today in Prime Minister's questions, prevention is better than cure. It's better for individuals, better for families, communities, and for the public purse as well. The loss of youth services can lead to significant costs, social and economic in later years if young people don't receive support early enough. Through my own role in the Education Select Committee, I know the statistics about how many young people who don't get access to those services in early intervention end up excluded, end up in the criminal justice system, and it's very clear across all of these sectors that prevention is the key. The youth services can play a key role in filling the gap in a more effective and cost-efficient way than needing those expensive crisis services later on. The key recommendation from the APPG report was clear that statutory guidance, defines a minimum and protected level of youth service. I'm pleased that government's initiated a review of that statutory guidance, with the National Youth Agency joining forces with the LGA to lead on government consultation. I know that's due to report later in the year, and it should inform our local choices and local youth partnerships to strengthen those services. And that review on what is a sufficient youth offer is very welcome and much needed. I'm also grateful for the Minister for securing the overdue review and renewal of youth work qualifications, which was discussed, led by the NYA. I appreciate her update in her opening remarks about the progress with the funding for that, which I inquired a few weeks ago in PMQs about. I understood as of a few days ago it was still awaiting that final sign-off, so I don't know if she can confirm that it's entirely done and sorted. She's nodding at me, which is brilliant news, and I know the NYA will be relieved to hear that. But there needs to be a consistent understanding of the level of service or suitable data available to answer the question of whether there is sufficient youth work in any particular area. We don't know how the sectors balance, for example, between private, public and voluntary sectors. It's important to explore these changes that have happened over the last decade and examine exactly what we have in place now before we can decide whether or not that's good enough. The reinstatement of the NYA audit that determined levels of local authority provision would help to start to understand the picture at a national level. The last of these reported back in 2008, and clearly things have changed in terms of our provision and youth work since then. We've witnessed a reduction from 75% to just 25% of the youth workforce holding qualifications in youth work, and graduate and postgraduate youth work have seen nearly a two-thirds drop in new students since the peak. We're now in a position where there aren't enough professionals in the sector, and we need to tackle this issue. As with anything, when you're trying to reinvigorate these preventative services or whatever it may be, from recruiting teachers to doctors, the time in terms of training and putting in place qualifications to get people into the sector can be too long. We need to be looking at that now in terms of how we support those qualifications to make sure that if the government does go ahead with plans for something like, for example, what I mentioned before, putting youth workers more closely related to schools, for example, and tying those things together, we need to have the youth workers trained and ready to go to be able to deliver that. So pushing those qualifications, and as I said, the funding for renewal of those qualifications is absolutely vital. I don't want to bang on forever, so before I close... I will.
He's not banging on at all. He's making a very important speech, and I congratulate him on the report. On the question of qualifications and recruitment of youth workers, I completely agree. We need to have well-qualified youth workers. We've lost many of them. Would he support a scheme along the lines of Teach First or Step Up to social work or Frontline, for example, where good graduates are given a fast-track training in youth work and then deployed in some more challenging areas where they can do some really good work, be it around gang violence or be it around troubled families programme and other issues like that. But we need to recruit really good people and then make sure they've got the right skills to be able to do quite a challenging job.
Thank you for his intervention and recognise his commitment to children and young people in particular as former minister. And I know every time I have and I'm involved in a discussion about something like this, he is there and contributing to it, which is very welcome. I totally agree with him. I think first to secure and renew the qualifications is vitally important, but any way that we can find those interested and aspirational and talented young people who are capable of engaging in this sector, whether they are talented graduates, whether they are those people who are volunteering in youth work right now, who we can perhaps fast track through that system to make sure that we have the right skills and qualifications in place, I think will be very welcome. Before I close, I just want to highlight a couple of local things. Well, one national thing, which is UK Active's proposals around schools, facilities, and trying to open up those facilities in the summer. To make sure that there is a provision for young people over the summer holidays, making sure, I mean, we see spikes in so many social issues over the summer when children aren't engaged in statutory education. to be able to access facilities. A huge proportion of our sports facilities, for example, are locked away behind school gates, evenings, weekends, summer holidays, which is unbelievable, really, when you consider some of the incredible facilities that are available. And I know the Minister has engaged with this before, and I'd urge Government to continue to look and work with UK Active to open that up in terms of youth provision in summer holidays. And I just wanted to mention a local charity, social enterprises, I suppose they are, called Life Skills Education, who run a programme called DARE. And if anybody in Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire has no local colleagues in the chamber, but they will probably, over the last 25 years, have gone through a DARE programme, which when I was younger and I did it at school was about drug and alcohol education. And my dad used to come in on his police motorbike, and we used to all go into the playground. It was all very exciting, and talk about the police and what they did. And it was that early intervention and education in schools, which has been kind of revived in recent years in Nottinghamshire. It's based out of my Mansfield constituency, and they've just had a load of funding from the Police and Crime Commissioner to be able to expand into every school in Nottinghamshire and get in there with that early intervention to deal with things like knife crime and hate crime and the massively expanded curriculum that they now offer in Nottinghamshire schools. So I just wanted to highlight that particular programme to the Minister and perhaps encourage her to come and see it if she gets the opportunity in the future. With the youth work census that looks in detail at what services exist, how they're structured, identifies gaps, with strengthened statutory guidance and a clearer definition of what sufficient levels of youth work actually looks like, we can ensure that youth workers and youth services can meet the needs for young people right across the country. I just thank the Minister for her personal support and interest in youth work in the APPG inquiry. Can I welcome the investment that she spoke of in terms of supporting those qualifications and interventions and the youth charter? And I'd urge the Government currently taking shape, obviously around us this afternoon, to ensure that it does all that it can to support youth work by implementing the youth work census and ensuring that we properly fund these local services.
Lynn grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Between January 2017 and March 2018, 9 young people were killed in my constituency. Most of them died of knife crime. And that number represents only the very worst of cases. It doesn't include those young people who've been injured. It doesn't include the young people being exploited and trafficked along the county lines. It doesn't include the videos of teenagers driving around our local streets with their faces covered, brandishing knives, threatening violence. And it doesn't include the fear that all of these things breed in my community. Fear of parents who are sending their children to school, fear of teachers with a duty of care, and fear, very real and palpable fear, of young people themselves. I've spoken several times in this place about knife crime and about what we need to do to stop it. And I've been making 7 key demands of government. Some of them are responsive, like peripatetic mental health units that would help families and communities deal with the trauma of a violent attack once it's happened. But some are also preventative, like establishing new and trusted reporting systems for young people so that we can work with young people to stop these tragedies from happening. But my demand for proper youth investment is different, because youth services can do both. They can play a role in prevention of crime, as well as providing a comfortable, safe place. Spending time with a youth worker enables children to build up a resilience. It allows them to test ideas, to develop coping strategies. It allows them to get support, to talk, to share and to question. When they're facing problems, a youth service helps a young person connect with agencies that can help them. They can often broker that service. It can provide trust for that service. Or a youth service can simply give advice from a trusted adult. Youth services, though, are about so much more than just fixing crime. I remember going to a youth club when I was young. It was at St John's in North Woolwich. And I received a validation of my rights as a young person that I didn't get from anywhere else. And I don't think I would have got the confidence that has eventually led me to being here without that youth service. So I want to publicly and belatedly thank Esther Wilson, Anne King, Nick Nichols and Dave Butcher. I wouldn't have made it without them. Because youth workers provide a really important education to young people. Not a formal academic education, but skills that are massively important. For some young people, youth clubs will be the only place where there are older people that they can trust. But they can help all young people learn to interpret the world with their peers, learn to interact with adults, and also provide them with role models and safe places for creativity, for cultural expression and for cultural exploration. It allows a young person to develop so many different skills. It's what policy wonks, I understand, call cultural and social capital. Basically, many things that hopefully middle-class children can take for granted. But since 2010, we've lost so many excellent youth workers. Across this city, since the 2011-2012 financial year, 104 youth centres and projects have permanently closed. And a massive 562 youth workers were put out of a job. And it's a tragedy, because it's led to tragedy. And that's why I'm absolutely delighted that the London Borough of Newham is pursuing a huge expansion of the youth services. There will be £1.4 million of investment, 33 new full-time roles, potentially the largest ever recruitment of youth workers in the UK. Our young people in Newham have been asking for this, and fortunately the Labour Mayor and the Labour Council have listened to them. The new services will be up and ready by the end of this year, and I know they're going to make a huge and positive difference. And you only need to listen to the testimony of children to understand why. Newham parents whose children last summer went to youth clubs with council-funded new youth services said last year that it was the best summer that their children had had. And one young man said, and I quote, "The youth centre was a place that they offered me support, and the only worker who didn't judge me and actually attended all my meetings was the youth worker. She never gave up on me, even when I gave up on myself." These life-changing, and I would suggest life-preserving experiences need to be available to children across the country. So, Minister, how about matching the Labour promise of statutory youth services in every single area so no child misses out, and ensuring that once she does, she doesn't pass the youth service buck without the bucks to match?
Gordon Marsden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow my colleague from West Ham. And she reminds us in her comments that in a digital world, where more and more young people spend time with their iPads or with their iPods or whatever, as we all increasingly do, that the need to have those exposures, to have those situations, which those of us who were brought up in an analogue world took more for granted, is extraordinarily important. So I want to just make some remarks about the situation in terms of youth services today, and I thank the Minister for her enthusiasm at the box, and it was interesting, particularly to me as Shadow Skills Minister, to hear her talk about the establishment of a new Level 3 work apprenticeship in this area, and obviously welcome that. The only thing I would say to the Minister in that area is that, and this I think is something that we need to take into account in terms of those people who have previously qualified as youth workers, that many of them, for the reasons that we've had the discussion today about, have simply been unable to find jobs in that area. And the other point that I would make to the Minister, and it's a genuine point, is that that needs to be taken forward in a very careful way, because what happens at levels 1 and 2, and I don't know whether there is intentions to do any sort of preparatory things in this area, are critical in terms of getting the right sort of people to do that sort of thing. I also want to obviously praise the very comprehensive speech by my colleague and Shadow Minister for Youth Affairs, the member for Lancaster and Fleetwood, and of course she put her finger on so many of the disappointments and failings that there have been in recent years. She gave the statistics in terms of the amount of spending that had gone down and everything else. And of course, all of this done in the context of councils having some of the worst cuts in recent years. And I think particularly of my own council in Blackpool, where we've lost something like £700 million worth of funding. And one thing I would say to the Minister, and indeed to her colleagues in the department, because of course it's a department which also focuses quite significantly because of tourism issues on seaside and coastal towns, that it's those smaller unitary authorities, like my own one in Blackpool, who have suffered most from that. And when one takes into account also the heavy toll that those cuts have made on children's services and also on social and children's care, and on the number of young people who come to towns like Blackpool, looking sometimes for the proverbial streets paved with gold and finding they're not the case, that is an additional burden and an additional challenge for my local authority. And that's why I welcome what my honourable friend has said, not just here but on other occasions, about the way in which in terms of expanding, and the main purpose of youth services under a Labour government will be to provide non-formal education through personal, social and political development, that to make it absolutely clear that young people will be at the centre of determining a new statutory youth service, because it's the same issue as education. Too often, young people feel and find that education is something that's done to them, or sometimes for them, and not with them. And that is one of the things that needs to be taken on board, whether you're talking about the NCS or any of the other initiatives which this government has brought forward. And it's also important that local councils partner locally with organisations to develop a diverse universal offer, to establish and submit long-term plans for local delivery. But they can only do that, of course, if there's some significant security in terms of long-term funding, and that's not been the case with governments since 2010. So there are a whole list of things: rebuilding the workforce, long-term proportionate evaluation, and everything else that we need to take forward. And I hope, not least, that the impetus that's been provided by the most excellent report from the APPG for Youth Affairs, which was chaired obviously by my friend and colleague sitting here, the member for Brighton Kemp Town, will indeed have made waves for this government and indeed for the new government, and we await to see, as it were, as many people have said, the colour of their money in this area. There's been some discussion about the value of the National Citizen Service this afternoon. And I would say, from my personal perspective, that clearly the National Citizen Service has done some useful work for lots and lots of individual people. And I can quote one of my former Blackpool apprentices who took part in a couple of, well, 2 or 3 initiatives by the National Citizen Service, which gave her a sense of interest in public affairs and a sense of confidence, which allowed her to come to work in a very pressured office, and has taken her on now to a university degree. So there are, no doubt, individual issues like that. But the fact remains that the amount of money that the NCS has been getting, compared to the amount of young people that it's actually been able to deliver for, is not the ideal solution. And this really needs to be taken on board, particularly when, as the Honourable Member for Safford is not in his place, but he and various other people in this debate have referred to the work that has had to be taken on by voluntary youth organisations because we have this lack of funding. And the uniformed groups, the Scouts, Girl Guides, Cadets, Woodcraft Folk, etc., etc. And I want to pay tribute to the Scouts Association on 2 personal fronts, in fact. First of all, nationally, to Anne Lim, who was the first woman chair of the Scouts Association and who's a long-standing friend of mine, and Matt Hyde, the Chief Executive of the Scouts Association, for the way in which they have reinvigorated and energised the Scouts Association for the 21st century. And I particularly want to praise their Skills for Life programme, which, again, we've talked about informal learning, we've talked about informal inspiration. Those Skills for Life are precisely the sorts of enabling, the sort of enabling skills that young people need, not just in school, but out of school as well. Yes, very briefly.
As one of those who helped design the National Citizen Service, I'm also rather protective of it, and I pay tribute to Matt High as he has done, and the Scouts have been very supportive of NCS, and obviously NCS has had a large investment. But will he take it from me that should not be seen as displacement investment from what's happening in youth services? And it is not just the cost of the project, but NCS is a recruiting tool for youth leaders of the future, including for the Scouts. The data shows that those people who've been through NCS achieve better results at school as well. So actually the payback from the investment is over a several-year period and is not just the cost of running that initially 3-week summer experience.
No, I entirely accept that, and I pay tribute to the Honourable Gentleman, who was an extraordinarily good children's minister, and he's absolutely right to make the point about the, you know, the wave, if I can put it that way, the wave effects of those sorts of things. And I'm not saying that that the NCS has not done good work. What I am saying is that it is not to be regarded as a substitute for the sort of statutory process that we will need in the future. And as I say, if I'll just return to local things. I mean, my Scouts, I'm very proud to be a Scout ambassador in Blackpool, and I want to pay tribute particularly to the Scouts District Commissioner Victoria de Salva and the President, who is extremely formidable, a lady councillor of the Minister's own party, Councillor Lily Henderson, because they have actually expanded, and everyone in Blackpool has expanded the Scouts organisation in recent years. So it's not all gloom and doom, but nevertheless, we know about the number of youth and community workers who have lost their jobs since 2008. And this has been paralleled, really, the way in which government has treated the youth service generally has been paralleled by what has happened in the careers service as well. And again, it's the same argument. You know, no one would dispute that individual initiatives properly carried forward and taken forward can make great differences, but they are not a substitute for a long-term process. And that is one of the things that we need to do. And of course, my honourable friend from the front bench talked about the number of degrees and graduate certificates and postgraduate diplomas in youth work programmes having fallen, and that's inevitably going to be the case if these people can't find decent jobs and there isn't a structure there for them to be had. We talk also, the honourable gentleman who spoke earlier from Mansfield talked about the importance of recognising that not every space has to be, you know, 5-star building or anything of that nature. It's what goes on inside, and I entirely agree with him in that. But nevertheless, it is a tragedy that many of the investments that were put in place in decent buildings by the last Labour government have not been able to flourish, but simply because of austerity after 2010. Many of those buildings were not able to be used for the purpose that they were originally prescribed. And before I came into the debate, I looked at and checked the dates, because one of the last of those buildings was erected in Blackpool. It's a fantastic new modernistic building not far from my offices, which was called the Oracle Blackpool Youth Hub. And they started building it in November 2010, and I've just looked up the dates when, in my local newspaper, when it was opened. It's a sort of fantastic, dynamic building, and we were told by the Blackpool Gazette in 2012 that it was going to do all these wonderful things. But of course it hasn't done, because there hasn't been the money to go into them, there hasn't been the staff to go into them. And that is something that is a great shame, and which we should avoid for the future. I also think, Madam Deputy Speaker, and again, this is no disrespect to the Honourable Minister, and indeed my colleague from the front bench paid some tribute to DCMS for having taken this project on and having taken it further. The only thing I would say gently to the Minister, and I say this as a former PPS in DCMS, I know just how huge the range of issues that DCMS has to cover with in terms of the things that it has to do. And also, I don't think things have changed that much since my day. I think they've probably got worse, if anything else. That this amount of work that DCMS civil servants are called upon to undertake, compared with other departments, I'm sure the Minister will agree with me on this, is considerable. And therefore I do think it's important that while DCMS take this forward, it's not an opportunity for every other department in government to say, oh well, DCMS are doing it, so, I mean, the Health Department, the Justice Department, I'm sure the Honourable Lady doesn't need any lessons from me, or indeed whoever the new Secretary of State is going to be, if it is to be a new Secretary of State, in lobbying in those sorts of areas. But I would just gently say that it's very important that DCMS should not be seen as the sole responsibility for this particular area. I want to turn briefly to the recommendations of the report that I've referred to, and relatively briefly, because I know they have been covered extensively. My honourable friend, I know, wants to speak, no doubt, about them in due course. But I just want to pluck out two quotations from that report. One from the British Youth Council, which many, many years ago I was a member of the executive of, and they have said, we believe that properly funded youth services and agencies aid young people in their personal development and their ability to function in society. And that is a huge issue in terms of citizenship. And the second one is actually a quote from the Honourable Member for Chichester, who is Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Youth Affairs. And she said, and in a way this echoes what others have said today, including my honourable friend on the front bench, we lack a coherent approach to secure and sustain youth work and a proper understanding of the levels and extents of youth work needed to achieve the best outcomes for young people. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to close by just mentioning 2 or 3 examples of what has been done on the ground in Blackpool in recent years. I met last year with a whole group of apprentices for the initiative of Head Start, which is a big lottery-funded agency programme which provides resilience for young people across Blackpool, particularly in the mental health areas. And they do a fantastic job. They give the apprentices themselves a varied and creative programme to qualify in, while helping empower hundreds of young people in Blackpool schools, but also on a one-to-one basis and in conjunction with local charities such as mine. And only in this last month, and I want to quote this as well, there have been things that they have been doing in that area, and Blackpool's Talbot Road has been made into the country's first resilience pathways. That pathway, which illustrates 42 different moves in life that might help young people and their families and friends to find a sense of belonging, that pathway was put together by young people in Blackpool themselves. And each paving stone is designed to represent an idea or suggestion that helps young people and their families and friends to find a sense of belonging. And I'm glad to say that that has received some funding from the Lancashire Enterprise Partnership. I also want to just touch on the fantastic work that is done by my young carers in Blackpool, and they need to be highlighted because they too are acquiring skills at a time when they're having also to do schooling, and also to Blackpool Youth Council, but also to the organisation that organises the annual elections for it, You Are Potential, and to praise particularly Debbie Terrace, the previous Chief Executive, who did a fantastic job and brought people from Blackpool on 2 occasions to this place to participate in activities here. I also must mention, because I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, the number of young people who come into Blackpool and find themselves in disarray, not just with housing but with other issues as well. I also do want to mention our local charity Street Life, whose chief executive, Jane Hugo, is now one of my councillors in a ward which is right in the centre of town. And finally, to talk also about the work of the Blackpool Boys and Girls Club and of their youth work with that club, Dave Blacker, who has worked for 43 years with Blackpool Boys and Girls Club. And the most recent initiative that they have done is an exhibition. We've had some problems with vandalism in our key park, Stanley Park, and they put together, those young people, an exhibition of their thoughts and images about what this should be about. And Elaine Smith, who is the doyen of Stanley Park, the chair of Stanley Park, said it's all too easy to look at young people in the park and wonder if they're not up to no good. This shows that so many of our children really do care. So we have a lot to be thankful for from initiatives in Blackpool by individuals. And I'm reminded of the old saying, sisters are doing it for the old song, sisters are doing it for themselves. Young people are doing it for themselves, but they shouldn't have to do it all on their own, and there should be a proper statutory youth service to go with it.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for this debate. And I rise, of course, as the Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Youth Affairs that produced this report with my Vice-Chair, the Right Honourable Member for Mansfield, and my former Vice-Chair, the Right Honourable Member for Chichester, who I should, of course, note the important role that we took in going up and down the country visiting youth centres in many constituencies that have helped provide the basis of this report. I rise also as someone who worked in my local youth service when I started leaving school at 16. I worked at the National Youth Agency, which of course have helped produce this report, and then 4 years in Brussels at the European Youth Forum. I was a voluntary group leader in my local Woodcraft Folk and their national chair in the Youth Parliament, and I too served on the board of the British Youth Council. You could say that I'm seeped in this area and it flows through my veins. But that doesn't mean that it is an area that I just biasly think is fantastic. And that is why we have tried to base the report on evidence that we have received, over 100 pieces of evidence that came in, and of the visits that we took. But when I joined Parliament and became the chair of the APPG, I was deeply concerned what had happened to those opportunities that I had, those safety nets that we heard from other honourable members, and those spaces that supported us growing up. They had started to wither away. It had been 8 years, it's now 9 years, since Parliament last looked at these issues, and the youth portfolio in government has changed to 3 different departments in that time. And so with the National Youth Agency, we agreed to initiate that report, and we applied, of course, for a backbench business debate for that. I'm rather pleased, actually, that the Minister has stolen our backbench business debate that the Honourable Member for Mansfield and I applied for and was due tomorrow, because I think it shows that the Minister treats this issue with some importance, and the government schedules government time on it. And I hope this is a sign of course, that the Minister will keep her role. I won't, of course, give my total backing to the Minister, because that will probably undermine her if she's wanting a job in the future. But I would say that actually the Minister has shown a real regard for this area that we maybe hadn't seen previously. And that's no particular offence of previous ministers. The portfolio is huge. And I think showing the understanding of youth has been really welcome. And I would also welcome what we've heard today, that 3,000 young people and opportunities in sports will be given, given that we will have £500,000 in student bursaries for the apprenticeship programme for 400 students, and that the Youth Charter will come forward, and most importantly, that we will have a review of statutory youth provision and what that means. I want to quickly rattle through some of the key findings of the APPG report, and then I will do some personal reflections on my thoughts of where the sector is. Firstly, the first recommendation of the committee was that there should be a minister responsible for the portfolio focused on young people. Now, as I've said, to be effective, really the minister needs to be given greater priority for youth work and youth services, and personally I think that the minister has done that. But currently she is the Minister for Sport and Civil Society and has the responsibility not only for youth but also gambling, horse racing, lotteries and loneliness. And whilst these things are interconnected, the reality is a Minister for Children and Young People focused on that area and an interconnectedness across government is desperately needed. And that's one of the things that the report, not only our APPG but other APPGs on other areas of that journey of a child, have also pointed out. I'm more than willing to give way.
And again, I congratulate him on his report, and he and I, of course, attended the same school with just a few years in between us. But what he's just suggested, this is number one recommendation, was actually what was the case some 7 years ago when the youth brief was within the Department of Education as part of the Children and Families brief, as a result of which we produced the Positive for Youth report in 2011, which was the most comprehensive policy document of proposals on an integrated youth policy involving the statutory sector, the charity sector and the business sector as well. So we are only actually trying to reinvent the wheel here.
Thank you very much. I actually think a lot of this report is about either reinventing the wheel or looking back into the past and seeing the positive things that we can learn from. And always, whilst going forward, we must know our history. I would say historically, the Honourable Member was one of the best children and youth ministers that we've had from the Conservative government in history, in recent history, and I think that he should be very pleased of the work that he did when he was in that ministry, and I think it was a great shame his departure. But that is the past. In the future, we can learn from some of the good things that happened. There also, our report says that there needs to be greater investment in youth work and a commitment to a support of youth services in the next comprehensive spending review. There is no purpose in talking about nice, positive little programmes here and a little grants there that really don't scratch the surface, as we've heard with interventions, unless there is a decent strategic commitment to funding that is part of a long-term government funding review. We call for further research to determine what that benefit cost would need to be to ensure that open access youth services, ensuring appropriate long-term funding is provided. The third point that we made is that government should introduce a clear statutory duty and guidance that defines the minimum protected level service. Now, there is a statutory duty on councils to provide some youth activities, but the guidance on what some youth activities means is so weak you can drive a horse and cart through it currently. It can effectively mean that I can have a local youth football club playing once a week in the local park, and that is it. And so I welcome very much the government's commitment to review that guidance. But we really need to not just have a review on that, there needs to be clear directions that the outcome must be significantly better than we have at the moment. We currently see that youth provision is disappearing across the country due to cuts. But the truth is we don't actually even know the state of all of these cuts because we haven't had an audit of the provision of local authorities since the coalition government. We urgently need now a census or an audit or whatever you wish to call it. And I'm not precious. Previously it was once a year. It could be once every cycle, whatever that cycle is. But we need to know where we stand on a census of youth work, local authority. And until we have it, there is a mantra, of course, unless you measure it, you can't deliver it. And until we measure it and we audit it, we will not be able to assess where we are failing young people. And so, of course, I welcome the Minister's responsibilities, but it must also come with that auditing process. We fourthly recommended that there should be a lead role confirmed in each local authority responsible for the discharge of that statutory duty for youth work. And again, if local councils have a statutory duty, but they do not appoint a person that is responsible for delivering that statutory duty, it is almost impossible to hold that statutory duty to account. Let us remind ourselves, youth work is not a voluntary provision. It is statutorily underpinned, and although poorly defined, local authorities have to show that they are discharging that duty. We recommended that the position should be probably equivalent to a Deputy Director of Children's Services in the local authority responsible, which is upper tier local authorities, and accountable for the duty, ensuring that council officers fully take charge. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the inquiry recommended that the government should develop a youth workforce strategy, including the expectations for the ratio of professional youth workers, trainers and volunteers. There needs to be a standardised national system to evaluate the sufficiency and suitability of youth services and the quality of youth work provisions. This, of course, is where the National Youth Agency comes in. We are currently relying on the NYA to oversee standards, qualifications, access, safeguarding, youth workforce development in the sector. And until last week, they did this without any government funding at all. Now, prior to the coalition government, they had a budget of £10 million to do that every year. Almost overnight, funding disappeared entirely. And they have done a tremendous job in the most difficult of circumstances we've seen. But they've had to limit the services they are able to offer, not only to local councils, but voluntary services. And the only incomes they've had to rely on is private endowments, fees paid to them, and Canada and Australia, which continue to use them for the accreditation of their youth services, paying money into them. It should be, in my view, a national scandal that a national institution designed to keep our young people safe was defunded in such a way, and we've had to rely on the kindness, in effect, of Commonwealth countries to continue funding a service that is offered here in Britain. And whilst I am pleased that the Minister has said that there will be some commitment to the National Youth Agency in some of the workforce reviews, £800,000 is rather too little compared to where we were, and it is definitely too late for those young people that have missed out in opportunities. Now, part of the role was also to provide the audit that I mentioned earlier on for youth services around the country, something that was lost when that funding went. And that needs to be urgently reinstated. And I hope the Minister will either find resources from her department or be able to push for the Treasury to be able to sufficiently fund not only blanket audits, but also the ability to do one-off spot checks. Sometimes you can do these things by just making sure that you pick up where you think that there are problems and delve in. And Ofsted has not, in over 5 years, inspected a youth provision in this country, something they are entitled to do, and I think that actually we could encourage them to do, to ensure that the fulfilment is there. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the question of youth work, there can be no question that youth services improve the lives of young people. It offers them experiences outside formal education. Youth work supports, but it doesn't replace formal education, and it enhances the readiness for learning in the classroom and learning in life. That's why professional qualifications for youth workers are so important. My 10-minute rule bill from earlier on last year aimed to put youth work qualifications on a statutory footing. But this, of course, does not devalue the work of some current programmes, such as the apprenticeship programme, which hopefully will come on stream. The government has approved, I would say late, but better late than never, and university programmes such as the fantastic programme at the University of Brighton in my constituency, which ensures that our children and young people are supported by the best qualified people to understand their emotional and educational well-being. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should be under no illusion that the dire state of youth work at the moment. I have been in and out of this sector most of my life. Like any sector, there is politics, with the voluntary sector having arguments with the professional sector, and one point or another, everyone falls out. But what is remarkable now is that the sector, youth workers, voluntary sector, Scouts, Guides, are speaking almost with one voice that there is a crisis in many of our young people's lives, and we need to step up to be able to support them. And they are campaigning for the survival of much of the sector. Government must be held to account for this. We have multiple youth work programmes that have now closed their doors for new applicants across the country. We have the closure of 763 youth centres across the country. 4,500 youth workers have lost their jobs and the posts have been deleted. And this has led to 140,000 places for young people's access to youth services being lost. This is a sector that is on its knees, and don't take my word for it. Research from the House of Commons Library has shown that funding has gone from £1.2 billion in 2010 to £358 million in 2017. That is a 68% cut in cash terms and almost £1 billion in real terms stripped from the sector. Many parts of this country now have completely no youth services at all provided by the statutory provision. So stark is the bereft felt by young people. 16 to 24-year-olds are now the highest demographic to feel lonely, with 1 in 10 saying they always or often feel lonely, far higher than the over 65s that we often associate with loneliness. And when young people do reach out to help, in my city alone, they can face 12 months to see a professional for their mental health, and it spirals down. And in the very worst cases, we have seen in my city, in only the last few months, young people committing suicide. The government does need to take young people seriously. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been the case in all societies that we have had people in the community that support transitions in our lives. We all will go through, at different points, difficult transitions. And historically, since humanity began, that may have been the village elder, or the local imam, or the local vicar. The role of someone to help that process is vital. And youth workers were there to help that process for young people to transition. And it was quite right, of course, that at the turn of the last century, that we moved away from a link between church and state, and we developed a professionalised programme where safeguarding was embedded and where we made sure that it was built on need, not on what religion you went to. But now what's happened is we've destroyed many of those provisions put into place to replace the role of other areas, and we have not replaced it with anything. We have not replaced it with community endeavour, because the communities are also facing huge other cuts. And that's not to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we see that there is no voluntary provision. I went to Wigan and the on-side centres. We are hoping to get an on-side centre in Brighton. We've got some great ones opening up in London. And we see there qualified youth workers doing good old-fashioned youth work, and it transforms around communities. But they are not perfect, because they are city centre-based provision. And what we need in every community is a voluntary engagement with young people where they have something to do, somewhere to go, and someone to speak to. Because the reality is, parents might be the best to love young people, but actually we need professional engagement to support young people through those difficult moments in their life. So I'm pleased that the government is going to introduce a charter. But will we make sure that every young person has that access of somewhere to go, something to do, someone to speak to? Because if we don't, it can come as no surprise when knife crime increases, when antisocial behaviour increases, when county lines ravage our communities. Because, of course, it's not youth work that will solve these issues in on itself. But when you have cuts in social services, cuts in policing and cuts in youth work all coming together, what you have is communities bereft of support. And there is a phrase, isn't there, not in a shopkeeper's journal: you break it, you own it. Well, this government, the reality is they broke youth services, they defunded youth services, not councils. They did it, they broke it, they must fix it.
George. Thank you very much, Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to follow my honourable friend, who is such an expert and has done so much work in this field. I rise to speak about our own experience in a corner of North Derbyshire of youth work and youth services. Last September, I visited Fairfield Youth Club, the only evening youth club left in our rural community. There were 60 or so young people having fun, chatting, engaging with the staff there. What they wanted to do with me was to have a video with me and do some recording, and they asked if I would interview them and they could talk about what they wanted for their area and what they wanted from, for their hopes for the future. And once the camera was on them and I was asking questions, those young people opened up in a way that I will never forget. They spoke about their youth centre and their youth club as a safe place where they could go, where their friends had fallen prey to the drug gangs, and it was the only place that they could go out of the house where they felt safe. Because even in our beautiful rural corner of High Peak in Derbyshire, we do have drug gangs preying on young people who are hanging around, as young people do, when they have nowhere to go, nothing to do. I spoke to all our head teachers of secondary schools shortly before the end of term, and they highlighted to me how concerned they were about the summer holidays and about the preying on young people that they were seeing already in the term. They were having parents phone them up, worried about whether they should pay a drug debt for their child, where the drugs gangs had given them drugs and told them to sell them amongst their friends and then come seeking the money for it. Young people from often middle-class, ordinary families owing £1,000 in drug debt and being told that they would see their bodies smashed if they didn't pay or their parents didn't pay. This is what we're seeing, unfortunately, and I'm sure my area is far from different to every other area, especially ones that border large cities. And we've seen at the same time, under universal credit, parents with children where the youngest are 12, forced to seek work full-time for 35 hours a week, regardless of school holidays. Speaking with Save the Children about this threat to our young people and their safety and security, I spoke to a parent the other week who has children of 12 years old and 8 years old, and she was told that she could go out to work and leave her 12-year-old in charge of her 8-year-old throughout the summer holidays. If this is the sort of advice that parents are being given by a government agency, then what hope do our children have? Not only are we seeing the decimation of support services, and in Derbyshire we've not just seen every youth worker given redundancy, we've seen hundreds of early help support workers for families disappear, our sexual health clinics disappear, where so many young people are often able to go when they disclose sexual abuse. We've seen our school nurses halved and our police force halved. At the same time as this, their parents are told that they should be out full-time looking for work and leaving young people alone. We've been desperate for summer holiday provision. It used to be provided by our youth services, but no longer. We no longer even have youth clubs that are provided statutorily by the County Council. We used to have 8 or 9 youth workers, 80 across Derbyshire. That's gone down to 8 across the entire county. Those places that are left are for supporting voluntary groups and parents that set up clubs and voluntary provision, which is fine, but as has been pointed out, then those voluntary groups often can't provide the continuity, they can't provide the sort of support that youth workers themselves can give. I know that the youth workers in my area have been instrumental in supporting young people with disclosing sexual abuse, with dealing with disability and with their own mental health, and with resisting the drugs gangs that prey on them. That is not a job that we can ask volunteers to do. We have some wonderful voluntary groups, and I do pay tribute to parents. There's a wonderful group in Chinley, a village in my constituency, who set up a youth club on a Monday night. They see 80 or 90 young people coming from all across the area because there is nothing else on. We have sports teams, we have Beavers, Cubs, Scouts, Brownies, Guides, Sea Scouts, some fantastic activities going on, a real wealth of provision for some young people there. But often these activities cost money. Cubs and Scouts, £30 for a term, often more for different trips. Sports clubs on the PFI provided playing fields are £6 or £7 a night to play football there. It's not something that parents on a low income can do, and it's not something that young people who are the most vulnerable, who often feel that they can't take part in guided activities, are prepared to do. They're young people who often want to hang out. We've got some brilliant youth centres that were provided next to our parks in exactly the place where young people are wanting to be hanging out, and they're wanting a little bit of support as well. When I went and spent a day in one of my local secondary schools and spoke to some year 9s, 13 and 14-year-olds and said, what do you want from your area? What do you want from your politicians? And their answer was that they wanted a covered bench so that they had somewhere to sit that was out of the rain, so they could sit and chat with their friends and not get wet. It's not very much to ask. But that same town has a youth centre right next to their park, exactly what they needed. Used to provide youth services on a Tuesday and a Friday night where they could run in and out, they could talk to the staff there, they could get a drink, and they could have fun and have support at the same time. That's exactly the sort of provision that we need. We've got those buildings there, but they're mothballed. They're not in use anymore. The staff have just been given redundancy notices. Staff with years of experience and trust amongst young people across our communities are with very, very heavy hearts, having to give up the jobs that they loved and believed in. We need our young people to have such support. I'm delighted to hear the Minister say that she's going to put in place some more statutory guidelines, that she wants to see it being the best place for young people to grow up. But I'm afraid that one of our youth workers told me the other week that it's actually a terrible time to be a young person in Derbyshire, and it's also a terrible time to be a youth worker. This is tough not just on our young people, but also on the people who work with them. It takes years to build the sort of not just apprenticeships, but the experience and dedication of those members of staff. At the moment, we are seeing their skills and that dedication put on a scrap heap. This government needs urgently to put in place long-term, funded, ring-fenced statutory provision for young people before we see any more who suffer and are made vulnerable. I'm providing a summer school for 16 to 24-year-olds. It's going on this week, And it's been a real honour to be able to interact with those young people, to hear about their hopes and dreams, get them planning about campaigning, what they want to do. They're going to be out tomorrow in one of our local towns holding a drop-in for young people to come and talk about politics, to register to vote, to get involved, to have a say. And I think as members of Parliament, that's something we can all do. Young people want to be able to change things, but they're left powerless. We can put power into their hands. We can give them the support that they need. My honourable friend for West Ham spoke very movingly about the support that she had that enabled her to get to where she was today. That's what we need to do for all our young people, and I hope that the government will not just listen, but they will act.
Shadow Minister Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad that we've had the opportunity to debate the positive impact that youth services have on our young people. Youth centres provide young people with safe spaces in which they can learn, develop trusted relationships, build friendships and develop interpersonal skills. And they should be at the heart of our communities. But after nearly a decade of austerity, sadly, many parts of our country have no recognisable youth services at all. Now, I want to begin by thanking my honourable member for Brighton Kemp Town for his persistence in securing this debate. My honourable friend is chair of the APBG on Youth Affairs, which recently conducted a parliamentary inquiry into youth services. And he spoke eloquently about his areas of expertise, which are wide and varied, and I learned a lot from that. He also spoke about the importance of evidence and why he was involved in this work. Now, I hope that the Minister responds positively to their recommendations, and I look forward to her response. Now, we also heard a number of very passionate speeches. We heard for the honourable member from West Ham, and she spoke passionately about knife crime and the impacts of trauma on our communities and how youth services can help in prevention, building resilience and ensuring that our children have those trusted adults that they can go to who can connect them with the relevant agencies. And we also had other passionate speeches from the honourable member for High Peak, who spoke emotively about Fairfield Youth Club in her constituency and how when she spoke to young people there, they spoke of the need for a safe space and how, sadly, this was their only safe space and it was the only way of keeping them out of the grips of gangs locally. Now, many other members also mentioned the importance of youth work in tackling youth violence. The honourable member for Coventry South, my neighbouring MP and friend, the honourable member for Lewisham West and Penge, who talked about the impact of losing a young person's life, Jay Hughes, on the local community and the role that youth work can play in rebuilding that community. The member for Sheffield Brightside and Hillsborough, the honourable member for Rhondda and the honourable member for Stafford also raised these points. And the Minister spoke about the great role of NCS alongside with the honourable member of Crawley and the honourable member of East Worthing and the honourable member for Blackpool South, who raised some positive points, but also who raised some questions, which kind of leads me on to some points that I'd like to touch on. Currently, 95% of all government spending on youth services goes to the NCS. And this is despite the fact that only 1 in 10 eligible young people participate in their programmes. Since it was established, the NCS has received £1.5 billion, and earlier this year it spent £10 million on a brand refresh. Now let's sink that in. This is alongside a landscape in which spending on youth services has fallen by 70%. 760 youth centres have closed their doors for good. Over 14,000 youth workers have lost their jobs in the last decade. And it's surely unsustainable to spend millions of pounds on a programme which is simply not attracting the numbers when there are hundreds of brilliant youth centres and talented youth workers crying out for funding across the country. Now, we also heard in the debate from the Honourable Member for Mansfield, who quoted the APPG report and spoke about the importance of family support into adulthood, youth work being one of the only safe spaces for young people, and why we need trusted youth workers. And he also pointed out that there's not enough professionals in the sector and the importance of early intervention, all of which I would completely agree with. And the Honourable Member for Blackpool South, he spoke about the impact of cuts in terms of council funding and pointed out how Blackpool Council are losing £700 million and the overall impact of these cuts on all of the services that interact with young people and the negative overall effect that this has. So, on this side of the House, we are absolutely committed to rebuilding the youth sector to ensure it is fit for the modern age, a youth sector that has open access, diverse, and has the interests of young people at its heart. And I remember chatting with the CEO of UK Youth about consulting with young people and about the kind of programmes that they wanted to see. And after she got feedback from lots of young people, they put on a course called Money for Life, which focused on budgeting and money management. And they were concerned that no one would turn up, but they were inundated with young people. And this just shows how important it is to have young people at the heart of designing youth work. And we need to make sure that the programmes we create are relevant for them. Labour is also committed to ensuring that our youth services respond to the unique challenges that our young people face. Youth centres should be safe spaces for every young person, where they can speak to adults they trust and who have built up relationships with them over time. And trauma-informed training will be necessary to ensure our youth workers are equipped to deal with the various issues and challenges that young people face today. Now, before I end my remarks, I have several questions for the Minister. Right. Successful grantees of the Government's Youth Endowment Fund will need to demonstrate their plans to spend £100,000 or more by March 2020. Now, this freezes out small charities from the outset, setting some of our brilliant grassroots organisations up for failure. Now, does the Minister agree? And if not, can she outline exactly how the Youth Endowment Fund will support small charities? And in what ways has the Government consulted with young people to ensure that the Youth Endowment Fund is directed to the right organisations and projects? And does the Government have any plans for any potential underspend from successful grantees of the Youth Endowment Fund? Right. And we all know, we've said this many times in the Chamber, that 3 till 6 p.m. is a particularly dangerous time for our young people. So does the Government have plans to provide youth work during these hours as part of its public health strategy to tackle violence and keep our young people safe? And what date will the Government be publishing its review of the statutory youth guidance? You know, we've talked about this many times, but we still don't seem to have a date for this. And what work is the Minister doing to ensure that youth services receive adequate funding in the upcoming spending review? And Barnardo's and the Children's Society estimate that this needs to be around £3 billion. And finally, UK Youth and other leading youth bodies wrote to the new Prime Minister today asking him to make Britain the best country in the world to be young. So will the Minister call on the new Prime Minister to back the asks in this letter, and in particular to unlock the £50 million NCS underspend and deliver a 10-year spending commitment to the first ever youth charter? Now, our young people are fantastic, but in order to reach their potential, they need to be given the right opportunities. And it is vital that fully funded youth services are a part of that picture, services which are varied, accessible and fit for the modern age. So, following his speech yesterday, if the new Prime Minister wants to be known as a dude and not a dud, he could start with our youth services and he could make sure that they are delivered locally with a universal offer, diverse provision, and established with and for our young people. So, dude, don't under-deliver. We need action, not rhetoric.
Minister Mims-Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to close this debate for the Government, and I would like to thank honourable members for such a passionate and informed debate. And let me repeat once again that I think the APPG has done outstanding work on this report, and we will fully consider all their recommendations and the contributions made by members today. I do think that we need to look at the workforce strategy. We need to make sure that we have a formal response to the report. And I'm delighted to hear that UK Youth has written to the new Prime Minister. I don't want to give away secrets at the dispatch box, but I very much encourage them to. So I'm delighted they have undertaken that today. I think, as we've seen around the chamber today, there is absolutely a passionate need to consider this report and have somewhere to go and somewhere to speak about. And I think that's absolutely the message from this debate today. Somewhere to go with messages for our youth work and something to speak about when it comes to our young people, and offer an opportunity, and that comes through the Youth Charter. And I'm delighted the way the sector has got to grips with supporting this. And I think, as we've heard today, the revision of the youth work qualifications we're committed to, the bursary programme, and the revision of the guidance for local authorities has met with warm support, but I absolutely recognise that many people around the chamber feel that this is the start. I want to pick up on the issue around youth loneliness. The new policies which will come into place, which I hope later this year, will have a focus on our young people, on our care leavers, on our young carers, on people who need further support. And I want to also pick up on the point from the member for Worthing, East Worthing and Shoreham. He's not in his place about the fast-track opportunity into youth service. I think the value of NCS is extraordinarily important, and I think the opportunity to bring people into this realm as a chance to give back through NCS is a great way to explore. And talking of exploring, I think it's very, very important for us to look at the future underspend of the NCS. I personally would love to see it directed towards detached youth services, and of course I would welcome, and anybody would welcome, more funding this way. So obviously we will have to wait and see, but this NCS is delivering a more confident, capable group of young people, and we want that for all our young people, and it's absolutely right that we focus on that. We touched on the issue around long-term funding today, and that's what the Youth Endowment Fund is about. The Honourable Lady spoke about long-term funding. It is absolutely right that we look at a 10-year plan, and that is exactly what it is, and it's on top of that £22 million early intervention plan. And the joined-up approach, it's absolutely right that we link up with our communities, our schools. Our schools know where those young people are going to be at risk are at the end of the day, 3 till 6 after school. So it's absolutely right we use the opportunities and understanding that our schools have. I want to turn to the member for High Peak, who raised the through an emotional speech, and I understand this. So my goddaughter in Derbyshire living out in a rural community, and I don't want anyone to feel that then when they're talking to young people that actually it's a terrible time to be young. That's not where we want to be. The innovation, the opportunities, the chances that we have in this sphere should reach everyone, wherever they live. And I hope that we can provide, through the support we're giving to rural services, through the delivery grant, local authorities, another £16 million, hope for that young person. And we do need to rightly balance, as we've heard in the chamber today, the urban challenges, the rural challenges, and indeed the coastal challenges. In fact, the government has a proud record of putting more money into coastal communities, supporting 295 projects nationwide and 174 million since 2002. I want to pick up on the Youth Charter, and the member for Brighton Kemp Town spoke about the importance of positivity of youth and not needing to reinvent the wheel. And I think the discussions he asked about where we are with the NYA in terms of evaluations of current youth work, it's ongoing between us and the DfE. No final decision has been made, but his plea absolutely has been heard. And it's true, there has been a challenge, Mr. Speaker, regarding our youth services because local authorities are responsible for assessing those local needs. We have given the flexibility to make the decisions, and we have heard today where you use innovation, where you use your community, where you use your understanding, we can get things right and we can do things better. And actually, in the Honourable Member's own constituency, and I think we heard earlier from the Honourable Lady on the front bench, don't just look at this as a ping-pong. Actually, I'd like to look at this as a ping-pong, because the Brighton Table Tennis Centre is absolutely fantastic. And I've never been to a youth centre or youth club that doesn't have table tennis. But this one in particular, I would like to very much praise. It places a PRU there. There is work with people with dementia. There are people who are fantastic, elite table tennis players. There are people who suffer loneliness and isolation. And it is table tennis which has brought them together. And it just shows how you can be innovative and make sure that you're welcoming and opening up those facilities. And we've done that through the Loneliness Fund, making sure that those local facilities are available for people to come into and be feeling welcomed with. I want to pick up on the Honourable Lady from West Ham's point. I think we can all, and if we're very lucky, we can look back to a teacher, a youth worker, a mentor, a grandparent, somebody that matters, who tells you that you matter and that you have chances and opportunities, and we all must make sure that we use our opportunities to give confidence to our young people, not talk them down, but give them skills, the opportunities to move forward. And I'm delighted about the £4.4 million more in her constituency, which is being used very wisely, it seems, to support our young people. So I think we're all right. Let's all look at the basic level of sufficiency. What have we got here, and how are we making sure that our young people are not at risk and how they are properly safeguarded? Very quickly.
Can I just say very gently to her, thank you, and thank you for recognising what the London Borough of Newham is doing despite the financial restraints. 1.4 million is very difficult for my local council to find. We, instead of 1.4, and we collectively need to find ways of funding local government to fund local youth services. Otherwise, people like me won't have those people that I had in order to help them through the difficulties that they might face.
Mr. Davis. Absolutely, and this is where a strong and good economy, working with communities and working through things like social impact bonds, using our dormant assets, using all the tools that we have to fund our local communities is absolutely vital. I just want to reiterate the message, as someone who has young girls growing up, the importance of a youth voice in this policy, in this youth charter. We know what it was like when we grew up, but we've heard today that actually it's very different when young people are growing up now. And I think it's been raised about why DCMS is the right place to have our youth policies. Well, I actually think it really is the right place, but I'm not going to be ungrateful to the rest of government who we've hauled in to try and speak to about, amplifying and recognising where we're all working together. And we've got our 3 youth voice projects. So we've got the Youth Voice Steering Group that sits in civil society. We've got the Young Inspectors Group, and we've also got our new Digital Solutions Group. And it's absolutely right. We use the way that our young people engage and talk to listen to them, to make sure these policies and the next stage is right for them. And I don't think anyone can deny about the challenge about serious violence and the fact that we need to make sure that our young people stay safe on our streets. And I'm personally delighted to make sure that we have more police in our streets. And I think the Home Secretary, I'm not quite sure who it is now right now, but we'll be hopefully following this through. So I'm very proud to have heard from so many members across this House about the importance of our young people. I will again say that this government is determined to support all our young people, reaching their full potential, giving them the skills, the opportunities, because we truly do want this to be the best place in the world to be young, and I'm determined my department will make that so. Thank you.
Order. The question is that this House has considered the role and sufficiency of youth services. As many as other opinions say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Petition. Mr. Keith Baz.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great honour to have you in the chair at the time of the presentation of petitions on the issue of Yemen. The petition calls for the government to pursue an immediate ceasefire in Yemen. Following my presentation, a number of other colleagues, the honourable members for Strangford, Glasgow Central, Liverpool West Derby and Dunfermline and West Fife, will also present petitions on this very important subject. Despite the peace process, Mr. Deputy Speaker, humanitarian aid agencies are struggling to reach those who desperately need support, and we hope that we will use our position as the penholder in Yemen at the UN to bring about an immediate ceasefire. The petition of the residents of the United Kingdom declares that Yemen is the world's worst humanitarian situation, where over 91,000 people have been killed in the war in Yemen, a further 24.1 million need humanitarian assistance, and over 14 million are on the brink of starvation. Further, the Court of Appeal decision on the 20th of June 2019 deems arms export licences to Saudi Arabia as unlawful. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to pursue an immediate ceasefire in Yemen, the implementation of the Stockholm Agreement, and to honour the decision of the Court of Appeal.
Petition ceasefire in Yemen.
Thank you. Great. Petition. Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I pay tribute to the honourable member, the chair of the all-party group on Yemen, who has done so much to bring the cause of Yemen to this House and to make sure that it is not forgotten and that the people of Yemen are remembered in this House and that action is taken to protect them. And I'm very grateful to my constituents who came at very short notice to come to my office to sign this petition as well, including a Yemeni family who, when they heard about it, went and found other Yemenis to come and also sign the petition. Because they want to make sure that as much can be done as possible for those still suffering in the situation in Yemen at the moment. So the petition reads, to the House of Commons, the petition of residents of the United Kingdom declares that Yemen is the world's worst humanitarian situation, where over 91,000 people have been killed in the war in Yemen, a further 24.1 million need humanitarian assistance, and over 14 million are on the brink of starvation. Further, that the Court of Appeal decision on June 20th, 2019 deemed arms exports licences to Saudi Arabia as unlawful. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to pursue an immediate ceasefire in Yemen, the implementation of the Stockholm Agreement, and to honour the decision of the Court of Appeal. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition ceasefire in Yemen.
Thank you. Order. It is very good to observe that the honourable gentleman, the member for Strangford, has beetled back into the chamber. And I am bound to say that I felt almost discombobulated by his temporary absence, and I am fortified by his return, as will be the House, which will now hear him present his petition on the same important matter. Petition. Mr. Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. You're most kind. You always are kind, but you're most kind tonight as well. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to bring this petition on behalf of my constituents as well, but also can I thank the honourable gentleman for Leicester East for bringing it forward. In the House, Mr. Speaker, as you know, and others have spoken as well, this has been a key issue for us in the House, the conditions of those in Yemen. The petition of residents of the United Kingdom and of Strangford declares that Yemen is the world's worst humanitarian situation, where over 91,000 people have been killed in the war in Yemen, A further 24.1 million need humanitarian assistance, and over 14 million are on the brink of starvation. Further, that the Court of Appeal decision of the June 20th, 2019 deemed arms export licences to Saudi Arabia as unlawful. The petitioners that are enclosed here therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to pursue an immediate ceasefire in Yemen, the implementation of the Stockholm Agreement, and to honour the decision of the Court of Appeal. From the bottom of our hearts, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents, we put this forward as well, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition ceasefire in Yemen.
Petition Stephen Twigg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to join in this cross-party presentation of petitions relating to the situation in Yemen. It used to be said that the crisis in Yemen was a forgotten war. Thanks to the cross-party efforts of others who've spoken today and others who aren't here with us, we have ensured that it's not forgotten in this place. And I'm pleased in particular to present this petition from Liverpool Friends of Yemen and others. This petition of residents of the United Kingdom declares that Yemen is the world's worst humanitarian situation, where over 91,000 people have been killed in the war in Yemen. A further 24.1 million need humanitarian assistance, and over 14 million are on the brink of starvation. Further, that the Court of Appeal decision of June 20th, 2019 deemed arms export licences to Saudi Arabia as unlawful. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to pursue an immediate ceasefire in Yemen, the implementation of the Stockholm Agreement, and to honour the decision of the Court of Appeal.
Petition ceasefire in Yemen.
Thank you. Petitions. Douglas Chapman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate you allowing me to present both petitions in my name at the one time. The first petition relates to the ongoing dismal humanitarian situation in Yemen, and I'm sincerely grateful to all those members of the public who have signed the petition, and I hope that we can continue the work together with the APPG on Yemen and many of the NGOs that are active in the region, and with the United Nations to bring about peace in such a war-torn part of the Middle East. The petition declares that Yemen is the world's worst humanitarian situation, where over 91,000 people have been killed in the war in Yemen. A further 24.1 million need humanitarian assistance, and over 14 million are on the brink of starvation. Further to that, the Court of Appeal decision on the 20th of June 2019 deemed that arms exports licences to Saudi Arabia were unlawful. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to pursue an immediate ceasefire in Yemen, the implementation of the Stockholm Agreement, and to honour the decision of the Court of Appeal. In the second petition, Mr. Speaker, I have been a petition that's been signed by over 160 petitioners in my own constituency of Dunfermline and West Fife. They have been very concerned that the Department of Transport, through their agency, the DVSA, have been trying to diminish the opportunity for learner drivers to have their driving test carried out in their own community through a driving test centre in Dunfermline. Travelling elsewhere to be tested would add time and a huge cost to many younger drivers, their parents and driving school instructors alike. The petition that I have, I've also been keen to support the campaign, as Dunfermline has a growing population and we should be securing as many key services that would be commensurate with a vibrant growing town. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges Her Majesty's Government to work with the DVSA to ensure that a long-term arrangement is secured to retain the driving test centre in Dunfermline, and with adequate levels of service provision to meet the current and future demand.
Petition ceasefire in Yemen. Petition driving test centre in Dunfermline.
Thank you. Petition Phil Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is a petition that's been organised by the pupils of Wingate Primary School, which is to do with the road safety issues outside of the school, and the children there have actually acquired over 200 signatures from all the pupils, the teachers and a fair share of the local community as well. And to the House of Commons, the petition of the community of Wingate Primary School declares that safer roads for children are essential and that the roads outside of Wingate Primary School should be made more safe. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to ensure that the roads outside of Wingate Primary School are made safer for its pupils and other people in the community, and the petitioners remain.
Petition road safety outside Wingate Primary School, Durham.
Thank you. Order. We come now to the adjournment. The whip to move.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alison Hewlett.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, for granting me this debate and allowing me to highlight an issue which has been prominent in my own constituency, and I know in the constituencies of many other honourable members who have come along this evening. Drownings are sadly all too common, and we hear today of a body being recovered in London and recently in the Spears Wharf area in the Honourable Member for Glasgow North East constituency, and our heart goes out to all the families who have lost loved ones to drowning. And I highlight as well the Royal Life Saving Society's summer water safety campaign, with many people with the scorching temperatures outside being tempted to go into the water, but not realising the risks that involves also. And we need to all look out for one another in these circumstances, and to make sure, as much as we can do, that those messages do get shared to all of our constituents, wherever we have open water in our constituencies or rivers or even large ponds, that people understand the risks that they are taking when they do so. Concerns have been raised for some time in Glasgow regarding damage to lifebelts and life ropes, particularly but not exclusively on the banks of the River Clyde, which runs through my constituency. Life-saving equipment is being removed, damaged and otherwise tampered with on a regular basis. In response, Glasgow City Council's Water Safety Working Group have launched a campaign, Taking a Lifebelt is Taking a Life, but only after a week after the launch of signs affixed to the lifebelt posts in the city. The Evening Times reported that some of these signs themselves had then been vandalised. Andy Waddell, the chairman of Glasgow Water Safety Working Group, said people who vandalise the lifebelts along the Clyde need to be fully aware of the potentially lethal consequences of their actions. That anyone would seek to destroy a safety message intended to protect lives is truly mind-boggling, and I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Can I congratulate the Honourable Lady for Glasgow Central bringing this forward? I did speak to her today about it, and I just want to make her aware of a similar circumstance in my constituency. The member may not be aware that the lifebelts in Kirrielee Harbour in my constituency of Strangford have been tampered with on a number of occasions. Does she agree with me that further steps have to be taken to ensure that safety equipment like this is not tampered with, since the unavailability of lifebelts could lead to death, and the prospect that fines are not enough, and that indeed fines and penalties for this behaviour should be legally binding, which maybe the Minister can respond to, and of such levity that people will think twice before destroying lifebelts that could end up seeing someone die who just didn't have to.
I absolutely agree with the point that he makes, and I sympathise to those being affected in his constituency by this as well. It is quite a widespread occurrence and seems to be happening right across these islands, and we need to do more about that. If the Honourable Member
I thank and congratulate my honourable friend for having secured this very important debate on water safety, since many of us feel very, very strongly about it. In my own Slough constituency, there have been fatalities in the Jubilee River, an issue that I have raised with the Prime Minister, no less, during the Prime Minister's questions. And in this regard, I want to commend Slough Borough Council, who, working with their partners, the Environment Agency, the Thames Valley Police and Royal Berkshire Fire and Rescue, have installed safety signage warning people about the dangers of swimming in the river, given the strong undercurrents and the effects of cold water shock, even during these summer months. But would my honourable friend agree that while life-saving equipment should not be tampered with, the government has simply been too slow to implement an effective and sufficient water safety education programme?
I would agree with that, and I think there's a lot more to be said for coordination of action and also making sure that more happens, that there's not a piecemeal approach to water safety around the UK. I will, of course.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for raising today's debate. Tragically, over Easter, we lost 5 people in York's rivers, and we continue to be one of the highest levels of river deaths in the country in York. On Saturday, I had the privilege of going out with York Rescue Boat, a voluntary organisation which does tremendous work in maintaining river safety, and the Fire and Rescue Service. Their plea was for some specific funding for training, equipment and facilities, because they too have faced issues with equipment being tampered with. Does she agree that we should have specific funding for river safety?
I sympathise with the families of those who had lost loved ones in the York area. That sounds absolutely awful, the circumstances which she describes, and I would agree that there needs to be more done on funding for these organisations, because it feels very much to me as if a lot of this is left up to charity and to the goodwill of local organisations or councils rather than having a specific pot of funding. Incidents of drowning are fortunately decreasing in Scotland, and Water Safety Scotland noted that there were 78 water-related fatalities in Scotland in 2018, down from over 100 in 2013, but this does not mean that we should be complacent, and we need to continue to ensure that people do not lose their lives in the water. And I note also that the Scottish Government have designated 2020 the year of coasts and waters, and that seems like as good an opportunity as any to discuss some of the issues around water safety, as well as extolling the positive virtues of our coasts and waters and wider environment. I'm grateful to the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, who respond to water incidents as part of their duties, who provided some statistics which reveal that they attended 79 incidents on the Clyde last year, which is an increase of 13 on the previous year. And if they have a 3-to-1 ratio of rescues to fatalities, which is heartening, but there have been a few incidents in Glasgow recently which do give me pause for thought as I cross the river in the course of my day, and I can see for myself the tributes to loved ones who have been lost. We're very fortunate in Glasgow not only to have the Water Safety Working Group, but to have a dedicated organisation watching over the safety of people using our waterways in the Glasgow Humane Society. The Society was founded in 1790 by members of the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow, who employed an officer to carry out the practical work of drowning prevention, rescue and the recovery of bodies from the river. Since then, they've sought to pursue water safety issues both in Glasgow and in the wider world under the stewardship of the great George Parsonage. The Clyde runs in his blood, Mr Speaker, having taken on the vocation in the Humane Society from his father, Benjamin Parsonage, and his own family are very much involved with the organisation in a more voluntary capacity.
Would you not already give way?
I will do.
Most generous in giving way. I'm just sitting here, Mr Speaker, thinking of what the number he's referring to. He referred to rivers, to seas, to beaches, to lakes. In my constituency, and probably in a lot of other constituencies, I suspect there's lots of quarries. And unfortunately, over the years, Mr Speaker, we have lost some people who have drowned in the quarries across my constituency of Strangford. Ever mindful that quarries, with their water, with their unknown whatever's under the water, also with the chill of the water, the depth of the water, does she agree as well when it comes to looking at waterways, whether it be rivers, beaches, tides, lakes, whatever, quarries also have to be in that category?
Yes, I would agree with them, and we need to think about all water courses, because you don't need very much water to drown in after all, so we must be mindful of all the different risks out there. And the issue of removal and damage of lifebelts is not a new issue by any manner of means, and as George told me himself yesterday, the Society has a poster dating from 1860 warning of the dangers of damaging life-saving equipment, and today the Society officer William Graham, along with the many volunteers that they have, collects lifebelts from the river and restores them to their rightful position. And George tells me that this is a daily job, with anything from a few lifebelts up to 30 having to be recovered from the river. The system of reporting which we have in place in Glasgow, instigated by the Glasgow Humane Society, is one where lifebelts and ropes are placed on neon yellow poles along the banks of the city waterways, and this makes it very clear where the lifebelts are located and, of course, when they are missing. And I note coming in today that the ones placed along the Thames are a lot less clear, being placed inside red boxes, so you can't automatically tell if indeed there's a lifebelt in there when you need it. And it could take you longer to reach it, which is time that cannot be spared when somebody is in the water. And the neon poles I mentioned, along with other vital resources such as rescue ladders, are all GPS tagged and display a code such as UN 25, in a system which is understood by the local emergency services, and this helps people describe their location accurately in the event of an emergency, and also allows people to easily report missing lifebelts to have them recovered. And I would commend the system to other members who have watercourses in their constituencies, because it is incredibly useful to be able to pinpoint exactly where an incident has happened so that the emergency services can respond. I'd also like to pay particular tribute to campaigners in Glasgow, Margaret and Duncan Spears, constituents of the Honourable Member for Glasgow North East, who is here today, who lost their son in an accidental drowning in the Clyde in 2016. And they are passionate in the face of such adversity to ensure that all is done to prevent anybody going through the same pain. And their son slipped and fell into the water. The police threw lifebelts into the water, but they couldn't reach him, and he died in less than 10 minutes. The whole event was captured in CCTV, and I can't imagine how awful that must have been for Christopher's father, Duncan, watching that back, knowing that his son could have been so close to being saved. And the Spears have been tireless campaigners on the issue of water safety ever since, and they've succeeded in getting Glasgow City Council to install ropes for lifebelts along the banks of the Clyde. And I'm sure all honourable members would commend the Spears on their campaign, and that they very much hope that nobody has to experience what their family has gone through. They've taken the issue also to the Scottish Parliament to ask for improvements, to add ropes to lifebelts to make that more commonplace, as well as providing life ropes and throw bags. And they have sought more recently for the use of specifically marked ropes, so that should they be removed, they can be easily identified if they are found in somebody's possession, therefore sort of tracing that crime of removing them back to somebody. Because this is, Mr Speaker, part of the point. At the moment, if someone removes life-saving equipment and carelessly, recklessly throws that into the river, it's very hard to pursue them and to identify the perpetrators and to get some kind of resolution to that, particularly when waterways can be quite rural, quite isolated as well. You cannot put CCTV on every single lifebelt post within the city of Glasgow. So it's much that we need to do to deter people from doing this in the first place. And there doesn't seem to be any specific offence regarding tampering with life-saving equipment, and any fines would be associated more with vandalism or with theft. And there's a possibility of being charged with culpable and reckless behaviour, but this all feels, Mr Speaker, far too discretionary. And I'll give way to the Honourable Member for Glasgow.
I thank the Honourable Member for Glasgow Central for bringing this debate to the House, and she's making an excellent speech, and I share her sentiments about the Spears family. I've had the honour of meeting them, and I'm touched by their commitment to ensuring a legacy of safety for the River Clyde. In particular, the issue about safety of the lifebelt equipment, and it's beggars belief that someone would damage it or vandalise it in the way that has been done. And also, of course, there's other campaigners such as Steph Shaw and the Think Again campaign around emergency lifeline telephones. There's a great effort by people in the river in Glasgow to try and solve some of the problems, and particularly in light of the death of John Connolly, the Forth and Clyde Canal extends to the canal as well. But Honourable Member for Glasgow Central agree that we need to have much more effort around fundraising for equipment in the river as well, perhaps using charitable efforts to fundraise. I note that Glasgow City Council have purchased 21 ropes to fit to lifebelts in the Clyde this year, but perhaps we could have more capacity if some of the charity efforts of these groups were harnessed, and we could further improve the capacity.
I agree, there's always something to be said for charity fundraising and for a resource of that kind being raised. But I think, as honourable members raised earlier on, we can't rely on that charity fundraising. I think that there needs to be more thought given to how you make this a lot more consistent, a lot more part of mainstream funding also, because it is life-saving equipment and it shouldn't rely just upon charity alone. As I was saying, there's not really an appropriate offence to cover such crimes as I would call them to be crimes of tampering with life-saving equipment. And at the moment, there are different things that local authorities can do, and there was a recent incident in the Salford Quays which prompted the authorities there to use a public spaces protection order, which is under the law in England to prevent people interfering with safety equipment. But this only occurs a £90 fine, £60 if paid in 10 days. Apparently this could end up in court if those fines are not paid, but it still seems to me not to get the balance quite right, given the gravity of what people are doing here, because after all this is life-saving equipment, and the cost to Salford Council in replacing the equipment and making the system more secure, as was reported in the Manchester Evening News, to be £34,000, money that should not have to be spent if people didn't engage in such mindless behaviour. So I turn, Mr Speaker, to my asks of the Minister. I seek to find out if more can be done to catalogue, first of all, the availability of water safety equipment to ensure that as many watercourses as possible can have the reassurance of access to life-saving equipment. The UK Government could also carry out assessments to understand the extent to which damage is being caused and any hotspots where this is happening. And I've noted in my research and in speaking to people such as John...
7 o'clock motion, whip to move.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Give me a wee fright there. As I've noted in my research, I've been speaking to people, to campaigners with expertise such as George Parsons, that this is sadly all too common in many communities. And I'd like to ask the Minister to consider a wider campaign year-round rather than perhaps just in Drowning Prevention Week that could be carried out by the UK Government. And to perhaps look to the Scottish Government, where we have a drowning prevention strategy which is funded and is working hard to deliver education and other public goods. I'm struck also, as the Honourable Member for Strangford hinted at earlier, that there is a lack of penalty for the undoubted public harm of tampering with life-saving equipment. And I've come to the belief that there ought to be a specific aggravated offence related to tampering with life-saving equipment. I understand that there has been a private member's bill proposed in Ireland by Fianna Fáil Senator Keith Swanwick, making it an offence to steal or damage life-saving equipment such as defibrillators and lifebuoys. And I don't want to stray too far from water safety, Mr Speaker, but I am aware of many campaigns which are fundraised to install defibrillators, and it's beyond belief that somebody would go out to deliberately damage one, and I would argue that they also would require protection. The penalties Senator Swanwick proposed are fines of up to €50,000 and a jail term of up to 5 years, which is quite different to that £90 fine in England. And I would ask the Minister to consider whether some similar measure might be brought here. I don't know, Mr Speaker, whether we will get new private members' bills or indeed if this session of Parliament will ever actually come to an end. So it would be useful in the meantime if the Minister would consider any other mechanisms which might be used in the meantime to protect this vital resource, and if there's anywhere within legislation that this might be usefully placed. Duncan Spears has said to me, the reason we want the law changed is to ensure that safety equipment is not tampered with. Anyone tampering with this should be charged with putting a life at risk and not just vandalism. Our campaign is of accident prevention measures, and anyone that goes into the Clyde by accident or a suicide attempt should have the very best chance of getting out of the water. I wholeheartedly agree. The Glasgow campaign says taking a lifebelt is taking a life. And I would ask the Minister to give her support to that campaign and to do all in her power to ensure that life-saving equipment is always there for those who need it in their moment in greatest need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call the Minister, Victoria Atkins, to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the joy of the Home Office is that one can never quite understand the limits of the tentacles of the Home Office, and so it was with some surprise, but indeed some pleasure, that I am called to answer at the dispatch box on this important issue, and I congratulate the Honourable Lady for raising it, particularly given today's weather. Nationally, we are all feeling the heat a bit, not just those of us who are awaiting that phone call, and the temptation to seek some cool waters and perhaps dip our toes in or submerge ourselves a little further is, I can imagine, very, very tempting. And so it's really, really great timing on behalf of the Honourable Lady that we are discussing this tonight. I must, of course, start by saying how terribly affecting her descriptions of the incidents in her constituency are on the River Clyde, the terrible, terrible experiences that her constituents and other families have suffered are just heartbreaking. And it is, I think, probably every parent's worst nightmare that just in a matter of moments, the love of your life meets their end in water. And so I very, very much follow and emphasise her message that removing or damaging lifebelts or other public rescue equipment is incredibly serious, and it can put people's lives at risk. Now, as the honourable member may appreciate, the areas she's raised are devolved to Scotland. I'm going to deal with the details of the legislation in a moment, if I may, but I genuinely welcome the opportunity to canvass the approach and the understanding of the extent of these incidents across the United Kingdom, and I will set out the UK government's efforts to tackle them. Because we know that, on average, 400 people drown across the UK in our rivers and seas each year, and a further 200 people take their own lives in our waters. 44% of drowning fatalities happen to people who had no intention of entering the water in the first place. And this is all despite the enormous efforts of search and rescue emergency services, who respond to around 35,000 water-related rescue and flood events each year. And indeed, only in the last month or so, my county of Lincolnshire, and I'm delighted to be joined by my honourable friend and Lincolnshire neighbour, the Honourable Member for Sleaford and North Hykeham, we have seen for ourselves the terrible impact that flood events can have on people's homes and their ways of life. As honourable members may be aware, in 2016, the National Water Safety Forum, whose members include organisations such as the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents, and the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency, put in place a national drowning prevention strategy which aims to halve deaths in the UK by 2026. And we, the government, support the strategy fully. I note that in Scotland, Water Safety Scotland brings together people and organisations from all over the country who, over many years, have developed a variety of water safety initiatives, including the drowning prevention strategy, which complements the UK strategy whilst taking into account the unique situation in Scotland, for example, the legal and education systems and the geographical differences. These national strategies are supported by a range of local initiatives, such as the new Tidal Thames Drowning Prevention Strategy established by the Tidal Thames Water Safety Forum, and the work being taken forward by Glasgow's Water Safety Group. But we're very clear that if someone is in trouble in the water, the availability of public rescue equipment is critical to reduce the likelihood of them drowning. Early intervention by a bystander may be the first and last opportunity for rescue, and indeed the Honourable Lady mentioned the rurality of many of these locations. And the theft and vandalism of equipment potentially endangers both the lives of the person in the water and, of course, those who would rescue them too. To quote the recent awareness-raising campaign by Glasgow's Water Safety Group, taking a lifebelt is taking a life. Now, honourable members rightly raised the question of education, and through the National Water Safety Forum's UK Drowning Prevention Strategy, we have highlighted the importance of water safety education at primary school and, where required, at Key Stage 3. And indeed, I've seen some of that work myself, and it's very good work. But the Honourable Lady raised the issue of legislation. Now, this is where the devolution rears its head, and if the Honourable Lady is inviting the UK Government to take back more powers, then I will obviously ensure that the new Prime Minister is made aware of that. But in England and Wales, vandalising life-saving equipment may be an offence under the Criminal Damage Act of 1971, and that offence carries a maximum penalty of 10 years imprisonment, but an aggravated offence of that nature, which includes an intention to endanger life, attracts a potential maximum sentence of life imprisonment. So there is the capacity within legislation in England and Wales. But antisocial behaviour and indeed criminal damage legislation is devolved to Scotland. So it may well be that her lobbying should be directed at the Scottish Government to ensure, I suspect she's covered that already, I suspect she's onto that, but because it's devolved, I can't sadly change the Scottish law, but she has obviously made her case very, very powerfully in this chamber tonight. I note also that antisocial behaviour policy is also devolved, and the 2014 Act, which covers England and Wales, doesn't apply to Scotland. I give way, of course.
I'm certainly doing lobbying in all directions on this, you can be assured of that. But the issue seems to me that that is not providing enough of a deterrent, that this is still happening and it's happening right across different places. So perhaps a different approach or more knowledge of that offence might help.
Well, I think it's a combination, as we know all too much in the many debates I have on the very, very serious topics that are looked after by the Home Office. Legislation is but the first step. It's ensuring that people understand the legislation and also that courts and the police and others who can have an impact in this area apply the law appropriately as well. And I do make the point that an offence of aggravated criminal damage carries the maximum sentence of imprisonment that we can impose in this country. So it may well be that getting the message out there through the various schemes that have been outlined in this debate is very much the way to ensuring that people understand just how serious it is when they attempt to interfere with this equipment. I will give way.
I certainly agree with the issue around the criminal sanctions, but also there was an interesting point that a colleague from Glasgow Central raised around the technology, the particular infrastructure that Glasgow is using, which is quite efficient. Is there a way of the Home Office potentially jointly funding or nationally understanding what the technologies are available and looking at a national standard for life-saving equipment on rivers and canals? Also potentially looking at ways in which we can use new technologies so if a lifebelt is tampered with or removed, the authorities can be automatically informed of that through technology and through remote sensors and so on to ensure that it is rapidly replaced and they're aware that something is damaged in a particular site and location.
Well, I mean, I think the idea of technology is a very interesting one, and I suspect through our forums and so on that that is being looked at. I'm not in a position to be able to commit the Home Office to anything at this stage, but certainly my officials have heard, and I anticipate they will be looking into that suggestion. But this has been a very important debate, and I would like to thank honourable members across the House for their contributions. Water safety is not an issue to be taken lightly. Those who vandalise the equipment must be made to understand that their actions could be potentially life-threatening. We have robust measures in place to tackle antisocial behaviour such as this, but also to help safeguard the public from the risk of drowning. And I very much hope that the House is reassured that there are measures in place to tackle the issues raised. But again, I thank the honourable member for her debate, calling this important debate to the House, particularly in the heat of this summer sun. Thank you.
As the Minister concluded her oration,
Mr. Speaker, there's a great deal I could talk about, but probably not on topic.
I'll take that as a yes, and we're deeply obliged to the Minister. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
Has ended. The proceeding has ended. The proceeding has ended.